since the first time I saw you standing there. But it seems so long ago now, yeah. It's paradise, but no map can show us how to get there. Come on up, baby, let love. We made our way out of long, long darkness, and we made it this far, such a long road. So let's go, shining all the way. Oh, we're on our own path now. We can take it anywhere that we wanna go. Ooh, sweet songs of love. Oh, can you hear it too? I am always looking at you, my sweet girl. And I see you right there smiling back at me too.
Okay. Enough music. Things have happened. Things are happening. This is like 9/11, but for MAGA and stupid people. So we have to look into it. This is Kendrick versus Drake, but with two Drakes. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Let's see. Somebody else who's getting Rogan in the divorce. I'm going with Elon just because, doesn't Elon live in Texas? Just seems more natural. He's in closer proximity to him. Okay. Let's do this. No, not Neopets. Okay. Okay, I'm going to close these down for now. I didn't want to, but I'll do it. So I can have more space. There's like too much stuff. Okay. So where does this begin? A great drinking game would be good to guess who every right-winger is siding with. If you guess wrong, you take a shot. Well, first, this, and I'm doing this on stream. I never blocked Elon Musk. I just muted him because it just seemed like there was no way to get him off my feed. He was always, like, he was every other post past a certain point. And so like, okay, well, I'm sick of this. No. Hold on. That's my music playlist. Why do links not work? Okay, there we go. This website's so weird. Okay. We are unmuting. So I feel like I'm like, I knew that they were feuding, but I feel like I was like kind of late to it because I don't see him. And if it says like, this is from an account you muted, I only have a few accounts muted, so I know I'm like, it's just Musk shit. And so I wasn't undoing it. And then like there was a catastrophe happening around me that I should have been bearing witness to. So let's go back a little bit and see where this started. Obviously, there started to be tensions because Elon Musk was like exiting the government, and then he had put basically his whole reputation on the line for fucking Doge and helping Trump. And now this bill threatens to basically undermine the only like legacy he left with his affiliation with Trump, as far as I can tell, because it's going to balloon the deficit or whatever. And his whole thing is having to, like, I'm a fiscal conservative. We need to cut. So I think on top of their personal strife, it's just a matter of, like, not genuine principle from Elon Musk, but, you know, ass saving, because how are you supposed to, like, brag about Doge when this bill, if it gets passed, is going to functionally eclipse that and dwarf that. So this was earlier when Trump suggested that Elon has Trump derangement syndrome.
Things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us, and then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah. Things are happening in this room.
The way he describes it, it's like the morning after. You go on a bender, you take a beautiful woman home. The next morning, you see she wasn't quite as beautiful as you remembered when you were absolutely shit-faced. Very disappointing. And then this was a second part from that same interview.
Remember, he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer, said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done.
I mean, as far as the tax cuts thing is probably not wrong. It's just going to be for wealthy people.
Anything like it. He's upset.
So he even offered to do his makeup. I know things have deteriorated quite significantly if Elon's rebuffing his offers to share the makeup artist. So these are the types of things. This is obviously from today and this afternoon. But he said, like, not even those in Congress who had to vote on the big, ugly spending bill had time to read it. And his feed has just been, like, nonstop going hard against this bill. And this is already an issue for Trump because they have till July 4th. So we have less than a month. I say we have less than a month for this shit to potentially pass and be signed into law, basically. And they're scrambling to get the votes. And Elon Musk is making that very, very difficult because people in this MAGA civil war, Republicans are like, what do I do? Because if they publicly criticize Elon Musk, this fucking dude's a billionaire. He could put millions into any single primary campaign or general election because he is that petty, and 100% just absolutely tank somebody's re-election shot. Even though I think there's like, it's a rational thing to be concerned about, but on the other hand, like, you know, if he couldn't even get like it was Wisconsin, right? He was like sinking all that money into the Wisconsin Supreme Court race and he couldn't get that to happen. It's like, goes back and forth in the idea that like it's a serious concern that you need to be worried about his money in particular coming to like a district near you, and actually being effective unless you fucked up other things. But who knows? Voters are easily swayable, and billionaires know that. So he's been saying stuff like this. Then this was Trump's like first. I think this was like the first overt like passive aggressive thing that he did on Truth Social. Obviously he said the Trump derangement shit on Fox, but so he takes a screenshot from earlier this year from Musk's Twitter. As my scheduled time as special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President @real Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The @Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. So he posts this yesterday at 1:59 p.m. trying to remind him like, hey, remember what we had? We had something beautiful here. Remember when you liked me and you liked everything that I did for you? Remember that? So Musk responds in turn today at 11:20 this morning, quoting wise words. This is a tweet of Donald Trump's from January 23rd, 2013, saying, I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I am a Republican and I am embarrassed. So, fan of X Originals, you've got fanboys replying, Outgrok, what the hell is going on? Elon Musk is expressing concern over excessive U.S. government spending and rising national debt, particularly criticizing bills that increase the debt ceiling without spending cuts. He dislikes fiscal irresponsibility as seen as in support for a 2013 Trump post. Whether he's right is debated. I shouldn't look through this. I shouldn't look through the replies to Elon Musk. I would be surprised if the Epstein accusation even slows down. It's not going to do shit. It's not going to do shit. Let's see. Then I wanted to check this out. What is the fucking... What's that website? What did it... Remove paywall. There you go. Okay. I need one of these. Because I'm not paying for the Wall Street Journal or anything. Let's see if it's for free. Checking that I'm not a robot. Access blocked. It does know that I'm a robot. God damn it. Let me see if it'll just give me the summary here. No, fuck me. I'd have to sign in. It was working earlier that I was able to use this like remove paywall thing to get into it. Now it's not letting me do it. Kill the bill.
Why do you think Elon Musk is trying to kill this bill?
Well, I can't speak to, his reasons other than what he stated. And I think that what he stated was that he thought it was something that would add to the deficit. And we believe the opposite. We believe that if you take the CBO assumptions, which were dramatically off when it came to the 2017 tax bill, but if you take pretty much everybody else's economic modeling, and you realize there's going to be growth as a result of passing this bill, that growth generates additional government revenue. And over time, you end up not increasing the deficit, but reducing the deficit.
Elon Musk said today that the bill should be killed and that you should start all over. Are you saying that that's not going to happen?
No, I mean, we're a long ways down this track, and we realize that this is a bill that the House spent a lot of time analyzing. I think we've said we've had like 18 different meetings now with the Senate Finance Committee, and we're committed to making a law that will make the lives of the American people better. And so we are moving forward, and I'm hopeful that at the end we'll have 51 votes in the Senate, and whenever the bill goes back to the House, they'll have the requisite number to put it on the president's desk. So this is the wheels are in motion on this. As I said before, failure is not an option.
And it talks about it's going to add $2.4 trillion to the budget deficits over the next decade if it were passed. That was the other thing. President Trump is losing patience with Elon Musk after the billionaire attacked Republican sprawling bill, tax and spending bill, Musk is irked about Trump's decision to withdraw the nomination of a key ally to lead NASA. That was the other thing. Then what occurs after this? So Thomas Massey, he's one of these Republicans. It's like, I don't know if he's like in the Freedom Caucus, but he's definitely one of these like Rand Paul types, a libertarian esque. The closest that you're gonna get to like a genuine kind of libertarian in the United States. Congress, think like Ron and Rand Paul. And he's like closely aligned with the Freedom Caucus, but he's not part of it. And this dude is always like, he's like constantly voting no on bills. Even bipartisan ones. Like he always opposed like COVID stimulus and is always whining about the fucking debt and stuff like that. But he is good on like national surveillance, not being cool with like the Patriot Act and shit. He did vote. I thought he would vote no for it because he votes no on a lot. But he voted for there to be funding to look into Havana syndrome for CIA agents. I actually thought that a disease that doesn't exist. And at the time, there was already evidence, or I should say a lack of evidence that it existed. And yet, nonetheless, he voted yes for the CIA to have money to like fund research into it or whatever. So even he has his moments of weakness. But so this was yesterday, 6:54 p.m. So I just noticed somebody put, "You look so realistic" in chat. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? It's insincere for Speaker Johnson to insinuate Elon Musk is against the big, beautiful bill because it doesn't benefit his company specifically. Musk is a true America First entrepreneur who could have had a much more comfortable existence and a higher net worth by sitting on the sidelines of politics. Dude, this is like straight out of that fucking Jubilee that we just watched. But he cares about this country, so we got involved. He knows if America collapses financially, we aren't making it to Mars. He's right, dude. I didn't even read this before I like put it in my doc to pull up. So stupid. He says we're fucking gonna colonize Mars every 20 minutes and these dipshits believe it. He's right. When he helped cut government waste, he watched his dealerships get firebombed. He stood for free speech by sponsoring a social media platform, and in return, this myth making surrounding him. Like he's just this altruistic guy who has no personal interest in anything that he's doing. This is just all for the love of the game. I was trying to follow up on your joke about being a robot. Oh. Okay, good one. Sorry, I didn't see it fast enough. I was like, why did you say that? Where are we? This I'm getting lost in the slobbering over here. So he sponsors a social media platform, and in return, the Biden administration brought half a dozen bogus cases against him. He provided the rural broadband that politicians continually failed to provide with endless taxpayer boondoggles. He revolutionized automobiles after conventional car manufacturers got bailed out for their failures, and he gave our astronauts a way to the space station without hitching a ride on Russian rockets. For the sake of our country, I hope he will stay engaged in politics. If he doesn't, I don't blame him. But I'll be here in DC to keep politicians of both parties from stopping the amazing human progress that he and his engineers have enabled and will enable. So I guess this is what it looks like to like both sides of it. You have to call out the speaker of the party to defend somebody who's like outside of it and is like in less than 24 hours would go like scorched earth on him. Then what the hell is this? Oh yeah, also in response to Trump, bringing up old shit. He's like doing the same thing today. Where is this guy? So this says, we could use the balanced budget amendment. Politicians don't have the will to cut spending. I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I'm a Republican. I'm embarrassed. We need a balanced budget amendment because Congress has no fiscal discipline. The Republicans should not give Barack Obama the authority to raise the debt another $1.2 trillion. And then it's just like all more of this from like 2012, 2011, 2013. All the greatest hits. Then Elon was saying that Trump would have lost without him. So in response to Autism Capital, posting this clip of Trump.
Campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won. So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody
Wall
else,
slander.
I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they pick
no idea what he's talking about.
Pennsylvania, I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric. But
that on top of the NASA thing, that was the other thing that I think Thomas Massey was firing back on him with respect to Speaker Johnson, because he was saying that, I guess he told Musk, or he said that, let me see if I can't find a clip, that he's just mad about the electric vehicles thing. Hold on. Johnson, Elon. All the clips coming up are of him saying that he's going to call him, apparently. This was yesterday.
You talked to Elon on Monday, made this 180. What do you think changed?
Why is it so quiet?
He's coming out against this now. And have you spoken to the president?
This is literally the loudest it goes.
Well, I'll tell you, I called Elon last night and he didn't answer, but I hope to talk to him today. I mean, it's not, it's very friendly, and we've laughed about our differences on policy before.
You mentioned that you talked to Elon on Monday, made this 180. What do you think changed? Why do you think he's coming out against this now? And have you spoken to the president and Elon since the infamous?
Elon Musk just called your bill a disgusting abomination.
Yeah, let me say this. It's very disappointing. Okay, I've come to consider Elon a good friend. He's obviously a very intelligent person, and he's done a lot of great work. We've applauded all the work they've done with Doge and identifying fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. It's a very important service that's been performed, and we're so excited about it. We're now in the process of codifying that. As you all know, the administration has qualified and quantified the fraud, waste, and abuse that they found in Doge. They're sending it to us to codify, and that's what we'll be doing with the rescissions package and the appropriations process. And so that's something we're very excited about. But with all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill. We had a long conversation yesterday. He and I spoke for, I think, more than 20 minutes on the telephone, and I extolled all the virtues of the bill, and he seemed to understand that. We had a very friendly conversation about it, and I told him that we're achieving not only all of our priorities, all the promises we made on the campaign trail, all the America First agenda wrapped into this legislation. We're also achieving, the top line on this is two very important things. We're making permanent a massive tax cut, and we are making a massive reduction in spending. $1.6 trillion is the calculation. I've said this many times. I'll be saying it until we get this thing over the line. This is the most amount of money that any government has ever saved on planet Earth in a piece of legislation. Ever. It's a very important first start. Elon is missing it, okay? And it's not personal. I know that the EV mandate, very important to him, that is going away because the government should not be subsidizing these things as part of the Green New Deal. And I know that has an effect on his business, and I lament that. We talked about the ramp down period on that and how that should be duly considered by Congress. But for him to come out and pan the whole bill is to me just very disappointing, very surprising in light of the conversation I had with him yesterday.
Do you think that Tesla is what's driving this? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm going to let others draw their own conclusions about that, but this is not personal between any of us. I just deeply regret that he's made this mistake.
He can't abandon them because he's still one of them. He's only against the bill for his own self-serving reasons. He has no problem with the poor getting hurt and actually enjoys watching it. He doesn't want the EV mandate going away and AI being controlled by Trump, knowing Trump is against his business. It'll be interesting if Musk goes after evil Harry Potter. I mean, I feel like he's burning everybody on the way out. Do you know that Mike Johnson and his stepson both used a porn tracking app so they could see if one of them was accessing adult content? Oh yeah, I remember this when he became speaker. That was a big story. For extra clarity, his stepson was black and he eventually left Mike's household when he was old enough. I'll find a link, 2 seconds. Isn't that how it goes though? That when you turn a certain age, you leave? Mutual accountability. Whom amongst us hasn't made a pact with their father or stepfather to not watch porn? Just guys being dudes, exactly. So, but in response to that, this is where he was like, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would have controlled the House and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. I happen to think that's not true. Where is him saying such ingratitude there? Yeah, like right after he followed it up with such ingratitude. And then Trump fires back. Elon was wearing, and this was today at 2:37 p.m. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. So, exposed. Did you see Steve Bannon's comments? Yeah, I just saw that. Hold on. Where is it? I saw the Surfs posted it. Stephen K. Bannon. Always forget that's his full name. Yes, it just looks weird. Stephen K. Bannon. Steve Bannon, who has been one of the most vocal critics of Musk for months, said he is advising the president to cancel all of Musk's contracts and launch several investigations into the world's richest man. They should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status because I am of the strong belief he is an illegal alien and that he should be deported from the country immediately, he said in a phone interview with me. Bannon said that the Trump administration should also investigate Musk's drug use as reported by The Times and his effort to get a classified briefing on China from the Pentagon, which was also reported by The Times. Bannon said Musk's security clearance should be suspended during these investigations. I mean, broken clock. He's a natural. My understanding is that he's a naturalized citizen, but the way that he became a naturalized citizen was using illegal shortcuts. But he is, I think, officially a citizen. But I think I saw was it Kyle Kalinske? Hold on, he was like literally like tagging Trump to like get him deported or something. Hold on, where the fuck was I? Just saw it. Elon's gonna become an abundance guy. This. I know of a South African extremist immigrant criminal that needs to be deported, sir, at real Donald Trump. So Elon responds to the, you can't just let it stand when, you know, your boy calls you crazy and says that you knew. So shots fired, vine boom sound. Such an obvious lie. So sad. So that was what he went with. He was a little bit more measured. And then this was the next thing that he lobbed at him. Time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. So this is the one, and this is where I like came in earlier today because Lycan sent it to me. Grok, is this true? Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. There's photos of both of these people with him. Trump fires back. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. So, are we at doubling down, tripling down? Then Elon replies to him, in light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will be decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. This is a lovely image by Grok of Elon Musk riding a dragon while begging for money. I have no idea what the fuck this is. I really don't care about SpaceX being subsidized or whatever. So it'd all be hilarious, but for the incredible amounts of harm that they've done and continue to do to people, yeah, it's just you have to laugh, otherwise you'll cry. what I really hope is, like, these two people, there are no good guys in this. It's just bad guys versus bad guys in this. But what I do hope is that it causes like a rift in MAGA and tanks the bill and makes it difficult for them to get any version of the big beautiful bill off the ground. So he replies, I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion and the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness, MAGA. This was today at 4:06 p.m. Elon didn't give a shit. More Epstein posting. Puts the like emoji.
Giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings in your show.
Trump is surrounded by women as music blares in the background. After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests. Among them, the financier Jeffrey Epstein. More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges. Later in the footage, Trump is seen talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of them. Trump alternates between...
I thought the bill passed already. So it passed in Congress, but it has to get through the Senate, and then it would be sent to Trump's desk to sign.
Dancing and pointing out women to Epstein and the other man, and telling Epstein about the cameras. Though exactly what they say is difficult to understand as they discuss the women and their appearances, Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, look at her back there. She's hot. And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president said,
and then, so Trump's already had some events and he was already asked about Elon and he was ignoring it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, any response to Elon Musk claims about the Epstein files?
Thank you very much, media. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
This guy is useful for like posting clips and stuff like that, but his he retweeted one of those one of the pod johns like saying like taco. And I was like, see, I don't know that I could ever follow this guy. It's just like just not my thing. What other shit has happened? Elon's stance is principled. Trump's stance is practical. Tech needs Republicans for the present. Republicans need tech for the future. Drop the tax cuts, cut support, get the bill through. Let's see. The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. Can I finally say that Trump's tariffs are super stupid?
Elon was like, why? There was a story.
I think this is the guy that invented Dilbert. Scott something. Adams, I can't remember his name.
Affected me, which was when he was talking to Bill Gates. And Bill Gates had just taken out some huge short on Tesla. It was like $1 billion short or something. And, and Elon was like, why would you do that? Why would you short Tesla? And Bill goes, well, I talked to my financial advisors and I looked at the math and there's no way it's overvalued. And so I'm going to make money on the short. And Elon goes, what do you care about making money? I thought you were into electric cars and climate change and saving the world. What are you doing, like trying to save a few bucks and betting against? And he just walked away in disgust. And I think he never talked to Bill Gates after that. And that's when I realized, like, Elon's a purist. He means what he says. Like, the money is a tool for him to get what he's trying to do. And so I take him at face value, which is the crazy thing. Because there are a lot of people who set these audacious goals to inspire people, but you kind of know they don't really mean it. Elon, I take at face value. So I really do think he intends to get to Mars. I don't think he's
yeah.
joking about that. And I think he means to get there within a defined window of time. And I don't think it's just like an inspirational faraway goal. I think he's very, very concretely going to do whatever it takes, because Elon doesn't want to go down in history as the electric.
It is like absolutely shameless to repost and promote this sort of like self-sucking that goes on.
Car guy, or even the guy who saved America guy.
Yeah.
He wants to go down as a guy who got humanity to the stars.
Yeah.
And I don't think, again, I'll give him more credit than that. I don't even think he wants to go down as the I got humanity to the stars guy. He's just like, I want to get to the stars. And so I have to make it happen in this lifetime. The only way that I get to experience the science fiction world in my head is if I get to the stars. And so that's so inspirational. I think that drives everything. So I think the government was just a thing that got in his way.
Scott Adams is also terminal, I believe. I think I remember the last thing that I heard about him is that like he found some stat that said they polled Black Americans and asked them, how do you feel about the phrase "it's okay to be white"? And it was like overwhelmingly negative, or at the very least mostly negative. And he said that a majority of Black Americans hate white Americans. And that because of that, I can't even remember what the conclusion was, but Scott Adams, like, what do I even search to get this back? Hold on, like, thoughts, I'll put misrepresented poll. Okay, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Back in business. Okay. So let's restart a different one. A poll asked if it's okay to be white. Here's why that phrase is loaded. Scholars raised questions about the Rasmussen poll that Scott Adams cited in the racist rant that led to Dilbert's cancellation. Oh yeah, you made a video about this. Can I watch this video? Self-sucking. My audio is gone. If it like drops for a second, it's just 'cause my setup's weird. Elon went from promoting his auto self-driving car to promote his auto self-sucking legalized comedy. The polling group presented survey takers with an oddly phrased question. Do they disagree or agree with the statement, "It's okay to be white"? When a slim majority of Black respondents said yes, comic strip creator Scott Adams cited the results to argue that Black Americans are a hate group, urging white people to get the hell away from them. I can't even read this. I don't want to get clipped. His racist rant prompted hundreds of newspapers to drop his Dilbert comic in disapproval, rendering the decades-old cartoon homeless. The survey question was asked by conservative-leaning Rasmussen Reports, whose head pollster described it as a simple and uncontroversial query. But in fact, the phrase in question has a frighted history that implies more than its face value meaning. It was popularized in 2017 as a trolling campaign meant to provoke liberals into condemning the statement, and thus the theory went, proving their own unreasonableness. White supremacists picked up on the trend, adding neo-Nazi language, websites or images to flyers with the phrase. Survey takers familiar with that background may have wanted to avoid expressing approval of wording co-opted in that way, experts said. They cited respondents reached through automatic landline calls, and a panel of volunteer participants reported that 53% of the 117 Black participants agreed with the statement, but 26% of Black participants disagreed, and 21% said they weren't sure. Also, actually, I'm not inclined to believe the expert opinion that, like, oh, they might know about the Pepe the Frogs memes, that's why they're not. Because if it was through a landline call, it's overwhelmingly going to be like old people that still have landlines. The only thing that mitigates that is the fact that if you're black, you're more likely to live in a multi-generational household. So maybe you could live with your like boomer parents that still have a landline. But oh God, is this it? Adam's video? Okay. Get ready. Okay.
Blacks are not okay. So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, that's a hate group, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. The best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. So I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore.
Now that, my friends, is Scott Adams, the creator of the comic strip Dilbert. After this rant, on Sunday, his distributor and many others have decided to stop working with the cartoonist. Follow for more on.
So if nearly half...
There were actually like debates over this. Where the fuck is... Hold on. I'll just show a little bit, because since we're on it, they were so funny. I think they were on Chud Logics. Hold on. Remember Doobie? We love Doobie. But... they actually debated this with like Tree of Logic and like other people. Is this the same thing? Yeah, okay, so this panel engulfs after panel inflames after denying anti-white hate being real.
This is the kind of guy who's got like Nazi memorabilia probably in his closet that shows people when they come over. You think it's reasonable to separate
Oh my God, Sick was on this? I do remember Sick being on it.
yourself from people based off the color of their skin? Are you
That's
insane?
not what he's doing.
It's
White
the same
people-
bullshit about drag shows in
No,
every
you're not
community,
doing-
every school,
You
every
gotta listen.
library. It's nonsense.
Wait, where's the problem with anti-white racism? I'm so confused. I think you're confused about a lot of things. Like, all right, so you're gonna lean on your experience, right? Knocking doors, touching grass, etc. I'm gonna lean on my experience as a Discord mod.
You gotta get rid of the
I'm sorry,
fake
was that painful to hear?
No, it was cringe.
Stupid.
Right, okay. People don't like long intros and shit like that, okay? So we're going to do it like this. We're going to get straight into it as best we can, but I do just want everyone just a chance to, like, in 2 or 3 sentences, lay out roughly what their position is, okay? We can shill all your stuff after we finish in, like, probably an hour and a half, 2 hours tops. So, Brianna, I'll start with you. What's your position on all this Scott Adams business?
Imagine having a serious argument with a cartoon frog. I mean, he's based on Israel-Palestine, so... But I think the way that he looked at it was like... He was like, okay, let's pretend that the stat was real, because we all knew that it wasn't real, that Scott Adams was misinterpreting it. They were like, let's grant that that the stat's real. Like, what would you do in response? And they wanted to debate about that. But it's like, but the stat's not real.
Sure, a conservative poll.
Some pretty.
But I think
Whether or not.
Okay, here's Doobie's argument.
Climate surrounding politics and racial issues.
Okay, and Doobie.
Yeah, I think his position is totally reasonable. I think that if he believed that the poll is accurate, and that almost 50% of Black people either are not sure or don't think that it's okay to be a white person, right? Or they disagree with the phrase "it's okay to be white," which implies they don't think it's okay to be a white person. Then I think a white person hearing that, I think would be totally justified and saying, hey, I just want to avoid Black people from now on. You know, I feel like this group doesn't like me, so I'm just going to avoid that group. And I think if any other group...
But he didn't only say that. We just saw the clip. He also said we shouldn't even help Black citizens anymore.
Or to say, hey, if half of white people fucking hate me, right, or don't like me, or don't think it's okay to be like me, I'm just going to avoid white people. I think anybody else would saying that would be seen as totally reasonable, and I think he's reasonable for saying this. I don't think anything he said in this video was racist. I think he generalized a bit based on these poll results, which are the result of like 1,000 people, and I think like only 130 of those people were Black anyway. So a very, very small group of people, right, that we're actually talking about here. So generalizing based off this poll is kind of silly, but given that I can accept that he doesn't understand how polls work, and I can accept that if he believed this was an actual real opinion that most Black people have, he'd want to avoid them. I think it's fine.
Okay, cool. IRI's going to be joining us shortly, but yeah.
Yeah, what does IRI say?
Can I
Trying to help Black people in his community, supporting Black.
saying since one
No, go away, Boo.
poking more with Cam. I mean, Cam.
Don't worry, we'll be back in a sec.
So I think it's like really easy. I mean,
Fuck this guy. Hold on.
That's half of a.
I have to hear his position because I remember he when he and Tree of Logic started beefing after this.
The fact that he's been doubling down.
It was hyperbolic.
Not only black people, but
This is
hear me, see me, wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know what's been said so far, but this poll was 1,000 people, and only black people were supposed to, or not only black people, but the stat that got everybody outraged was the black people.
There's a problem with people who can't help diluting the racism of people that are criticizing 400 plus years of programming. Well, Doobie, I already know. I'm pretty sure Doobie's black, and I think he would say that in response to what you just said.
26% of them in the poll answering, saying they're uncomfortable with the statement or they don't approve of the statement. It's okay to be white. So we're talking about like 130 people here. 13% of America's black people out of 1,000, and then 26% of that. So like 30 people set this guy off on a rampage about how get away from black people, but individual black people are okay. It makes no sense. This guy was looking for a reason to pop off. This is the kind of guy who's got like Nazi memorabilia probably in his closet that shows people when they come over. Scumbag like this. Fuck Scott Adams.
That's.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that everything you just said was ridiculous, right?
Yeah. Well,
Why is it
It's
ridiculous?
Kind of conspiratorial
Why,
thinking.
wait.
First
Why
off,
is it
you guys are doing-
ridiculous?
Some of you guys
What's
saying, oh, well,
ridiculous?
he was
No, no,
planning. He was planning.
What's
I'm gonna get
ridiculous?
there. I'm gonna get there. Shut the fuck up for a second. So the kind of conspiratorial thinking some of you guys are doing. Say, oh, he was planning to do this the entire time, and maybe he was just like kind of like biting at the bear to see how far he could get before he blew up, right? Before the billboard blew up. So that's stupid, right? I don't think there's any.
He was looking for an excuse.
Secondly,
No, listen.
I mean, I think what he's saying more charitably is that these are the types of people that were already frothing at the mouth racists, and they cling to whatever convenient narrative or information that comes their way that enables them to openly express it behind the cover of like, I'm just interpreting a poll. This is just my reaction to stats. And so this led to this. I just want to see the beginning thing, and then we really will get back on track. We have a lot to do.
And I told the Destiny community about this dumb bitch before.
Why have you put IRI? This is IRI.
I don't really see any value in talking to her. She's really, really a sick person. Like, who talks like this? Whites, blacks. It's so weird.
No. This is pure cope. This is total bull. What about gay?
Listen, I'm not interested in you, Triologic. I'm not interested. You're not my type. I like intelligent women. You're not my type, okay? What's up, Chud? Yeah, I'm trashing your Nubian queen, Triologic. She sucks, dude.
We love IRI.
The other day, I hosted a ad hoc panel about the Scott Adams comments. Okay. Now, just to paraphrase, I'll give you my quick take on it. Personally, I think that Scott Adams is an idiot that has misread and misrepresented the results of a poll to come to absolutely insane prescriptions about what we should do in regards to racial tensions. Okay, that's my basic take on it. However, I do think that at the core of his commentary, there are some things worth taking away. Like, for example, he was talking about how media stokes racial tension. I think that's true, and I think that's a reasonable point, right? Does that mean that white people should get away from black people? Well, no, I don't think so, right? This is also in the background, and, one thing I'm noticing on Twitter is that it seems like there's tons and tons of footage of, like, black on white violence, I've seen loads of it. I've seen loads of it all over the place. Now, there's two reasons that could be. One is that there has actually been an increase in these kind of incidences, okay? Now, I don't have the data to hand. I was sent a graph which demonstrated, a slight uptick.
Could be, sure. More likely this is just rage bait.
White and black people, right? And it was only up until like a few years ago, so I don't know how good that information is now, right? But I would say there could well be, I'd be willing to accept that there's probably some sort of increase in racial tension, which particularly around like some of the discourse and stuff that's happened over the last years, that could potentially lead to interracial violence, okay? But I don't know if there's, I need to see. I'm skeptical that there's a significant enough increase to justify all of the extra material on Twitter. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Your feed is algorithmic, so if you're getting that, no.
I don't think it's just because all of a sudden...
It doesn't mean anything.
Beating up white people. All of a sudden, I'm seeing, all of these videos on Twitter. Don't exactly know what that is. But I wonder if that is maybe influencing Scott Adams' perception. Because based on his analysis of this poll, he clearly isn't very good at separating, what is a fact from what is information or media that's influencing me in a certain way. My camera's out of sync, and I don't know why. So yeah, that's my basic take on it anyway. Scott Adams is a bit of an idiot, okay? He said some really dumb shit. I can understand why people think he's a giga racist, okay? I think that, you could probably have a bit of charity towards him, and there's probably some stuff in there where he's been a bit more reasonable, but he's coming to these, insane, hysterical
conclusions. It's like, if he's not being fucking racist, he's, nodding along to this guy saying that Elon Musk is, a savior.
It's about things off of business.
It's equally insane, just in different things.
I panel on this, and I just expected it to be a little panel. We got a few people on. It was, pretty decent. Anyway, we spoke about it. And IRI was popping off. He was saying all sorts of stuff, right? And now, Tree of Logic got wind of some of the stuff that he was saying on the panel. And she had this to say about it. The self-hating white boy in the bottom center is lefty Twitch streamer I'm Really Important, who believes that racism against whites is not a thing and that blacks attacking whites unprovoked is also not a thing. Dear white people, until you deal with POSs like this from your own race, you'll never see progress in race relations. These are the idiots who pretend it's not happening. And then this is the clip.
Dismiss anti-white racism when it's coming from black and brown people. They pretend it's not a real thing, or they pretend these white people are just fragile, or these white people are just they can handle a little bit of pushback, a little bit of racism. It's fine, right? It's dismissed. It's not a big fucking deal because it's coming from the victims. Quote unquote.
What is the racism? Some harsh words once in a while? I don't understand. While others live under systemic racism.
In this context, it was literally not any black person speaking to a white person. It was literally a black person responding to a fucking poll.
Oh, really? Beat up in the street? Is there some sort of really? Is there? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
No,
you're telling me that there is some. You're telling me there's some scourge of white people being punched in the face randomly in the street? Are you kidding me? Where? Where is any of this happening?
Welcome.
I don't know if that's absolutely true. Hold on. To be super clear,
you're falling victim to the same bullshit that Scott Adams is. Just watching videos online.
Listen.
It's the same bullshit about drag shows in every community, every school, every library. It's nonsense.
White people are absolutely the victims of hate crimes. You agree with this, right?
Oh wow. Okay. Who cares?
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares that white people are the victims of hate crimes? It's fine because it's happening.
When was the last time a white person was the victim of a hate crime? In the United States.
Dude, what's the point you're trying to make? Just because white people are the victims of hate crimes, suddenly everything just throw it off. Yeah, racism is bad.
Obviously,
even the poll said like 70%.
A white American.
So anyway, that was IRI's that was IRI's take, which I thought was pretty funny. But obviously, I can understand watching that. You're going to be afraid because obviously the way it's put there, it sounds like IRI is like saying that white hate crimes happening. Who cares? I mean, that's literally what was said. Anyway, Tina Peel, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. So here's the thing, okay? I would argue that if you were to watch the full panel, it's probably going to give you a bit more context to maybe see IRI's position on it a bit more charitably, right? That being said, I think that IRI's kind of arguments and stuff in the panel weren't that.
BTW, they found Musk's stash today, 20 pills a day and various drugs. I don't even look into the drug shit because I feel like it doesn't matter. But who reported that? There are white people who are victims of hate crimes, but they are gay usually. Oh, so nobody, were they I want to know, were there people actually targeted because of an anti-white bias, or were they people who were targeted because they were gay and they also happen to be white?
Great, and I think it's easily put that he's going to come across kind of badly in the way that he's talking about it, right? Like I say, knowing IRI, I personally would attribute that more so to wanting to be spicy for the panel, rather than being truly reflective of his exact position on things, right? But I appreciate if you don't want to engage in that sort of level of charity, I totally understand that. If you want to think he's an anti-white racist guy or whatever, then more power to you, okay? But that's just my view on what was said, right? Obviously, Tree of Logic is getting the boot in. Tree of Logic is getting the boot in. And honestly, I should have brought Tree of Logic on thinking about this.
Okay, I found it. I found some data. We got some facts here. So this is 2020 FBI hate crime stats. So in August 2021, the FBI released Hate Crime Statistic 2020, an annual compilation of bias-motivated incidents in the U.S. Though the number of reporting agencies decreased by 452 since 2019, the overall number of reported incidents increased by 949, contributing to a total of 8,263 hate crime incidents against 11,126 victims in 2020. While annual law enforcement agency participation may fluctuate, the statistics indicate that hate crimes remain a concern for communities across the country. According to this year's data, 62% of victims were targeted because of the offender's bias towards race/ethnicity/ancestry, which continues to be the largest bias motivation category. Participating agencies reported 5,227 race, ethnicity, ancestry-based incidents in 2020, a 32% increase from 2019. Anti-Black or African-American hate crimes continue to be the largest bias incident victim category, with 2,871 incidents in 2020, a 49% increase since 2019. Additionally, there were 279 anti-Asian incidents reported in 2020, a 77% increase since 2019. The other largest categories of hate crimes included anti-Hispanic or Latino incidents with 517, and anti-white incidents with 869 in total. So we had 869 incidents 5 years ago, folks, of anti-white incidents. What does that mean? I don't doubt it, but what does it mean? I don't think there are any notable hate crimes. I guess they're in this somewhere, but none of them are maybe notable because I don't remember a single one. We're getting hate crime to fuck done. Apparently. But yeah, I mean, the anti-Black ones dwarf that. It obviously exists, just not nearly to the same degree. Yeah, of course. Of course. What is this? The relationship between Trump and Epstein is well established. Trump flew on Epstein's plane at least 7 times. Okay, there are photos of Elon Musk with Epstein. Did he not ever like fly on the plane? Was he not on the flight log? Did Elon Musk ever fly with Epstein? Well, now that I search this, it's like just talking about what Musk alleged, even though I need to see what the fuck else happened. This was from 2023. A little less than a year ago, Musk, the CEO of Tesla, Twitter, SpaceX, shot off a tweet containing a dinosaur, a unicorn, a winged dragon, and a sly reference to the Epstein-Maxwell client list. Above it was the heading, "Things I'll never see in my life." Musk also appended a note, "The only thing more remarkable than DOJ not leaking the list is that no one in the media cares. Doesn't that seem odd?" He wrote. Of course, Musk was referencing to rampant speculation that the U.S. Department of Justice or other government officials may have a list of the sex trafficking clients of Jeffrey Epstein, the late financier/predator, and his former partner, the British socialite and convicted sex offender, Ghislaine Maxwell. Such a list has never been made public, but years of press coverage have revealed that Epstein rubbed elbows with the staggering list of celebrities, world leaders, and CEOs. In the past, a photograph also circulated on social media showing Musk posing in a tux with Maxwell at a Vanity Fair Oscars after party in 2014. When Maxwell was arrested in 2020 on charges of sex trafficking underage girls, the photo resurfaced. Musk was none too pleased. He tweeted, this better be a link to the tweet. Yeah, he's like, oh, she just like photobombed or whatever. She literally said she photobombed me. Don't know Ghislaine at all, adding, she photobombed me once at a Vanity Fair party several years ago. More recently, the U.S. Virgin Islands, which filed a lawsuit against J.P. Morgan Chase alleging human trafficking was the principal business of the accounts Epstein maintained at the bank, has subpoenaed prominent executives for their communications or documents related to J.P. Morgan and Epstein. So far, those executives have included Google co-founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin, Hyatt Hotels chair Thomas Pritzker, entertainment executive Michael Ovitz, and U.S. News and World owner Mortimer Zuckerman. This week, it emerged Musk is also being sought by the U.S. Virgin Islands for Epstein-related records. The subpoena, issued on April 28th, only came to light Monday in a court filing in Manhattan because the U.S. territory was unable to locate him and was requesting to serve him by alternative means. Musk seemed gravely affronted by the idea he would have ever allowed Epstein to advise him. "This is idiotic in so many levels," he wrote on Twitter this week. "That cretin never advised me on anything whatsoever. The notion I would need or listen to financial advice from a dumb crook is absurd, and this is because the court filing indicated Musk may have been referred to J.P. Morgan by Epstein." Weird. I'm waiting for Trump to just like tweet this image out, but I don't know how much he wants to touch that. Musk is too young to really be associated with Epstein. Probably. How old is he? Isn't it like 50? Hold on. How old is he? 53. He's 53. Ian Miles Strong. President Trump versus Elon. Who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached and JD Vance should replace him. Yes. Okay. So he did call for Trump to be impeached. All these fucking... Now the right is interested in community noting Trump. This is that guy who hosts Trigonometry. "What Elon Musk is doing is genuinely heroic. He will win no friends in politics and will be ostracized by the current administration, but he is totally right. We, the entire Western world, simply cannot go on pretending our way of life is sustainable. Historically, countries build up surpluses in peacetime and then go into debt to fight wars. We are going into more and more debt during peacetime. Clever economists will tell you this is sustainable. It is not, and someone has to do something about it." I think what we are seeing is an Aspie billionaire freely expressing his underlying moral compass to fix something that he sees as broken. The neurotypical social norms aren't followed, and there is zero concern given about maintaining social connections, even with someone as important as a president. Autistics are guided by what they believe is fundamentally right to them, and each issue is independently assessed. This implies they are the least likely to be followers or guided by groupthink because they do not follow and may not even see the neurotypical norms followed by the majority. So his autism is what explains it? Is this person defending him or criticizing him? My read also, oh, and based on that, I might be autistic. Late diagnosed high IQ autistic here, aka lifelong nerd. Okay. Okay. Of course he fucking retweets this guy. This is what he said about Jared. I'm delighted to nominate Jared Isaacman, an accomplished business leader, philanthropist, blah, blah, blah. Autism makes you donate to Straight Aid. So he's hella bent on getting this this bill crushed, man. But I mean, someone keep me updated if there's anything else. We're gonna check the dipstick for like 2 seconds, and then I want to see the Zohran debate. What the hell do these people have to say about it? Again, 9/11 for stupid people.
What do you call it? Say ID because
Incredible.
And so, yeah, it's that simple. And you want to say you can take the subsidies to multiple public on public multiple times? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, let's see here. I'm going to find the rest of it too. Elon, what's this here? Just posted a video from 2021 talking about the subsidies. Okay, well, let's see the video. Give me a second. It's this one, right? No. I guess it must be something else. Let me just go back. I'm going to look at it again. Trump just tweeted he's going to cut his contract. No, he's not going to do that. Yeah, that's not even going to happen. And let's see here. That's what he said about Jared. I don't even know what this is. This is something else randomly. Okay, let's see here. Elon Musk obviously retweeting this in order to get more people to vote for him. I think more people are going to vote for Elon. Let's see. Yep, big surprise because he's the one that retweeted it. And let's see here. I agree with this guy at some point. Congress has to stop the endless cycle out of control deficit spending. Balanced budget or bust. Yeah, exactly. Where's this guy here? And let me see if there's anything else really going on here. And same way Trump knows how to put a spin on rescuing astronauts. SpaceX didn't have a capsule built and tested sooner. Well, I'm not sure. So now they hate each other? Bro, why are the only people that lose is us? Why are we the only people that lose? I don't think this is really a big lose situation. It's probably, like, I'm assuming that this is going to result in nothing. Like, there's not going to be anything that's resolved because of this. There's not any drama that's going to really happen. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. It's probably going to blow over in, like, 3 days. Nobody's going to give a shit. So, yeah.
Why? There's no evidence of that.
Great from Nux. Oh shit! Thank you, Nux. I appreciate it, man. And sometimes I'll watch his videos whenever I'm eating Chipotle at night. And some crazy shit, huh? The 540% whatever fuck thing. Yeah. Check the Elon poll. I already saw it. Tesla stocks will rebound. That's what this is all about. And let's see here.
Any day now, you guys are gonna reunite. They're gonna be fine.
I'll read the rest of these and see what else is happening. But either way, I think that the budget is a huge issue, right? And I think ultimately this is the truth. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nobody wants this as a bill. Exactly. I mean, there you go. And
a picture of a fat AI person.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I feel like that's the easiest way to explain it right there. I mean, there you go. But anyway, yeah, I feel like in general.
Has been also a follower of Nothing Ever Happens.
And let's see where the rest of this is. This is a massive loss. We expect to keep the same tax rules we've had for years and so many terrible poison pills for companies. The lack of doing anything is going to cripple us. Well, yeah, probably, right? But anyway, let's see here. It's a 5D chess move to gain favor. I don't think so. Do you think Trump and Elon will be back together? I don't know. I would assume so. But we'll have to find out. Either way, it's very hard for me to say. I don't think that they should terminate Elon's subsidies. I feel like, again, there's no real reason to do that. I mean, why? Because, like, you got in an argument with this person. Like, the government does not exist as a vehicle for people to, exercise grudges. Like, I don't think this is a good idea. Like, you have to look at, like, what's best.
Did he seriously just claim that the government does not exist as a vehicle to exercise grudges? Got it.
For the public. Like, just because you have a problem with Elon and there's some argument with him, it does not mean that you should...
dude, this billionaire who's been given just no oversight on this fucking thing that he made up called Doge. Yeah, like, that's not... Like, now... Like, the results of that guy having a falling out with the dude that imbued him with all of this power. We're going to talk about how government actually functions in the real world.
Cut or make a decision based off of that right now. But it does. Hey, guys, I know they're going to do that. I know they're going to do it. I'm just saying I'm not a fan of it. Can I say that?
Okay, wait. 2 seconds ago, you said that wasn't going to happen, and you're not a fan. What?
And so that's really it.
You didn't just say you weren't a fan. You said it wasn't going to happen. And now you're saying, well, I'm saying it's going to happen, but I'm not a fan of it.
Doesn't it show that Elon doesn't blindly follow Trump and vice versa? Well, yeah, everybody knew this was going to happen, that Elon and Trump were eventually going to have some sort of disagreement, and it was going to be a massive public issue. Like, literally everybody knew this was going to happen. Like, I mean, am I crazy for saying this? I feel like it's so fucking obvious. But we'll find out and see what happens. Let's see if
There has to be a clip of him saying that they were going to be BFFs forever.
there's any more of this information about it. But yeah, it's... If you know about the bill, oh, this is more of it. Let me see if there's any more.
Thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill, what's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and so I was very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say people's taxes will go way down, but it's the biggest tax cut in history. It's we are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable. And when you look at what we're doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And, you know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and, you know, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles. And,
well, and Elon says that's not true, right? It's not about the mandate. Like, he says, let me see if I can find it real quick. Where did he say this here? Fuck, where'd it go? And I'm not sure exactly where it went.
We're so fucking cooked.
Such an obvious lie is so sad. Elon's wearing thin, asked him to leave. The EV mandate. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, he said that's not what happened, or that's not why he cared.
A hard time, the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And, you know, Elon knew this from the beginning.
If you thought that he normally both sides things, given the audience makeup that he has, today is actually the day where he's probably going into overdrive trying to figure out how to say that this was always inevitable, but also we can't, you know, here's what Elon Musk said, so he denied it. But I'm just saying that that's what he said. I'm not affirming that. And also, Trump isn't lying.
He knew it for a long time ago. That's been in there. That's been, I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning.
Yeah, so maybe that's not the reason why he's mad. Like, I mean, wouldn't that logically make sense that, like, if this thing that was there the whole time, and, like, I'm pretty sure Trump even, like, I don't know, maybe this is like a Mandela effect, but I remember Trump saying something about getting rid of a Biden or something like that EV mandate, and Elon was in the room at the same time. Am I crazy? Like, I don't know if somebody can find it.
This is the Truth Social thing. See, this is what happens when you have to take both of these people at their words and they're finally contradicting each other, and now you actually don't know how to fence it because they're both saying that, like, you can't speak out, you can't criticize either of these people. Whatever, man. I can't. Okay, let's do this fucking debate. But before we do this debate, to those that are watching and they are not yet subscribed to me on Twitch or YouTube, you should go ahead and do that. If you do it on Twitch, you don't have to watch any ads while I'm streaming. And either way, if you're not interested in doing that, you should follow me so you can know every time that I go live. I stream practically every day. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream. And if you want to support me on either one, you can check the pinned donation link in chat, my Twitch chat specifically. Follow it and you can donate or tip me there. And if you're watching on YouTube, my description box contains both my Streamlabs link and my Ko-fi link. Let's do this. So last night, the first Democratic primary debate for the New York City mayoral race took place. Frontrunners obviously are Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, who I believe is not running as a Democrat. He's running like under a different party. And he is probably hoping that he can win just on name recognition alone, even if he's not affiliated with the proper party. And obviously, Zohran Mamdani. I'm so bad at saying his name, you guys. I'm sorry. Zohran. Let's see how this goes. Come on.
Out. Crime concerns, from the subways to the streets. Fears of deportation in a city built by immigrants.
Mamdani, there you go.
The greatest city in the world.
I'm on a first name basis with him. That's why I never had to learn his last name.
With challenges from Washington Heights to Washington, D.C. Who will lead the way? Is the city's next mayor? live from Rockefeller Center, the first Democratic...
Also, who AOC finally endorsed. People were doubters. Given some of AOC's conduct recently, not gonna lie, I kind of was a doubter, but then there were some people saying, like, no, wasn't... She wants it to be most effective. She's gonna do it when it's far closer to the race. So, yeah. AOC endorses Zohran Mamdani as top choice for mayor. The New York City Congresswoman said she would list Adrian Adams second on her Democratic primary ballot and urged the left to unite to defeat Andrew Cuomo. This was this morning.
Primary debate for New York City mayor with City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, former State Assemblyman Michael Blake, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, City Comptroller Brad Lander, State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, State Senator Zelnor Myrie.
And that's the other thing, that Lander dude, he was like, oh, thanks AOC for the endorsement. But she, again, like, it's a ranked choice vote system, as far as I understand. And so, hold on. Is Xander, is that how you spell it? If I put Xander AOC. How do I find this? Fuck. But since she said he was like the third, he was saying like, oh, thanks for the endorsement, even though it was highly misleading because he was the third choice.
State Senator.
What did I put? I put Xander. Oh, wait, I put Xander. It's Lander. Sorry. This. He put, proud to have AOC support in our fight for a safer, more affordable, and better run city for all New Yorkers. It's kind of scummy.
Jessica Ramos, former comptroller Scott Stringer, and former hedge fund manager Whitney Tilson. Sponsored by News
Hedge fund manager. I know who has my vote.
The New York City Campaign Finance Board, and NYC Votes. Here now, News 4 New York anchor David Ushery.
And that's the game. I think it's entirely misleading to say that you were endorsed by AOC when you're the third choice to try to give the impression that you're the first one.
Good evening, everyone, from 30 Rock, and welcome to the first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor. I'm joined by my colleague, News 4 Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo, Sally Goldenberg, senior New York editor.
Can I spoil? Yeah.
Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate live on all NBC, New York, and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms, Politico.com, Telexitos, and YouTube. This first hour also live on Channel 4. The leading Democratic contenders are here tonight. Their positions on stage were chosen by random drawing. Few rules for the candidates. For traditional question and answer, you'll have 1 minute to respond, and we'll offer 30-second rebuttals at the moderator's discretion. We'll also be asking some questions where we're looking for shorter answers. A lot of ground we want to cover, candidates, and we also reserve the right.
Cuomo moderated on the Israel-Palestine issue surprisingly a fair bit. See, but they'll say anything to get elected, so that doesn't surprise me. The other thing is that Zohran is like clearly, like Zohran's in a position where you are not going to get elected in the New York City, as the mayor if you're anything but supportive of the type of rhetoric he's been propagating surrounding this. I don't like this, but I also keep in mind that as the mayor of New York City, you have nothing to do with foreign policy. So
to cut off your microphone if you ignore the rules, but of course we don't want to do that. The goal is here for you.
So it's interesting to watch him have to like move to the right on this issue, and then Cuomo have to move to the left.
To hear each other,
satisfying no one.
Hear everything you have to say. Good luck to you all. We'll begin with Melissa Russo.
Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. It's good to have you. We're going to begin tonight with the issue that polls show is #1 for New Yorkers, and that is affordability. The cost of everything is squeezing residents in our city. New housing can take years to build, and we'll get to your plans on that a little bit later in the debate. But right now, we're interested in how you would help residents immediately. So what's your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? We'll begin with you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me this evening. You know, I'm actually the only candidate on this stage who is actually doing the work already. We have a housing plan already. I have built and delivered 120,000 new units of housing. And now with the new proposal that we have in front of us, we have over 80,000 new units of housing that will be coming up and will be affordable to the people of the city of New York. New York is not affordable. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I want my children to stay here, just like real New Yorkers want their children to stay.
How much effect did the mayor have on the police crackdown on the pro-Palestine protests? I mean, for better or worse, probably not much.
Stay here.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I should remind you.
And he might be more outspoken if he gets elected, but I doubt that.
This is a 30-second answer. We'll go to you next, Mr. Lander.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Lander. I'm the New York City Controller. I'm a lifelong affordable housing activist, and I'm a proud Brooklyn dad. Tonight, I'll show you that I'm the only one in this race with the progressive values to make the city more affordable, with the public integrity to sweep away the corruption of Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, and with the...
I think at one point AOC had praised him, but it literally hadn't been since 2025, and she was praising a specific piece of legislation or something that he was advancing or supporting.
Management experience, having already delivered over 50,000 affordable homes to actually deliver on my promises. I'll get 500,000 homes built over the next 10 years.
Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Ramos. I want to remind everyone the question is, what is your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? 30 seconds, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening. Buenas noches to everyone watching at home. Thank you so much for holding this forum. Affordability has been top of mind for New Yorkers since before the pandemic, but the pandemic only exacerbated the conditions for New Yorkers. This is why I set out as chair of the Labor Committee in the New York State Senate to raise the minimum wage, to tie it to inflation, and I'm proud to be the last person to have done that. I'm the only person on this stage tonight who has already had a desk at the mayor's office, and this is why I know that the first thing I want to do on day one is
Hello, Latino, yes. Thank you for subscribing, Chad Banky.
So that we can keep our streets safe.
Okay, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie, your big idea, I haven't heard many big ideas yet, so if you can answer the question, please, in 30 seconds. Your big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it?
Thank you, Melissa. I don't have one big idea. I have three. I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. I want universal after school for every kid in this city from age 3 to grade 12. And I want to extend...
Dude's hairline is very distracting.
Pre-K and 3K past 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. My parents came here 50 years ago, worked in factories to put food on the table, where union members sent me to public schools, and that's how I became a state senator and why I'm standing on this stage tonight. That same opportunity needs to be restored for so many New Yorkers, and that is why new leadership is needed, not the leaders of the past that caused the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank WNBC and Telemundo for hosting today, and buenas noches. I'm running for mayor because I think the city is in real trouble. I think we have a management crisis between the Adams and Lander administration. I think we have a fiscal crisis where the city is actually spending more.
His campaign strategy thus far, as much as I can tell, has literally been to fly under the radar. He doesn't want to draw too much attention to his campaign. He has to do stuff like this because it will generate more headlines if he skips it. So there's a huge chance, because I haven't seen any of this, that Zohran will confront him on his horrible record as governor of New York and when he had to resign in fucking disgrace. And I know that he's hoping that people that show up to vote just vote him in because of name recognition and a rejection of Adams. That's all he's trying to coast on. And you know what? It might work. I'm not kidding.
Year than it is taking in. And I think we have a societal crisis where we have division and hate. On affordability, raise the minimum wage, put more money in people's pocket. More child care, after school care, and then, of course, build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I know how to do it.
Thank you. I'm turning it over to Rosarina.
Thank you, Melissa. Bienvenidos a todos. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We're going to ask the same question again, but please listen carefully. You have 30 seconds to answer. What is your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? Again, 30 seconds, Mr. Chilson.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Now it may take a couple of years, but I think we need to address the housing crisis. Most of the people on this stage have called to freeze the rent, but I want to go one better. I think we need to drop rents by 20% by unleashing the private sector to build a lot more housing. This isn't pie in the sky. New York did this 100 years ago. Austin has done it just in the past 3 years. So the key is, though, is to ease the zoning restrictions and all the other regulations that are tying
Thank you, Mr.
private
Tilson.
sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamdani.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. We are live here in the most expensive city in the United States of America. 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And I am running to be your next mayor to make this city affordable. I will do so by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free,
He said the
by
thing.
delivering universal childcare. And I will pay for this by taxing the 1%. The billionaires and the profitable corporations that Mr. Cuomo cares more about than working-class New Yorkers, I will ask them to pay their fair share so we can have a city that everyone can afford.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Blake.
Can I jump in for one moment? Mr. Mamdani, how will you convince Albany to pass that tax increase? Because from what I
fucking knew it. I was like, I swear to God, they're cutting him off earlier than anybody else was.
From Governor Hochul, it's not.
How are you going to pay for it, dude?
Something that she's thinking about doing. How can you guarantee that will happen?
So I have experience in this, actually, because in my first year in the state legislature, I came to Albany, where we had a governor then who didn't want to raise taxes on billionaires and corporations. That was then Governor Cuomo. And we actually overcame his objections, raised $4 billion in new annual revenue, and finally funded the very public schools that he had starved for so many years.
Thank you very much. We have to go with Mr. Blake now.
As a South Bronx native family of Jamaican immigrants, the way we actually address affordability is by ending credit scores and increasing income limits for housing applications and having universal childcare that is happening not just after school, but throughout the weekends. We pay for this by having a vacant
I've met this guy. He's very, very nice.
apartment tax for those that are not living in New York City, by withholding taxes to D.C. that Trump tried to take against us, and making sure, as much as I love the Knicks, and I'm sorry they fired Tibbs, but they had to, you have to tax what's happening at Madison Square Garden. That is how you pay for it. That is how we have affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer.
I want to actually put forth a program that can get done for young families and for the people who built this city. And it's very simple.
AKA, I'm not going to push for any of that shit, and I'm going to say there's no chance. But in reality, I'm going to make sure there's no chance.
We need to use city-owned vacant land, 1,000 properties, and transform that land into affordable housing. That property should go to not-for-profits, to limited-profit developers, not the luxury developers that fund Andrew Cuomo's campaign, but the developers that can actually build the Mitchell-Lama 2.0 that we need. We owe it to the people who built this city and are now fleeing the city because they can't afford to live here. And we need to welcome the next generation of New Yorkers who will be here if we give them hope and opportunity and affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Sally Golden.
Thank you. Now let's turn to President Trump, who looms large over the city, given his proposed funding cuts and his interest in hometown affairs. Democrats say they want a mayor who will stand up to him. Mr. Cuomo, you've branded the president a bully. Mr. Stringer, you called him a schmuck. And Mr. Lander, you put his name on a car and crushed it in a TV ad. But voters want to know how you will actually deal with the president if you are elected mayor. We have questions for each of you, and you'll all have 1 minute to answer. Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you. You have experience collaborating and battling the president. Currently, his Justice Department is investigating you, following a criminal referral from Congress, alleging you lied during testimony about your involvement in a report that undercounted nursing home deaths during COVID. With that probe,
To my understanding, he did do this.
Underway.
But it's been years since I looked into it.
How do you ensure voters that you
Like,
would
I thought you should have resigned alone, like just based off that alone.
compromised in your dealings with the president if you were elected mayor?
Yeah. Well, this is what Mr. Trump does, right? He started an investigation against me, against Kathy Hochul, against Senator Chuck Schumer, against Hillary Clinton. This is one of his tactics. I know how to deal with Donald Trump because I've dealt with him before. Many times, we've had many encounters. We fought on a daily basis through COVID, and I won many of those battles. I fought him on ice. This is not the first time he's brought ice to New York. He's done that before, and we fought him and we won. So he can be beaten, but he has to know that he's up against an adversary who can actually beat him. And I can tell you this, I am the last person on this stage that Mr. Trump wants to see as mayor, and that's why I should be the first choice that for the people of the city to have as mayor.
He did. Do you think they're going to make him like actually touch the nursing home thing?
Also raised some concerns about your testimony, so it wasn't only Republicans. But just putting partisan politics aside for a minute, how would you respond to voters about the congressional findings of your involvement in that report?
Yeah, first, putting partisan politics aside is virtually impossible nowadays. It's so toxic out there. The issue of COVID became a political football right away. It still is a political football.
Because this guy took up the mantle of making it a political football. He started having these daily COVID press conferences in opposition to the one that the conferences that Trump was hosting with Fauci and other epidemiologists. And then the cameras switched to him. And he ends up like at one point during the pandemic, like writing a book about how he handled it well, which obviously that was like published and out before the nursing home scandal investigation really took off. But
between Democrats and Republicans, and even within the Democratic Party and within the Republican Party. And it's unfortunate. We should have been learning from the experience and finding out how we could be better prepared for the next time. But unfortunately, in this toxic environment, it's been nothing but politicized over and over again.
Okay, we have to move on, but I just want to add that the question was, how would you respond to the allegations? But we have to move on.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
But you're like not going to force him to answer that.
Said that Mr. Trump's department.
They will force Zohran to actually, explain how he's going to pay for it. There's no dodging that, but I guess we just have to give him a pass if he doesn't want to answer. So what'd you have to do? Why'd you lie, bro?
Justice can't be trusted, and that was after the news broke of Mr. Cuomo's alleged reported DOJ investigation. First, quickly, just a yes or no answer. Do you think that President Trump is unfairly targeting Mr. Cuomo?
No, I don't think that it's unfair, but I have no interest in believing that they're actually pursuing justice.
Okay. Second part of my question.
To be clear, it's not unfair because Andrew Cuomo did lie to Congress, but ultimately we know that the Trump Justice Department and the Trump administration as a whole is interested more in vindictiveness and persecution of political enemies than in anything to do with justice.
Okay, so moving forward, you are also a socialist. And because of that, why wouldn't President Trump target you and by extension, target New Yorkers? You have 1 minute.
President Trump will target whomever.
I was about to say, that's like not unique to him. You don't need to be a socialist to be fucking targeted by Trump.
in many ways, accomplice, Mayor Eric Adams, who has collaborated with the Trump administration at almost every opportunity. And still, in the midst of that collaboration, we saw that New Yorkers are being taken off the streets in their apartment building lobbies. We have $80 million being taken out of our city bank account. So I don't think there's any question that there's any mayor here that will be free from being attacked by Donald Trump. What's more important, however, is that we have a mayor who will actually fight back. And that's what I will do. I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C. I don't have to pick up the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone for the more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in second place.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, please. Mr. Mamdani is very good on Twitter and with videos, but he actually produces nothing for him to accuse me of lying. He also called President Obama a liar and said President Obama was evil. So take everything with a grain of salt.
You guys, did you know that President Obama is never told a lie and is in fact not evil, according to Andrew Cuomo, whose opinion you should definitely care about? Just saying.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter.
This is supposed to be a criticism that he called out Obama?
He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City. He would be
next he's going to tell me that he criticized Biden and called him too old.
Trump's delight.
All right, brief response, Mr. Mamdani, then we have to move on.
Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however.
You should have said, I don't have experience with fucking sexually harassing women like Andrew Cuomo over here.
With winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working class taxi drivers and actually delivering to the working class people.
Or fucking, speaking of 450 million, or 450, because he just said 450 billion. Isn't that how much he paid? That's how much was paid out to settle that lawsuit with the woman who fucking sued him over the sexual harassment.
Mr. Lander, you've presented yourself as a tough-talking Trump resistor, but as mayor, you're expected to deliver, including aid for the city. So how can you do that if you're always at war with the president? You have 1 minute.
Look, when Donald Trump and Elon Musk stole that $80 million from New York City.
Yeah. This former Cuomo aide settles sexual harassment claim for $450,000. New York State will pay to resolve a lawsuit filed by Charlotte Bennett over accusations that former Governor Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed her when she worked in his executive office. This was reported in 2025, April of this year.
City's bank account. I uncovered it, I rang the alarm bell, and I forced the mayor into court to get it back. You stand up and fight. You go into court when you are in the right. 1 week after he was elected, I became the first financial officer anywhere in the country to lay out where all that federal money comes into our budget with a really concrete plans for how we put money in reserve so we'll be able to respond. But look, with all the corruption that's in Washington, we can't have corruption here in New York City as well. It's not only that Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress, which is perjury, he also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal. That's corrupt. That's what I crushed in that junkyard. So when I'm mayor, I will stand up to Donald Trump. I will make sure that we've got a budget that's ready. So when they come for our Medicaid, we've got an independent authority ready to keep providing.
Somebody said with this voice, you could never win New York City mayor. If Eric Adams, who to me is probably the strangest mayor of New York City that has ever existed, which is saying something because Rudy Giuliani was the fucking mayor of New York City, anything is possible. He's not going to win because he's not even a serious contender given the polling gap between even Zohran and Cuomo, let alone this guy. He could win if he was doing a lower level office and maybe or mayor of a smaller city, but here, no.
Healthcare, housing, and education.
Mr. Cuomo, would you like to respond?
Yeah, please. Mr. Lander is a little loose with the facts. If he wants to talk about the facts on nursing homes, we'll talk about the facts. He's just parroting Trump's allegations,
I said it long before he did.
Which were actually disproven by the federal government now.
Which ones are you talking about specifically?
In terms of the rate of deaths in nursing homes, New York is number 38 out of 50. Number 38. Only 12 states had a lower rate of death. Which is really something when you consider that we had it first and worse than anyone else. And when it comes to corruption,
I don't even think this is true.
Mr. knows corruption because his office approved $500,000 of contracts to organizations associated with his wife, which he said his deputy approved.
But I would really just like to clear one.
This was, hold on. So this is a paper, excess deaths from COVID-19 and other causes in the U.S. March 1st, 2020 to January 2nd, 2021. Results between March 1st, 2020 and January 2nd, 2021, the U.S. experienced 2.8 million deaths, 22.9% more than than expected, representing 522,000 excess deaths. And then it says here at the bottom, New York experienced the largest relative increase in all-cause mortality, or 38.1%. Deaths attributed to COVID-19 accounted for 72.4% of U.S. excess deaths. So, no, I don't think he is telling the truth, that it was 38 or whatever the fuck.
The deputy reported to him.
I would just like to clear one thing up,
It's
Mr.
part of the
Cuomo.
corruption of the city.
It's a lie, and you know it. Every word. Lies
I hear
all the
you.
time.
But the question is whether or not it's political and whether or not your congressional testimony was truthful. Were you, now that you've had time to reflect, involved in producing that report that undercounted those nursing home deaths?
Oh, there was no doubt that my administration produced the report, and it did not undercount the deaths.
Okay, but you're still saying you were not involved in producing it.
It's very clear. That's the Trump line, the MAGA line, right? Because this was during the Trump reelection.
Okay.
The New York reports always counted the number of deaths where they occurred, in a nursing home or in a hospital.
Okay.
Now that all the dust is clear.
Okay, we have to move on.
This isn't true either. He had like personally, personally edited them, because the thing is that it was not just the number of deaths that was in contention. It was also like how these people died, because he had ordered that people be moved from nursing homes to hospitals or vice versa or something like that. And then that led to more people dying, and then he tried to fudge it. So email suggests Cuomo undersold his role in altering COVID report. Andrew Cuomo said he could not recall seeing or revising a New York State Health Department report on how the state handled the early stages of the pandemic. Cuomo was repeatedly asked about a state health department report that deflected blame for the thousands of people who died of COVID at nursing homes in early 2020. Mr. Cuomo stood by the report and said he certainly did not review it, and insisted he had no memory of seeing it before its release. But a review of emails and congressional documents appears to show how Mr. Cuomo not only saw the report, but personally wrote parts of early drafts. Governor's edits are attached for your review. Mr. Cuomo's assistant, Farah Kennedy, wrote in an email sent to several members of the ex-governor's senior staff on June 23, 2020. The smaller text in the beginning is from your original document. He replaced your paragraph on page 3 beginning with, but, like in all 50 states, there were COVID-positive cases. Mr. Cuomo apparently inserted language to underscore how, quote, community spread among employees or possibly visitation by family and friends were relevant factors that contributed to nursing home deaths. The larger text, Ms. Kennedy noted, is what he added. The email exchange among Mr. Cuomo's aides, which was reviewed by the New York Times and was one of many sought by the Justice Department and a law firm retained by the state assembly as it prepared to impeach Mr. Cuomo in 2021. In another example cited in congressional documents, one of Mr. Cuomo's top aides wrote an email on June 29, 2020, asking for someone to, quote, please print 2 copies and drop at mansion, referring to State Health Department report at Mr. Cuomo's Albany residence. A week later, the report was released with some of Mr. Cuomo's revisions included. Mr. Cuomo's handling of the early stages of the pandemic initially brought him national attention and widespread praise, and became a fodder for his memoir, American Crisis: Leadership Lessons from the COVID-19 Pandemic. This is the book that I was talking about. But as months passed, the state's response began to draw critical scrutiny, with more than 15,000 COVID-related deaths among nursing home residents emerging as a focal point. The Times reported in 2021 how top aides to Mr. Cuomo pushed to hide the number of deaths in state nursing homes during the early days of the pandemic. He defended his administration's actions, saying at a hearing last week before the House Select Subcommittee on the COVID pandemic that certain deaths were kept out of the report because the data was unreliable and being delivered at a chaotic moment in the middle of the pandemic. Calls this like a MAGA committee, the House panel, was spread in nursing homes by asymptomatic staff. Jesus.
Very easy answer. All right, hold on, candidates.
From a different New York Times article, the true number of nursing home deaths was undercounted because New York State initially only counted deaths that occurred within nursing homes and excluded deaths of nursing home residents who were hospitalized and died in hospitals. That's what it was. That made it appear that such deaths made up a smaller share of overall deaths. Other states released figures that counted nursing home residents who died in hospitals. Yeah, that's what it was. I feel like Cuomo was also trying to be careful not to say something that could be used against him in the investigation, so we're not going to get anything out of him at this. Yeah, for sure.
Did you lie to Congress? All right.
That all the dust is clear.
Okay, we have to move on, though. We have to give other people the chance. We'll all have a lot more time on other subjects.
Yes or no? It's a very easy answer. All right, hold on, candidates.
Did you lie to Congress?
All right.
Will you acknowledge the deaths?
Okay.
I mean, it's a very black and white. Okay. Did you lie to Congress, or will you acknowledge the deaths? 15,000 people died, and he still won't answer your question.
All right, here's a chance to answer the question as Melissa presented it.
Yes.
Mr. Cuomo.
No, I told Congress the truth. No, we did not undercount any deaths. When they are all counted, we're number 38 out of 50, which I think shows that compared to what other states went through, we had it first and worst, and that only 12 states had a lower rate of death. We should really be thanking the women and men who worked in those nursing homes and did an extraordinary job.
Okay, very quick yes or no follow-up.
This is the other thing. Cuomo aide Melissa DeRosa admits that they hid nursing home data so feds wouldn't find out. This was 2021. Top aide privately apologized to Democratic lawmakers for withholding the state's nursing home death toll from COVID-19, telling them, we quote, "We froze out of fear that the true numbers would be used against us by federal prosecutors." The Post has learned. The stunning admission of a cover-up was made by the secretary to the governor, Melissa DeRosa, during a video conference call with state Democratic leaders in which she said the Cuomo administration had rebuffed a legislative request for the tally in August because, quote, "right around the same time, Donald Trump turns this into a giant political football," which is literally what he fucking said just a moment ago. According to an audio recording of the 2-hour-plus meeting, he starts tweeting that we killed everyone in nursing homes. He starts going after New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. He starts going after Gavin Newsom. He starts going after Gretchen Whitmer. In addition to attacking Cuomo's fellow Democratic governors, Trump directs the DOJ to do an investigation into us, and basically we froze. Because we were in a position where we weren't sure if what we were going to give the DOJ or what we give to you guys, what we start saying and was going to be used against us, well, we weren't sure if there was going to be an investigation. That played a very large role in this. After dropping the bombshell, she asked for a little bit of appreciation of the context and offered what appears to be the Cuomo administration's first apology for its handling of nursing homes amid the pandemic. But instead of a mea culpa to the grieving family members of more than 13,000 dead seniors, or the critics who say the health department spread COVID-19 in the care facilities with a March 25th State Health Department directive that nursing homes admit infected patients, DeRosa tried to make amends with the fellow Democrats for the political inconvenience it caused them. "So we do apologize," she said. "I understand the position you were put in. I know that it was not fair. It was not our intention to put you in that political position with the Republicans." Yikes.
Just the question is, were you involved in the producing of that report? It's just a yes or no question.
I was very aware of the report. I spoke to it at press conferences.
No, before it was released, Mr. Cuomo. The question is about the production of the report. The creation. Okay, we're going to move on. We're not getting an answer. We're not
going to stand by the report.
It was just whether or not you were involved.
Let's move on. Mr. Myrie, Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul have negotiated with Trump. Former Governor Cuomo has as well. As mayor, what experience would you bring to the table with President Trump?
Well, let me just say to the people watching at home who are afraid to send their children to school, to the families who are afraid to show up to court proceedings, seeing agents snatch people up doing the right thing, I want to speak directly to you in this moment because you're not hearing that communication. You're not hearing about a mayor that is going to stand up and have the backbone to stand up for our city. I'm the son of 2 undocumented immigrants who came here for opportunity. My parents could take me to school. They could take me to the hospital without fear of deportation because they knew the city would have their back. That's the kind of mayor that I'm going to be. One that stands up when necessary. Of course, we're going to work with the president when it's in the best interest of the city. But what he has demonstrated over these past 6 months is that he is not interested in helping the city. We have to grow our tax base so that we can be independent from the federal government. And that's why I have a plan to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want free after school for every kid in this city. And it's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Rosarina?
Thank you, Melissa. Ms. Ramos, vamos a hablar de Trump ahora. You talked about fighting President Trump, but you also said in a campaign questionnaire that you seek partnership with him. How do you envision working together with him? You have a minute.
You know, I've already seen a very clear blueprint about how to elegantly school President Trump. And we saw it in Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and how she led on negotiating the tariff scandal with the president. And so I'm here to say that not only should my administration litigate to protect immigrants, to protect gender-affirming care, but we should be ready to withhold our federal taxes when Trump unlawfully takes away funding from the things that we need. We have to play chess and we have to be smart. And our taxpayer dollars are our leverage.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Stringer, the next question goes to you. Fighting Trump has been a key element of your campaign. Is there anything that Trump wants that you will be willing to give him in exchange for something that the city needs? You have a minute.
Look, this is why it's so critical to elect a mayor with real experience negotiating, experience understanding what the stakes are here. Look,
here's why it's important to elect me, a rich guy.
Collapsing the social safety net.
I make deals.
He wants to pick kids off the streets, but he also wants to destroy everything we've built in America, in this city. So I know how to fight him because I fought him in Trump 1. When he was coming after us, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuel. I divested from private prisons. I divested from gun manufacturers. He didn't slow me down. He sped me up. But right now, we need a mayor who's going to put aside $1 billion in a very, very rainy day fund. We need a mayor who's going to insist that the banks and the next comptroller come to the table and strategize about how we have a short-term plan to get the city to the congressional elections. No one has more experience in city government and knows how to do that than
But
me.
Mrs. Stringer, the question is, if he wants something in exchange, will you give it to him?
I'm not quid pro quoing with Trump. What I'm going to do, and this is my strategy, is I'm going to organize the same thing that happened during the days when Ford said to New York, drop dead. We're going to go to the business community. I'm going to go to our congressional leadership, Schumer and Jeffries. I'm going to organize this city and the city government to wage a fight in Washington to protect the epicenter of the national economy,
Thank you very
which is
much.
New York City.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Mr. Tilson now. And the question goes to you, saying you've been blasting Mr. Trump since 2016 when you reported, call him.
It's genuinely kind of crazy how a city as big as New York City has a single mayor.
El Diablo, in Spanish, the devil, as mayor. How can you make a deal with him? We're talking about pact with the devil.
Look, I think I've been fighting Trump and Trumpism since long before then, since he came down that escalator 10 years ago this month. But I do think we Democrats have to stop giving Trump gifts, like when we let ourselves be defined by our far left, by socialists with their defund the police nonsense and open borders, et cetera.
People like me.
One area that I do agree with.
He's calling me out.
Is that when a socialist like Zohran here tweets that the NYPD is, quote, wicked and calls to defund and dismantle the NYPD, that is madness, that is costing us elections. And it's why Trump has doubled his share of the New York City vote in the last 3 elections from 17% to 30%. We've got to move away from the far left.
I mean, it's a good sign that they feel more intimidated by his campaign because they're going after him and not Cuomo.
Socialism is sinking our party and our city.
Brief response, Mr. Mamdani.
I want to be very clear that police have a critical role to play in creating public safety. And when I speak to those very officers on the beat, in the rank and file, I hear from them a frustration that where they joined the force to tackle serious crimes, we are instead now asking them to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is why we are putting forward a plan to create a Department of Community Safety that will tackle gun violence, homelessness, the mental health crisis.
All right, Mr. Mamdani, we might get to those issues. I just want a brief response to
It's critically important, and I think it's important in a moment when we have a candidate to my right who is absolutely mischaracterizing anything that we've put forward in this campaign.
You can check his Twitter feed. He has not deleted the tweet that calls the NYPD wicked and to defund and dismantle the NYPD. It's still up.
Where's that meme that's like the person's like saying wow and their head is like base. So what like this tweet's still up? Let's see the tweet. Cops or what did he say? What did he say that he said?
Thank you, Mr. Tilson.
All right. Thank you.
To defund and
okay. NYPD violently manhandled protesters yesterday in my district. This is unacceptable. Also emblematic of how NYPD has systematically cracked down on pro-Palestine protests across New York City, arresting minors and physically assaulting protesters. This was last year in 2024. He probably would have said something like that in 2020.
And dismantle the NYPD. It's still up.
Okay, I'll put dismantle.
Thank you. Mr. Blake, those tweets, you often highlight your past roles in the Obama administration and in leadership of the National Democratic Party, which has since lost the White House and is struggling to regroup. How does that make you effective when it comes to negotiating with President Trump if you were mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, as the only person on the stage who's been a part of it.
I mean, hell yeah, this is 2020. We don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need to do is hashtag defund the NYPD, but your deal with at New York City mayor uses budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible on the beat. No fake cuts, defund the police. Hell yeah, brother.
A team that has actually defeated Donald Trump. And as a black man who understands that Trump goes after black folk, just ask the exonerated 5 or Barack Obama, and like them, we will win. I have the experience to make sure we address what's happening in New York City. First and foremost, anytime Trump and Elon try to take our funds, we will withhold taxes and sending in D.C., specifically working with companies that have contracts in New York City and say, you will not abide by unconstitutional behavior. Second, we will ban ICE at our schools and our places of worship. We will designate them as safe havens because there is no reason at all that ICE is going after our immigrants, in particular families like mine from Jamaica. Third, since I have White House experience under President Obama, State House experience locally, as well as what's happening as a reverend and a community leader, you need to understand that there is someone right now who can lead New York City. You have heard people now not be able to answer the question, but they're saying they can actually represent you. I am ready from day one because of what I have. From the White House to the State House to your house,
All right,
Michael
thank you,
Blake
Mr.
is ready to
Blake.
lead.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Ms. Adams, your most powerful campaign supporter is New York Attorney General Letitia James, an arch rival of President Trump. How would you ensure that you, and by extension New Yorkers, are not a casualty of their war. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned the Attorney General. She is the most notorious, the baddest Attorney General that New York and the nation has ever seen. And yes, she does endorse me. You know, when the name Donald Trump comes up, the first thing, the advice that I get from the Attorney General is that when Donald Trump comes your way and causes problems for New Yorkers, sue him. That is exactly what I am doing right now as we speak. We have an executive order that is in front of us that is illegal, that Mayor Eric Adams had his first deputy mayor sign. The mayor didn't even sign it, but the first deputy mayor signed it. And it would allow ICE to come onto Rikers Island, Donald Trump's ICE, to come onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. I have a TRO, a temporary restraining order, that Judge Rosado feels that our case has merit. We have sued him, and New York will win. I will always be a mayor that will stand up for our immigrants. Donald Trump's ICE has no place on Rikers Island. Donald Trump's ICE has no place pulling our people that are taking their legal court dates now. No right.
Thank you.
Not in my New York.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Let's turn to public safety. It's a top concern for many New Yorkers, especially underground on the subways, which so many New Yorkers rely on to get to work. We're seeing fewer robberies and overnight 2 cops on every train, but still many New Yorkers simply don't feel safe on the subways. We'd like to know what plan each of you have to change that. You have
It's one of those things that it's like so frustrating, because she will go on to say, you know, crime is going down consistently, but we have to treat it like it's real because people have this perception that there's more crime going on. So what would you do?
30 seconds, and we're going to change the order and start with you, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Sally, for the question. You know, right now, we want to make sure that we are recruiting and retaining police officers. This is why I'm offering a workforce housing initiative to make sure that we help them be able to keep New York City their home. We want to attract them here. I want to increase their entry-level pay. I want to stop investing taxpayer dollars in robocops and toys and actually think about the officers themselves. But we have to assess deployment and upskill our EMS workers to respond to mental health emergencies.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. I take the train every single day. I took the 5 train to this debate. So I'm experiencing exactly what New Yorkers experience, and that is things feel different on our subways. People tell you that you shouldn't believe what you're experiencing, that the numbers are down and that you should feel more safe. But that's why people tune out of politics. Here are the facts. Things feel different, so here's what I want to do. I want police and clinician teams, 24/7, 150 of them throughout the city. I want to ensure that everyone feels safe no matter what neighborhood they're in.
Okay.
And I want to ensure that we do that on my first date.
We're at time. Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, your plan to make the subway safer.
Yeah, part of it is we have to admit what we did wrong. The people on the stage, almost without exception, were all defund the police. Mamdani dismantled the police, reduced the police by 3,000, $1 billion in overtime, and now they're calling for more police. We wouldn't need more police if we didn't defund them in the first place. In my first 30 days, I will take every homeless person off the trains and the subway stations and get them the help they need. We did it before. We can do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Okay, here's this video I remember of Oleyemi. She's like a movement lawyer who actually confronted Eric Adams on the Breakfast Club about this.
Please know in advance, I didn't play around. No, she did not. So let me start.
Like over this like crime in New York City specifically.
The first clip here, it concerns this story. How bad is crime in the subways? Officials have spent millions to make New Yorkers, transit riders feel safe. The investment is motivated more by passengers' perception than by crime rates. So this
and that question and this fucking debate, nothing's changed. It was just motivated by perception. That's why they talk about it.
Part of the discussion gets to why do New Yorkers have this perception that crime is so bad in New York City when in reality it's not.
Let's go before. First of all, I would love to give me the quotes on my rhetoric because I'm lost on that. Can you give me the quotes?
Oh, that you fear-monger about the subways?
Yeah,
you've consistently done that since day one of your administration. One of the first things you did was add 1,000 officers to the subway because you claimed that the subways are unrideable. You and Hochul did this and said how dangerous it is, and you recently did that when you deployed the National Guard.
Sister, but that wasn't my question, Queen. My question was, what was my fear-mongering? What did I say?
You continuously say, I could point to a number of videos and quotes and everything from you, but you've said repeatedly that the subways are dangerous, that New York is dangerous. You complain about crime relentlessly. So what I'm saying to you is, if you are saying that New York is the safest city, it's one of the safest big cities in this country, which is true, and you're recognizing that the subway stations are in fact not half as dangerous as they're presented to be, I'm saying, how do you reconcile how your rhetoric has played into people's fear?
And not even just rhetoric, I would say the actions, because she's right. If you tell us, which is different, it's the same thing though. If you put 1,000 police officers in the subway, 2,000 police officers in the subway, that don't make us feel safe. We think something's wrong if you're doing that.
Let me peel back again, because you got to always peel back this stuff, you know, because oftentimes how you're
squirming
in the media that I don't control is how people interpret you. I didn't put the National Guards in the subway. The governor did.
I know, but I know what you said.
But you said, Eric.
You stood with Governor Kathy Hochul and you co-signed that decision. You did. And I'm not saying this as someone who's following social media. I'm saying that as an attorney in the city and an activist who follows everything that you do.
Yeah, I'm glad you do. Because then you realize how I turned the city around if you follow everything I do. You realize
I would say no, but we could get to that next.
Loosen up your time, man. It's gonna be a long day.
All right, so I'm going to get to, of course, a lot more clips here. But one of the things that really stood out to me throughout this discussion is just how much better Olay is at questioning a public official than the vast majority of media is. Now, part of that is simply in the hiring process at these, whether it's cable news or whatever it is, they want to be able to maintain guests, right? If you're going to go hard at a politician, it's unlikely they're going to want to come back on your show. But if all of media did that, if they all treated these politicians as they should, especially when they're, more corrupt individuals, then there would be this standard set where, hey, if you want to get your message out, you're going to have to appear on one of these shows and you're going to have to deal with proper questioning. This is proper questioning from media. It is so rare to see this that watching this is incredibly refreshing. Now, I'm going to circle back around to the rhetoric of fear-mongering that Mayor Eric Adams has done about crime. This gets to a later clip that I'm going to show, so I don't need to spoil that now, because he essentially does it in the video, like in this discussion later on. But I want to show you this. So this is not part of the interview, obviously, but this is one of the funniest clips I've ever watched. I am not exaggerating here. I have this bookmarked on Twitter. I don't have any bookmarks on Twitter, but I bookmarked this. This is from, I believe, 2011. So Mayor Eric Adams he's a former police officer, but this gives you an idea of the kind of fear-mongering he is capable of. It's not hard to imagine after watching this how he may be fear-mongering when it comes to crime as the mayor of New York City.
You can look at a jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun. Look at picture frames and behind them, cameras. Try to determine what's taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe. Something simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Run your hands over the pillows and see if you feel anything that's unusual. Like a pillow like this with a button is a perfect invitation to hide something. I've felt something bumpy. I will reach in, see what
Anyone else do this with their drug paraphernalia?
More than just books. Perfect place to hide cocaine.
That video never gets old. I've seen this, I don't know, 20, 30 times. Popular knapsack with many different locations. This is a video I often quote to myself. Something as simple as a crack pipe. It's just it's so absurd. It's not hard to imagine how this guy is fear-mongering. Now let's get to...
I need to get like sound drops so I can use stuff from that. Something as simple as a crack pipe.
Stops, the return to stop and frisk.
You're an attorney.
They have.
Did they say based on Eric
they have. The city is. They have multiple reports. The New York Times, the Gothamist, the city comptroller, and the Federal Monitor, who's tasked with making sure that NYPD and Rikers are in compliance with the law, have both submitted reports saying that since you became mayor, there's been a return of stop and frisk. That there have been over 15,000 stops, 97% of whom have been on Black and Hispanic people. A fourth of those stops and searches have been unconstitutional, and they've yielded very few results.
Let's peel it back.
Yeah, let's peel it back.
Let's keep peeling back.
Watch the full video, and I encourage that you do. This is one of Eric Adams' tactics. When faced with the facts that he has no reasonable explanation for, no way to argue his way out of it, he often wants to peel it back, and then never actually directly addresses the points that Olay is bringing up. Or he changes the topic, or I'll get to a clip where he just turns to Charlemagne, completely ignoring Olay as if she isn't there. It does not bode well for Eric. It doesn't make him look good. Like, he can try and avoid these questions, he can try and avoid these facts, but it's not helping him. Now, just to bolster what Olay was saying there, this is from ABC News. NYPD safety team making high number of unlawful stops, mostly people of color, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams revived the unit that is doing that. So, as Olay stated, after analyzing a random sample of stops by neighborhood safety teams in 10 precincts, the monitor found that more than 90% reality. They're instead feeding into this. Let's get to the next. It's simply doing it for the politics of it, as opposed to Democrats trying to create their own narrative and their own narrative based on reality. They're instead feeding into this fear-mongering that is being perpetuated by, be it the mayor, be it media, be it Republicans. Let's get to the next clip now. This is about Rikers.
I've been on Rikers Island more than any mayor in the history of the city, talking with inmates and correction officers to turn around what's happening on Rikers Island.
I know you went to Rikers in 2022 and there were 3 deaths back to back because corrections officers left their posts and allowed it to happen. You went to Rikers to express your support for the corrections officer. I know you go to Rikers. I do want you to do, Mayor Adams.
But you keep giving out misinformation.
It's not misinformation, Mayor Adams. I'm quoting the Monitor.
Misinformation, eh? Well.
Yeah, she bitch slaps him.
Fact check that he literally said defund the police himself.
But I need to see this challenged so badly. This narrative.
Right.
All right, we're coming around to you.
This is the third time he's literally lied about everyone on stage.
We'll get to this.
We're coming around.
We'll get to this.
Are you saying you didn't say, Andrew, are you saying you didn't say defund
I never supported defund the police.
Are you saying you never said defund the police?
I never supported.
Can you just answer the question?
I used the words defund the police. I said I don't support defund the police.
So you just said everyone else did that, but you would not acknowledge.
Mr. Cuomo, did you say?
He did.
All right, hold on, gentlemen.
Did you say that it was a legitimate school of thought?
Hold on, let us frame a question here.
I think that Mr. Blake may be talking about something you said, which is that both are legitimate schools of thought. Defund or don't defund.
And
you gave it some legitimacy in public.
I disagree with defund.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'd still like to respond.
We're coming around.
We'll be coming around. We're coming around to everybody.
Mr. Tilson.
Yeah. I'm fully supportive of the increased police presence in the MTA. In fact, transit crime is down this year. It shouldn't be, I shouldn't have to say this, but the key to reducing crime is fully staffed police that are out there enforcing the laws. And we need to make crime illegal. And this is now happening down on the subways where they are starting to enforce the lower level crimes, the quality of life crimes, drinking, smoking, spreading out over the subway cars. And police are arresting more. And it turns out that 30% of the people they are arresting have criminal records of more than 20
I'm sorry, we do have to move on.
each.
We're at time. Mr. Mamdani.
In my Department of Community Safety, we are going to put together dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers who will be deployed to the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of mental health crises and homelessness. We are actually going to address this in a manner that goes beyond the same ideas that we hear time and time again, recycled by the same politicians like Andrew Cuomo, who brought us to this point. And if we care about the police force, then we have to actually listen to police officers. They are leaving this force, 200 of them each month. And when you ask them why, it's because of the forced overtime. And part of the reason that is taking place is we're asking them to respond to every failure of the social safety net.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City. Now, specifically to your question, I have said very specifically, we need 1,000 mental health professionals on our subways and streets. And so therefore, you can have police then with body cameras on, go do precision policing outside. The police will indicate they were not trained on addressing mental health. Let's utilize those persons who need the help immediately. If we take those steps, then we can also make it a point to help make sure everyone gets home alive.
Mr. Blake. We're going to move on to everybody, but I want to give Mr. Cuomo an opportunity.
The only thing Zohran forgot to add is that he's like, when I become New York City mayor, I'm going to personally make sure that Daniel Penny is found to be a murderer somehow.
Respond to Mr. Blake raised the issue of sexual harassment allegations in your administration.
Just if people who are watching at home have to be incredibly frustrated. They defunded the police. They reduced the number of police. They're now saying we need more police. We should have reduced them in the first place. And we need mental health experts to address the homeless mentally ill. And we do that by getting them off the train so we can assess them and get them into mental health
Would you like to respond to Mr. Blake's comment about sexual harassment?
Should listen right now.
All right,
that Andrew Cuomo would not respond when had a chance about sexual. Every woman watching tonight, he was just given a chance to actually address the clear claims that were stated and ignored it.
Okay, we do have to move on because we have other candidates on stage and we want to hear about their subway safety plans. Mr. Stringer, can we please hear about your subway safety plans?
Gentlemen, listen,
we are moving on from this question. You had an opportunity to respond. Mr. Stringer, please tell us your subway safety plan.
Kids, it's grown-up time, so just give me a second, okay? Let me straighten this out for you.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate it.
Wow.
You got it, man. So look, we're spending $1.3 billion in police overtime because we don't have enough police officers. We have the lowest police count in a generation, so we need to hire 3,000 more cops. But in order to get them, we have to go into our communities and get the wonderful, diverse citizens to come into a department. But we also have to make it.
The NYPD is a fucking jobs program. Tell me I'm wrong.
That's something I'm going to do. But look, I will say this to you. The crisis that we have is twofold. It's not just about policing. It's about also helping the people who suffer from mental illness. And we have to align policing with the mental health initiative. Why Andrew Cuomo has the nerve to talk about defund when he signed the bail reform bill with loopholes that you didn't even read the bill. That is something that really caused the crime problem in our
We're at time, Mr. Stringer. Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. To address this claim that everybody's called for defund, I have never called for defunding the police, and I never will. In the 2021 budget of the City Council, we were in a season of COVID, and many agencies had to be reallocated. Their funding had to be reallocated. Many agencies, not just the New York Police Department, but many. The City Council, our funding was even reduced during that season of COVID. But my public safety agenda calls for police to be taken out of social work and mental health, for our police to be paid what they are worth. We have always supported a budget that reinforces our police department.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We're at time. Mr. Lander, again, the question is about looking forward, your subway safety plan.
Yeah, I've got a dear friend whose middle school daughter, who takes the train to school, was pushed to the ground by a homeless person with serious mental illness. This is a big deal for all of our families, which is why I have a ready on day one, detailed, clear plan to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. We don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors cycle from subway to street to hospital to jail and back again. It's a plan called Housing First. It will work. I do have to go back, though, because in the prior round, the former governor told a lie sourced from Twitter about my wife. And when I go home tonight, I better be able to make clear it's 100% false, and he knows it.
Thank you, Mr.
Mario
Lander.
Cuomo famously campaigned and posted.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm so lost with this tea.
We're going to move on. Melissa has another set of questions about public safety.
Okay.
Please don't talk. Please don't talk. We're going to try to get as much in as we can.
If you don't lie about my wife, I'll be good.
This guy is such a goober. He's just not the moment. He's not the moment.
Thank you. Okay, we are all familiar.
Even though I don't disagree with him about like, it's like so hard to balance meeting people where they're at or whatever, and like stigmatizing homeless people. Like, it's weird.
Toothpaste or beauty products at the local drugstore and having to wait for it to be unlocked. Shoplifting is a sad fact of life in the city right now, and many in law enforcement blame bail reform, since most shoplifters can no longer be held in jail. So they get arrested, they most often receive a ticket to appear in court, and they're usually released to steal again. That's how law enforcement describes it again and again. So we have a few specific questions, and you're going to have 30 seconds to answer. Mr. Cuomo, we will start with you because you signed.
Mr. Zohran, what's your policy on shoplifters, and why isn't it the death penalty for them? You have 30 seconds. Go.
The bail reform legislation. Governor Hochul has made some changes since you did that. Do you think bail reform is working? And how would you stop shoplifting and other low-level repeat crimes? You have 30 seconds.
Yes. Just to go back, if Mr. Lander says his office didn't approve 500,000 contracts, that his deputy approved affiliated with his wife's organization,
every word a lie.
The deputy reports to him.
Every word a lie.
Yeah,
and he knows.
Well, then it's easy enough to check.
Mr. Cuomo, you're using your time, just so you know. You're going to have 30 seconds.
Yeah. On bail reform, we all talk about how terrible Rikers Island is, and it is. It's a disgrace that it is still being operated by the city.
Your time is up, Mr. Cuomo. I'm sorry.
Per person, and
time is up. I'm sorry. I am. Mr. Myrie, you voted for bail reform.
So sorry,
as well.
Mr. Cuomo.
How would you stop shoplifters if you were the mayor and other low-level crimes that are taking a toll on our city?
Anyone that breaks the law needs to be held accountable, and we made changes to our criminal justice laws because things needed to change. And here's how I know. I was robbed with my mom in an elevator in the building that I grew up in when I was very young. Her worldview is informed by that experience. We have to ensure that every New Yorker feels safe in every neighborhood wherever they are. And
this like retail politician shit of like giving a personal anecdote about how you've been impacted by this and how you're supposed to like to get people to trust you that you're going to be really tough on it is like not my thing.
Do as mayor. I'm going to return our police headcount to what it was in 2018, and I'm going to ensure that all New Yorkers feel safe wherever they are.
More cops.
Yeah, Ms. Ramos, the same questions to you. You voted for bail reform. How would you stop shoplifters and other low-level crime to take a toll in the city?
Well, we have a little more than 1,000 recidivists in the city of New York, and I've been hard at work in the Senate already, making sure that we're looking at treatment courts in cases of kleptomania.
Walgreens has had such a hyperbolic response to shoplifting that they closed a ton of stores, and the board members were like, maybe it was a bad idea to close so many stores. The thing with the Walgreens, I literally debated, I did a debate panel on this specifically, on shoplifting, because there's a lot of lies surrounding how prevalent shoplifting is and what the reason is, and people just take these companies at their word when they say, we're closing because of shoplifting, which is, okay, sure, maybe, but, you know, there's no way to independently verify that. You're just taking this corporation at their word. What's more realistic is that Amazon and other multi-billion-dollar conglomerates like Alibaba are putting these and like the fact that Amazon just opened like a pharmaceutical not division but like business or like customers can get their medications through Amazon has been around for like several years now. That is the thing that's cutting into company profits. It's not like the idea that shoplifting is silly.
But clearly there are organized rings that need to be taken down by the NYPD. So I'm here to say that there's accountability to be had, but we also have to make sure that there is a balance with the job opportunities that should open up if we address all of the crises that we are facing.
But let's remember that you voted for the bail reform.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani, you oppose to rollbacks to bail reform, and you do not want to hire more cops above the current authorized levels. How would you stop shoplifters and these repeat offenders? What's your approach?
I want to sustain the headcount that we have in the police department. And I want to listen to police officers who are leaving in droves from the department because they're being asked to do the work of mental health professionals and social workers. Right now, police officers pick up hundreds of phone calls a day that are mental health crises, hundreds of thousands a year. That's not the work that they signed up to do. And when it comes to shoplifting and retail theft, when the key here is to listen to workers themselves. They have spoken time and time again about the need for increased staffing in our Walgreens and our Duane Reeds. And when it comes to organized crime,
you very much.
we have to ensure the police actually hold them accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Blake, do you see a need for change to the bail reform, and how would you end the retail theft?
What do you look for a candidate in this case, or just in general? I mean, for this specific thing, I wish they'd be more honest about it, because one, the stat around there being like 1,000 to like 3,000, it's the same people going in and out of jail. I can't remember, like, I looked into this and it was more complicated than people present it as. They're making it seem like there's no, law enforcement doesn't have the teeth that they need to like cut back on it, but it's a function of poverty and inequality, and like that goes unaddressed in the conversation surrounding what they ought to do about it. Or it's like they're pretty much saying that there needs to be more punitive measures, but you're just throwing the existing structures that exist and increasing them, hoping that that's going to cut back or meaningfully reduce it. That's obviously not the case either. I also wish they talk about how like somebody put like LOL organized shoplifting rings. Like what they don't talk about is the fact that like people will, like one person will steal and then they sell it to a fence. And then from that point, it becomes very, very difficult to even track where like lost inventory, like stolen inventory went. And it's like that. It's hard to even understand how shoplifting works, let alone tackle it.
As mayor.
Absolutely. So I proudly supported it when I was in the assembly because Khalif Browder was my constituent. When we talked about raise the age and bail reform and speedy trial, we had to do that. But we need to make it different and stronger now. And to your question, that means we have to hold repeat offenders more accountable, be much more attentive to that degree. But the broader dynamic, if we help New Yorkers make and keep more money in their pocket in the first place, then we wouldn't have people speaking about shoplifting. That's why we need to have local median income. That's why we have to have guaranteed income. That's why we have to help people on the front end so we're not talking about them being arrested on the back end.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. Sally.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, we're going to go to you with the same question. Do you see
80 to 90% of shrink is from employees? That's the other thing. Is like that term, like I completely forgot about that term, shrink or whatever, because every single business and company is expected to lose a certain amount of inventory, and there's multiple reasons why, and they call this term shrink. And some of it's going to be because the product gets damaged, some of it's going to be because it's stolen, but they also don't disaggregate the fact that it will sometimes be stolen by employees. And so the reason why it's difficult for companies that lose to claim all of this inventory as, oh, it's just shoplifted, is because insurance companies know that it isn't exclusively shoplifted by petty thieves that come in and out. It's also shoplifted by the employees themselves. So insurance is not going to cover that. So like, that's what I mean. There's like stuff that goes unaddressed and like missed in this conversation, and people have a superficial engagement with it. I'm not pretending like I know it off the top of my head. I knew it because I studied for this one debate that I did. Where is that debate? Hold on. Whick TV. If I do like shoplifting, this debate, I was in this debate. This was a year ago, September 23rd, 2023. I'm not gonna watch it or whatever, but what's like that? What's the opening clip? I'm curious.
So it's like, I'm not trying to say that like stealing is always justified. It's not that you should steal. It's not that stealing is good. I just don't necessarily love the virtue signaling over seeing someone stealing and then people going all crazy over it.
I disagree with everything Ali said, like just from the get-go. Everything you said was just wrong. I don't want to hear another liberal use the word food desert reference to San Francisco ever again. It is because of the shoplifting that you promote by not prosecuting and by turning the other way, as Ali promoted, which causes the food deserts that you struggle from, which is why y'all are obese and eat McDonald's.
That was a panel I was on. Very fun.
Need for any.
I think I jokingly said that shoplifting is the language of the unheard, like not making fun of MLK, but there's an MLK quote where he says riots are the language of the unheard. Then I think was Lonerbox on this panel? Lonerbox was on this panel and he took me seriously. He pretended like I was being serious.
Any further changes to,
or maybe he has such bad tism that he would genuinely thought I wasn't. He didn't realize I wasn't kidding.
The state's bail laws,
or that I was kidding.
How would you tackle retail theft as mayor?
Well, look, I've seen retail theft in my own neighborhood, walking into a Duane Reade with my kids, and just seeing the shelves empty and then having to push a button, wait 10 minutes for a young staffer whose job is not to be my personal shopper. This is wrong. And that's why we need to put cops on the beat, working with the small businesses to root out the people who are constantly coming back to do this. But we also have to make sure that the people who are doing the stealing also have opportunities to get them the housing and the services that they need. See, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time when it comes to criminal justice.
I just want, since you used your time, just a yes or no question. Do you see a need for further changes to the state's bail laws? Just yes or no?
Look, I think right now it's been changed a couple of times.
Okay.
When
Not
Cuomo,
yes or no.
let me just say, when Cuomo signed it, he didn't do the work of a mayor and governor. The mayor and the governor are supposed to go through legislation
We're going to move
and
on to
find
Ms.
the
Adams.
loopholes, and he didn't do that. And that's
Okay,
too bad.
we're moving on to Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams, same question to you. Do you see any need for changes to the state's bail laws, and how do you plan to tackle retail theft as mayor?
Well, the state just made some adjustments and some tweaks, so let's see how that goes. We need to take a look at the ringleaders at the higher levels of the folks that are carrying and actually doing the stealing. Low-level criminals are wasting away on Rikers Island. Some have committed suicide under this current administration. So what we need to do as far as public safety is concerned, I will fill the over 2,000 vacancies within the NYPD in my first 8 months as mayor. This is what we need to look at. Others are looking at bringing in thousands and thousands of police officers. We have vacancies to fill. This will work. This is what our NYPD needs, better management.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lander, do you see a need for changes to bail reform, and what would you do as mayor about this retail theft?
I've got a detailed plan to combat retail theft, so the toothpaste is not always behind lock and key. You can look it up on my website. To develop it, I took lessons from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who I want to keep as commissioner because crime's coming down and accountability is going up. It involves giving a panic button, essentially, to retail stores so they don't have to call 911. They can report quickly. Investigations can be thorough. And I've actually taken the idea from the conservative
Don't banks have, do stores not have this? I know banks do.
Manhattan Institute that drug treatment courts need to be central in our response.
You just named two of my bills, the Retail Worker Safety Act with panic buttons and my mental health court expansion.
Ranked choice voting.
Quick response? Okay. All right, thank you. Sally, you had a quick question here.
Yeah, well, I guess also for Mr. Tilson.
Yes. Mr. Tilson, I'm going to let you respond. But just on that,
yeah, I guess because Mr. Lander brought her up, just a quick show of hands. Who else would keep Jessica Tisch as police commissioner? Okay, thank you.
Haven't decided yet.
Okay. Correct. All right. Mr. Tilson, you said you would cut crime by 50%. Do you want changes to bail reform? What can you do to tackle this low-level crime?
Yeah, well, I do very much believe we need to make substantial changes to bail reform and discovery reform, both of which went too far. Like what I said earlier, we basically decriminalized all low-level crime. Shocker, it went way up. So we need to have more police officers enforcing the law, and we need to change the legislation such that prosecutors can actually punish repeat offenders. I just talked to a cop right here in Midtown North last week who told me they're down from 300 cops to 120, and they have to fill out so much paperwork when they make an arrest that the criminal is back out onto the street before they're finished with the paper.
All right, Mr. Tilson, thank you. Rosalina.
Thank you, David. Now we go.
I thought the Kamala campaign established that the food industry stole from the citizens. Oh, was this? Are you referring to when she was talking about like doing price fixing? What about a button makes investigations thorough? It doesn't. It's just going to make cops show up faster, I guess. But I mean, if retail businesses really felt like they were losing so much money to like retail theft or whatever, they would be hiring more security within these standalone places to make sure that it's more difficult to shoplift. Yet they don't.
We're going to talk about e-bikes. Bicycle deaths in the city have reached record heights in the recent years, with injuries also surging, many involving, of course, e-bikes. Just the past hour, Mayor Adams announced a plan to impose a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on e-bikes. Do you believe this is the right way to improve safety? And what else would you do, Ms. Adams? You have 30 seconds to answer.
Yeah, a lot of those, the e-bike riders are people that deliver food to our homes, and they have families as well. I do believe that there needs to be a closer look, which we are doing in the City Council as far as regulation is concerned, but we have to be careful.
But this regulation with 50 miles per hour, is this the right approach to regulate it?
Well, as the mayor normally does, he does not collaborate with the City Council, which had we done that collaboration together, we might have come up with a different solution other than 50 miles, and I believe is a penalty, which we could have come together and realize something much more reasonable for e-bike riders.
Just to clarify. 15 miles. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Lander.
I think the pedal assist city bikes go 17 miles per hour, so that seems pretty good to me. But we've got to go upstream here to the folks that are causing this. Uber Eats and Seamless and DoorDash need to be held accountable for the trips that are taken where they're making money. They've got the data to keep folks safe. And, you can't operate a car dealership in this city that sells cars without license plates to people without drivers.
Walgreens CEO, well, blocking of toothpaste makes people not buy. Lol, uh-oh. I saw one model that was proposed where you don't have to put anything behind a case or anything like that. And the section with the most, frequently stolen things, like shaving cream and, different toiletries and stuff, you take, a little tab and they keep that inventory behind the counter. And when you're checking out, you give them, a coupon that corresponds to the item that you want. And they just give it to you. They ring it up and give it to you there. I don't know why all of these businesses resorted to locking up shit. They didn't need to do that, but whatever.
Driver's licenses. So we've got to hold the sellers of mopeds accountable. Those are motor vehicles, and they need to be treated that way if you're going to sell them. They've got to have licenses. They've got to have license plates. They have to operate safely.
Ms. Ramos.
Well, we have to end the criminalization of our delivery workers and bicycle riders. A lot of enforcement has now changed from civil summonses to criminal tickets, and that is leaving breadcrumbs for ICE and leaving many of our community members vulnerable. That being said, it is high time that we post speed limits and adapt our street design for the use of bikes and e-bikes. The fact is that we have to get them off the sidewalks. We have to make sure that they are abiding by the rules, and this is why we need public education in English, in Espanol, in all of the languages that our riders speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Myrie.
There's no question that things feel different on our streets and that these categories of vehicles are not built for our current structure and on
I guess on my nerves.
So we have to regulate.
Not as much as a hedge fund guy, but
companies that are making money more accountable on this. But we also have to ensure that we are doing this in collaboration, doing this in a smart way, and ensuring that the enforcement on this is actually going to be going through. What we have seen is uneven enforcement in this space, and that's why there are older adults in this city that are afraid to cross the street because of how things feel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I think this is another example of just dysfunctional city management. We passed a state law allowing e-bikes. It was supposed to be regulated by the city. You've had all sorts of accidents, all sorts of warnings. The city has done nothing. The speed has to come down.
They wouldn't dare bring up congestive pricing because it would be political suicide. It is overwhelmingly popular. That was my understanding of that. A lot of people were not excited for it to be put into place, but then it was, and it greatly reduced the amount of congestion that was on the streets in New York City.
City bikes voluntarily came down to 17 miles an hour. You have these e-bikes, some of them doing 25, 30.
The thing is like these cities were planned very, very poorly. So they're talking about trying to fix things that should have been addressed when it was originally planned.
30 miles an hour. You have to bring down the speeds, but you also have to have them registered by the app.
It's crazy to me. Like, I wonder if they talk about like scaffolding. The fact that like scaffolding is literally everywhere in New York City because of a law that they passed because like something fell and then killed one woman. And then in response to that, they did this, like, you need scaffolding to be, temporary scaffolding to be assembled. And now, like, you're never going to be able to get rid of scaffolding because there's all these scaffolding companies that their whole job is just putting it up and taking it down and putting it up and taking it down. And they probably have unions and, like, all these different things that are going to make it hard for there to ever be, like, scaffolding reform.
Apps. They are the ones who are making the money. Let them license, let them register, let them pay the tickets.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tilson.
This issue is actually quite personal
Yeah, because it keeps the pores out.
to me because I ride my bike in the city every day. And in fact, I'll bet I'm the only mayoral candidate in history who ever rode his bike to the mayoral debate, as I did this evening. And those e-bikes have made things a lot more dangerous, not just for pedestrians. So I've been calling to speed limit them since the beginning of my campaign. I totally agree with that. And I will tell you, just in the past couple of months, since police have started issuing citations, the e-bikes are behaving themselves a lot more. I see a lot fewer blowing through red lights, blowing up
Thank
on
you,
the
Mr.
sidewalk.
Tilson. Let's remind you guys that these are the people taking, most of them, your food to your offices and your homes. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, I find it ridiculous to hear Andrew Cuomo talk about how we need to regulate the apps when this is the very mayoral candidate who has a super PAC that received $1 million from DoorDash. How are you going to regulate DoorDash when they are giving you $1 million to influence your street safety regulations and your labor regulations? This model, this economic model, is one that doesn't just incentivize e-bike riders to break street safety laws. It often requires
Thank you,
them
Mr.
to do so to make
Mr. Cuomo, do you want to respond to that?
Yes. I work for the people of the state of New York, people of the city of New York. I don't care who gave me what. I do what is right. And that's how I.
But you don't feel compromised?
That's how I've always run my.
But don't you feel
career.
compromised?
I just said the apps should be held responsible. They are the ones who should have to license the bike, register the bike. They should be responsible for the fees. They're the ones who are making the money.
Thank you, Mr.
And in terms of who represents who.
Thank you very much. You have to go to Mr. Blake.
Mr. Blake.
Just want to make sure we internalize that Andrew Cuomo just said, I don't care who gave me what. That's not a man who's actually going to break the corruption in City Hall. You need a new vision right here. To your question around e-bikes, one of the reasons why we cannot have an increase of people getting tickets is that it will absolutely lead to the harassment of more communities of color and immigrants in particular. Now, we definitely have to focus on what's happening around speed limits, but also how to reimagine what our city can be, because we cannot continue to have a 2025 city with a 1905 infrastructure.
Mr. Blake,
we've laid out the vision at BlakeFriendNYC.com on how to address e-bikes as well as a new city.
Mr. Stringer.
Let me start by asking, just answering the question. Yes, I think 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, one, I think Michael Blake would be doing a lot better in this race if it weren't for Zohran taking pretty much the, making like the biggest splash. But two, if you're not going to talk about city plan, like how that issue overlaps with city planning, which is pretty much the root cause of it, then you're not having a serious conversation. You're either going to be talking about ticketing or passing different like ordinances about what people can and cannot have, like as far as like using e-bikes on sidewalks and weird shit like that.
Is reasonable, and I think the mayor is right about this. But in the time that I have, I do want to follow up about DoorDash, because that $1 million contribution crossed the Rubicon. And the contributions of donors who were giving between $250,000 and $1 million are fundamentally buying mayoralty. And that is something that we spent 20 years never trying to get to again since City for Sale.
Mr. Stringer, thank you.
You are writing a new book about how to take the mayoralty 1, 2, 3. And I find it
Mr. Stringer,
offensive.
thank you. Brief response, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, I live with the campaign finance rules. They're talking about an independent expenditure committee. And let's remember who represents who here. I am the person on this stage who represents the working men and women of New York City. The labor unions have endorsed me, over 650,000 strong.
You were fine on the campaign finance board. I got this.
We have to move on. I think the issue's been spoken to and addressed. We have another question here for you. We'd like 30 seconds on this. You've all spent years in politics. What's your biggest regret? We'll begin with you, Mr. Blake.
Well, right now it's dealing with the campaign finance board, who is illegally not having me on the second stage, where they have now admitted in writing 4 times that they made incorrect determinations of my matching funds. And if you go to our website, you're going to see we challenge that.
Is that a regret of something? Your regret in this? Or?
Well, my regret is that I've been trying to have patience with the campaign finance board.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mamdani, biggest regret in your years of politics?
You know, as a Democrat, one of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo. Because what we've seen is that kind of leadership has delivered us to this point where we are under attack by an affordability crisis on the inside and a Trump administration on the outside. And Democrats are tired of being told by leaders from the past that we should continue to simply wait our turn. We should continue to simply trust when we know that's the very leadership that got us to this point. We need to turn the page for new leadership to take us out.
Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, my biggest regret is that I didn't see Joe Biden's decline and call for him to resign earlier. It wasn't until after the debate that I became one of the loudest voices publicly, nationally, calling on him to step aside. But unfortunately, by then it was too late, and we handed Donald Trump the presidency.
Mr. Cuomo, your regrets in all the years you've spent in politics?
That the Democratic Party got to a point that we allowed Mr. Trump to be elected, that we've gotten to a point where rhetoric has no connection with reality, where a person who has served in government for several years, only passed 3 bills, believes they have the experience and credentials to run the greatest city on the earth, and the Democratic Party.
Dude, how is this? I don't understand this pitch. You're putting it between, would you rather have me, who has a terrible record, but I technically have experience, I have experience mismanaging the city, or would you hand it off to somebody who's younger and has a fresher idea on things and doesn't have that bad record?
Seems okay with that.
Mr. Cuomo, this question was about your personal regret in your years of politics.
I said I regret the state of the Democratic Party that we elected Trump.
Not the 15. No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care. No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to Black and brown communities. Really, no regrets. No regrets.
We have to protect Medicare for our city's retirees.
Okay, we want everyone to be able to respond. Retirees. Okay, we want to respond to this, Mr. Cuomo. You only have a few seconds.
Yeah.
No, I understand, but
it's not. It is just not accurate. Medicaid went up under me. I led the nation under COVID. Okay. I pushed President Trump to give us everything he had.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Right.
I was there every day leading COVID.
Okay. No regrets.
All right. Mr. Cuomo, I'm sorry. I'm sure that people at home must be wondering about your answer to this question, because we speak to voters throughout the city, and quite a few of them will say, I'm not sure exactly what happened with those sexual harassment cases. We know that you say you never sexually harassed anybody. You say you're running to restore efficient government and efficient leadership. But in the past, your leadership came with what more than one investigation concluded was a toxic work environment, especially for women. And some of those cases are still ongoing. So I just want to ask you, since we're talking about regrets, you have apologized to some of those women back when you were still governor. What do you say?
By apologize, it was basically the non-apology. I'm sorry if you felt offended, but I didn't mean it that way and I never did anything wrong.
Say to voters now, looking ahead to your potential mayoralty, are you doing anything differently? And why should they believe that that same situation won't happen again?
Yeah, Melissa, let's just make sure we have the facts. A report was done 4 years ago making certain allegations. I said at the time that it was political and it was false. 5 district attorneys, Democratic, Republican, short, tall, looked at it all across the state, found absolutely nothing. 1 case has been resolved. I was dropped from that case. I said at the time that if I offended anyone. It was unintentional. But I apologize, and I say that today.
There was also a Justice Department investigation, but we'll move on because we're out of time.
We detoured there because the issue raised, but we also want everyone to respond. Mr. Myrie, biggest regret in politics?
I regret not having secured more funding for after school earlier in my career, but I want to turn to Andrew because during—
These are short answers, Mr. Myrie, on your regrets.
I have 30 seconds, correct?
Yes.
When I was in the ICU during COVID, writing legislation to protect my community, you were the most powerful person in this state, and you were in the governor's mansion taking a $5 million deal. Do you regret taking the $5 million, and will you give it back?
Yeah. First of all, that's not true.
$5 million deal from who?
I stood up.
I mean, this is probably true, but he didn't say like who he got it from.
Every day and fought for this state, for COVID, against President Trump, for PPE, for masks. I was in emergency rooms.
I was in a hospital.
Gentlemen, I understand.
Garbage bags for PPE.
Yes.
Do you regret taking the $5 million?
We're going to pick up.
We were doing everything we could every day to get—
Mr. Cuomo, people aren't going to hear you. We are going to finish this. We have a break right now that we have to take. We will pick up with the issue, I assure you. We're just about at the 1 hour break. We're going to continue this online. Channel 4 goes to regular programming, but wherever you stream News 4 New York, continue watching us. We will be right back with more of this discussion.
Or wherever you watch this stream, you should subscribe to me, either on Twitch, YouTube, or like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. If you want an ad-free experience, you can go ahead and subscribe to me on Twitch, and that will give you that. Or donate if you want to donate. My donation link pinned in chat, just saying. All right. When does this fucking recess end?
For New York Assemblyman, sponsored by and NYC Votes. Here now, News 4 New York anchor David Ushery.
Welcome back to the second hour of the first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor. Once again, I'm joined by my colleague News 4 government affairs reporter Melissa Russo, also Sally Goldenberg, who's senior New York editor for Politico, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarina Breton. We are streaming live on NBC New York and Telemundo 47 digital platform.
I've been impressed with this pronunciation both times.
And we're also live on YouTube. So, candidates, with all of us on stage, so many, we wanted to give a chance for voters to hear as much as they can. We also have to try and get all the production things done. So, we are going to pick up Mr. Cuomo, given a chance to respond to what Mr. Myrie said, and then we resume with Ms. Ramos and Mr. Lander and Ms. Adams to talk about their biggest regret in politics. So, Mr. Cuomo, just a brief answer here. Briefly,
we led the way under COVID. Every day I got on that TV, I informed New Yorkers of exactly what was going on and all the facts, and I was fighting President Trump for the COVID, for the PPE. There was no doubt that in the beginning—
Dude, it will be so depressing if Eric Adams loses to this motherfucker. It'll just be— it's like a revolving door of corruption.
No PPE, and people were using garbage bags. But we fought vehemently for it. When the first phase had passed New York, we actually got through the first phase. It was then going to other states, and that's when we were trying to share lessons.
What happened to city field vaccines?
All right, we're going to continue on, and you may have a chance. Ms. Ramos, biggest regret in your years of politics.
We had the vaccines. Use the vendetta against the former mayor, not to make it happen.
So I regret not running for mayor in 2021. I had been in the Senate for 2 years. I'd already passed over a dozen bills. I thought I needed more experience, but turns out you just need to make good videos.
Mr. Lander.
I was the champion for the Gowanus rezoning, which is producing 8,000 homes in my district. But I'll be honest, I wish I had pushed for even more housing in my district when I was a city council member, because we need it. But let's be clear, sexually harassed 13 women, marked up that state health department report to undercount nursing home deaths, has now forced taxpayers to spend $60 million on legal bills, has learned absolutely nothing, taken no responsibility.
Okay, Mr. Lander, thank you.
David,
he does not deserve your trust.
You can't let him say that.
Briefly, please.
Yeah. The report was done. 5 DAs, nothing has come of it. In terms of the paying legal fees, yes, the state pays legal fees. The state was sued, Kathy Hochul was sued, and I was sued. And the controller knows that because he was sued 15 times and the city paid the bill. He was sued by parents of the disabled. He was sued by homeless providers.
Dude, if no one brings up the fact that the city paid $450,000 to that woman he sexually harassed, I'm gonna...
Who said he was
video game myself?
Didn't do anything about the safety conditions. He was sued by people who said he mismanaged the pension fund.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Lander, you have 15 seconds to respond.
It's just every one of those things is false. The thing about my wife was sourced from Twitter. Honestly, I have no idea where he got this one. He's lied to you so many times on this stage tonight. Takes no responsibility.
All right, we're going to move on. Ms. Adams, if you could speak to your biggest regret. Thank you.
There's like a cartoon character that guy sounds like. I can't think of who it is.
Ms. Adams, your biggest regret in your years in politics?
Well, obviously, my biggest regret is believing that Eric Adams would would be a good mayor for all New Yorkers. I have had to restore budget cuts from this mayor. I've had to save pre-K. I've had to save 3K. I've had to save our libraries. I've had to save our cultural institutions because the mayor of the city of New York thought that it was his job to cut all of those and to slice and dice the livelihoods of our children, cultural institution, our elders, our seniors through their library services and their food services as well. I have had to be the champion to make sure that all of those services were restored for the people of the city.
Mr. Stringer.
I thought about this question through my career, and I would say that the biggest regret from a policy perspective was when my mom died of COVID before her time, and she was a great trailblazer, the first woman elected city council in Washington Heights back in the day. She was a real fighter, but she lost the fight with COVID. I really wish, before I left the controller's office, that, like with so many other issues, I really was able to really build a COVID recovery plan for the
Thank
city.
you, Mr.
And I
Stringer.
just ran out of time.
We'll continue with Telemundo anchor Rosarina Beton.
Thank you, David. A very important issue for my viewers in Telemundo 47. We're going to talk about immigration, okay? So as we know, President Trump wants to abolish sanctuary cities like New York, and his administration has applied pressure to force cooperation on deportation. So to understand a little bit more this issue, we're going to give you couple of scenarios, hypothetical scenarios. You're going to have a minute to answer this one. Mr. Cuomo, we are going to begin with you. Let's say ICE notifies your city-run hospitals that they must stop offering medical care to undocumented patients, or the federal government is going to withhold millions of dollars in funding. What would you do?
I've gone through this with Mr. Trump before, with ICE.
But what would you do now?
You cannot give in to Mr. Trump and his demands. You cannot.
But let's say he's cutting funding.
You can't. It will never end. If you give in to him, he is a bully. I know him well. If you give in to him today, you will be giving him your lunch money for the rest of your life.
So what's the solution?
You have to fight him. And the way you fight him is not by suing him. Yes, of course you sue him, but he gets sued 10 times before he gets out of bed in the morning. Right?
Kind of like you.
That doesn't bother him.
And the lawsuits are winning,
right?
by the way.
We need a national coalition, which we can put together.
Bullies, no bullies.
Like-minded states and cities that will oppose these actions. And then we're going to have to eventually beat him politically in the Congress. But you cannot give in.
The way that they have to frame this issue as not that they want to stand up for immigrant rights, not that they want to keep New York City is a sanctuary city. They have to frame it as, well, I don't want to give Trump whatever he wants, and he's not going to bully us. To avoid contending with that is so fucking annoying.
His demands.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Chilson?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump throws 50 tweets a day up there, and most of the time you just ignore him. If he actually does act illegally to try and
this guy's terminally online, man. He had gone through Zohran's feed.
Plus, you have
now he's bringing up Trump's.
Restore that funding. I am appalled by what Trump is doing to terrorize immigrant communities and demonize immigrants in general, and that's an area I will fight him tooth and nail.
Mr. Mamdani?
Our city is under attack by an authoritarian Trump administration, and it is under attack that is now being echoed by Trump's allies right here in New York City. And I say that as someone who would be the first immigrant mayor of the city in generations, someone who just yesterday had a sitting elected official call for me to be deported. This is not an intellectual exercise for the people of New York City. We deserve to have a mayor who is not funded by the same billionaires that put Donald Trump in D.C. We deserve to have a mayor who will actually fight back. And the way that we fight back is ensure that our local institutions continue to provide the services to each and every New Yorker.
But the question is, how can you protect those people? Going to hospitals, how can you protect them?
Here's the thing. The Donald Trump administration will use the fact that they fund 7% of our city budget as leverage over us to try and give up whichever category of New Yorkers they are pursuing in that day. Ultimately, what we need to do is tell those same institutions we will provide them that funding, and we'll get that funding by taxing the 1% and the wealthiest corporations right here in New York State.
Thank you so much. Mr. Blake, I'm going to remind you the question is, ICE notifies the hospitals that they're not going to offer care.
Every one of these people would destroy NYC. We have an NYC understander in chat. It's OT 1984. Please tell me what you would do so much better than any of these people on this stage.
To immigrants, how can you solve this situation?
As a son of Jamaican immigrants, where I was born with a heart murmur in North Central Bronx Hospital, and my mom that's watching right now, and my wife who's Jamaican and Honduran, this is important for us to expand the conversation of what's happening. To your question, we create the protections by designating hospitals, schools, community centers, places of worship as safe havens where ICE is not permitted to enter unless there's a signed judicial warrant. Moreover, we have to expand the conversation. We've made very clear we will remain a sanctuary city to make sure that we are protected, full stop. But it also is important about how do we have the rhetoric. That we will not tolerate rhetoric against our immigrant communities. The same way we will not tolerate anti-Semitic behavior. We will not tolerate Islamophobia. We will not tolerate anti-Blackness and anti-Latino rhetoric. And that means at the same time, we have to protect our nonprofits that are helping our immigrants as well, which is why I said you must grant as well as reimburse nonprofits earlier that are helping our immigrants, in particular on undocumented work right now.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
He's actually had my favorite answer on that so far.
Look, we first have to make it clear that the buck does not stop with Donald Trump. And that's why the very rainy day fund I proposed would immediately allow us to build back the health services that the federal government could take from us financially. This is why we need a mayor who knows the buck, because that's the job of mayor, understanding how we actually get through the Trump era. But it doesn't stop there. Look, my experience has always been about fighting in Trump 1. And we won a lot of those battles. We won those battles during COVID. We never backed down, but we were strategic. And that's why we need to work with our Washington partners. You know, there are Democrats in Washington ready for the fight with a mayor who brings a confidence and a proven ability to deal with the economics of this crisis. But this is not a time for training wheels. This is not a time for somebody who has never dealt with the finances of the city to be mayor of New York.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Okay, so the NYC understander has responded. You guys, here's their plan. Just do the opposite of what they say. It's the same that has been done for years, and everything has gotten worse. Epic, dude. You should be up here.
Mr. Stringer. Now, Ms. Adams, we're going to go to you next. We're going to change a little bit the situation. Let's say that you learn that ICE is planning to stop immigrants outside your hospitals for possible roundups. Would you warn them?
But I mean, you got Zohran up there who's proposing socialism. Sounds like an alternative to capitalism. You know what I mean? Maybe he's your candidate.
And how would you handle this situation? You have a minute.
You know, it's work that I'm already doing as Speaker of the City Council. So I've already stepped up in leadership to do this. I've had a target on me because I refuse to erode our sanctuary city laws, and I refuse to do this. My mission is and will be when I am mayor is to protect the immigrants of the city of New York. New York is a city made up of immigrants. So it is our responsibility to make sure that all New Yorkers, our old New Yorkers and our newer New Yorkers, feel safe in this city. As mayor, I will not kowtow to Donald Trump.
But would you warn them that they're...
I will absolutely use my bully pulpit as the mayor to warn, as I am doing as city council speaker pretty much on a daily basis. The work that I am currently doing as speaker, I will expand as the mayor of the city of New York. Donald Trump will know that New York will remain a sanctuary.
No socialism. That's what DeBozo did also. Oh, yeah. You guys, did you know that Bill de Blasio is a socialist?
City, regardless of his threats and his chaos. We will stand because we are a city and a nation, and we will be that model once again for other cities in this country to take a look at and to work towards becoming like New York.
Thank you. Mr. Lander.
Thank you, Rosarina. I mean, as you well know, 40% of the 8 million New Yorkers are foreign-born. 50% live in mixed-status households, including 1 million children. This is the future of New York City that we're talking about, which is why I was proud to be a co-sponsor of those sanctuary city laws. 3 specific things I would do here. 1, it's not just the mayor. Every New York City employee needs to understand the sanctuary city laws. So I've got a detailed plan to make sure our school social workers and receptionists, our shelter security guards know the sanctuary city laws. So we'll have a network to get this information out and absolutely warn people before they walk into ICE. I've proposed creating an independent health authority to segment off city money from Medicaid money. And I want to expand NYC Care. So it's not just in health and hospitals, but in our federally qualified health centers as well. That'll make sure our immigrants are protected.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos.
Rosarina, Trump mintió. Trump anda detrás de todos los inmigrantes. Pensamos que solamente iban a ser los supuestos criminales y hemos visto que eso no es verdad. We have to keep ICE out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our houses of worship, out of any public institution, and really limit cooperation of ICE with the NYPD only when it comes to the 90-plus charges under the current sanctuary city law. Those are very serious charges. I want to make sure that in a town with so many lawyers, our immigrants have lawyers and our immigrants do what they came here to do, work. It is our responsibility. It'll be my responsibility as mayor of the city of New York to create entry points into the economy so that they can stay busy, provide for themselves and for their families, and honor the fabric of this city and of this country, which cannot function, whose future won't be brighter without our immigrants.
And that sounds like that sounds like a great plan, but would you be using taxpayers' money for that?
Yes, this is actually making sure we are expanding Action NYC and our cooperation with our community-based organizations, clinics with our 7 law schools to make sure that we are on the ground protecting and teaching people their rights.
Mr. Murray.
You mean you're going to put American taxpayer money towards helping strengthen the economy? Whoa, no way, man.
This isn't just a hypothetical for me. I grew up with pretty severe asthma, and both of my parents would take me to a city hospital, Kings County Hospital, when I had an asthma attack. They weren't documented that.
None of these candidates will be able to work with Trump. Good.
But they knew that the city had their back. So not only would I be warning, I would be assuring them that we had their back right now. Sanctuary city laws used to not be political. Well-known progressive Rudy Giuliani stood up for our sanctuary city laws because he understood what this community meant to our city. I plan on doing the same. This isn't a time for us to give half measures to say, well, maybe under this circumstance and maybe under that circumstance. We have to stand up. They are snatching people out of our schools. They're snatching people out of our courthouses. We cannot stand for that in this moment. I have a frontline agenda. I want to hire 50 more lawyers to the law department. I want to go on the offensive. I want to utilize the 10th Amendment to ensure that we are not carrying out the federal government's immigration policies. We have to stand up in this moment. That's what I'll be as the next.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Sally?
Thank you. Let's move on to another very important topic, public schools. The city spends more of its tax dollars on public schools than anything else. But after shelling out some $40,000 a year per student, only about half of New York City kids can read or do math at grade level. Only half. Bottom line here, what do you see as the top reason for that dismal return on this $41 billion a year investment? And how would you turn it around as mayor? You'll all have 30 seconds to answer. Mr. Blake, we'll begin with you.
We have to address literacy and have a better pedagogy on the front end so that our teachers and our educators and families are able to make sure that we address this critical issue. It's the reason why I led the My Brother's Keeper program. But it also means that we have to be clear to be against any anti-blackness that is happening in our schools. And something that many people may not realize. In 2008, Andrew Cuomo said that no candidate should shuck or jive in an election. Clearly,
Jesus Christ.
So when we talk about education, it's not just about making sure that we're understanding how more kids can read, but making sure we address the anti-blackness happening in schools.
We're at time, Mr. Blake, and before we move to Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, would you like to respond to that?
It's ridiculous. So no.
What about it is ridiculous?
Is it inaccurate that you said in 2008?
I never insulted President Obama.
Is
Mr. Mamdani said he is a liar.
Is the quote incorrect?
Evil.
This is
I never insulted.
Okay, not hearing an answer to
this is very clear. In 2008,
in
2008.
We do have to move on because many people do want to hear about public education, so we're going to move on to Mr. Mamdani to discuss. Okay, you can have 45 seconds to answer, to respond to him, and please address the question.
Oh, God. Okay, this did happen. This is from the New York Times, an article published in 2008. Cuomo remarked in an interview, takes clarifying, Attorney General Andrew Cuomo's staff spent much of Thursday explaining Mr. Cuomo's use of shuck and jive, a term with racial overtones, during a radio interview on Wednesday about the presidential race. It's not a TV-crazed race, Mr. Cuomo said, a supporter of Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. He said on WCBI-AM, frankly, you can't buy your way into it. You can't shuck and jive at a press conference. You can't just put off reporters because you have real people looking at you saying, answer the question. On Thursday, Mr. Cuomo's choice of words was being discussed on political blogs. A review of the interview, however, indicates that Mr. Cuomo was not referring to the black presidential candidate, Senator Barack Obama, when he made the comment, but was generally discussing how directly candidates should interact with voters. He called Mr. Obama a powerful speaker and added, what he has to say is important for the Democrats to hear. Jeffrey Lerner, a spokesman for Mr. Cuomo, said the Attorney General's point was that Iowa and New Hampshire were important primaries because the candidates could not duck the voters' tough questions. He clearly meant no offense. As he was praising both candidates in the interview, he said bob and weave would have been a better expression and is certainly all the Attorney General meant. Okay. Okay.
Absolutely. I'll do so shortly after. We have Mr. Cuomo, who said these words of shuck and jive when Barack Obama was running to be the president of our country. I was proud in 2008 that the first doors I ever knocked on was for Barack Obama, while we had a candidate here.
Why did you call him an evil and a liar?
While we have a candidate here
Why would you call him a liar?
A candidate here who is so allergic to any accountability or acknowledgement of a mistake that he can't even admit that he said these kinds of words. Now, as it pertains to public education, all of the challenges that we are facing in our city when it comes to our schools, they are also downstream from the fact that 500,000 of our children are going to sleep hungry every single night. 100,000 of them for the 9th consecutive year are now homeless. We need to ensure we have a city where our children can not only have food to eat, a place to call their home, and we also have to have the full implementation of class size reduction.
Mr. Tilson, we're going to move to you. And I just want to remind you, we do want to know a solution to the problem in the public school system. That is the heart of this question.
Sure.
Mr. Tilson.
The failure of our public schools is exhibit A of how city government spends way too much and delivers far too little. Our kids are reading below Mississippi's, despite spending $40,000 a kid. They're the poorest state in the nation, spending 12. It's really, if you're a business person, I know, and I am for 40 years, it's bad management. There are few, if any, rewards for success and few, if any, consequences for failure. I served on the board of KIPP charter schools for more than 20 years, and 15% of our public schools, the charter schools, are held accountable. Not surprisingly, they
God, this is a school of choice, motherfucker.
Are the
vouchers,
schools, public schools overall in the city, delivering for kids.
We have to move on, Mr. Cuomo. And I just want to remind you again, we've established that there's a problem. We're looking for solutions. Mr. Cuomo.
Gotcha. Interesting, Mamdani never denied saying Obama was evil and a liar.
I believe neither of you denied the quotes
you
that were
didn't
raised.
deny that you said shuck and jive.
Neither of you denied the quotes that were raised. But we are here to talk at this moment about public schools.
It's a power move from Zohran to have already been confronted with that quote and then go on to say that he to like defend Obama, and that he was proud to door knock for him, while Cuomo is like being like, but he said the thing, and he's like he's not getting baited.
No one denied any
Mr. Cuomo, solutions.
Even though honestly, he could own up to that, and that should not cost him anything, because he could be like, what? Like a lot of New Yorkers, I had criticisms of Barack Obama once he was in office. I was proud to campaign for him, though.
Education is a very important issue to New York City.
I'm proud that I raised.
Okay, we're going to move on. Mr. Myrie, do you have...
No. Let's give Mr.
I'm proud that I raised education to the highest level of any state in the United States. I understand the point about we need to reform the education system. I would start with the DOE. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on consultants. We don't know what we get. I want a real analysis of the curriculum New York City solves and New York City reads. We need more paraprofessionals in those schools. 1 out of 8 children are homeless. Okay. It's too much for a teacher to do.
Understood.
Pay the paraprofessionals.
Thank you, Ms.
more assistance.
Thank you. Mr. Myrie.
I wouldn't be standing on this stage if not for our city's public schools. I went to PS 161, the Crown School, and made my way to Cornell Law School, with Brooklyn Tech and Fordham in between, only because there were teachers that got up every single day and put their best foot forward so that I can be on a path to success. But we also have to think about what is happening after school. We had learning loss over COVID-19, and I want to provide universal after school to help make up for that learning loss. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have an after school program that taught me karate, even though I was terrible, and I was the only one in the steps and have the moves to prove it. I want to give that to every single kid.
We're at time now. We're going to move to Ms. Ramos.
Well, now I have to shout out PS 70, IS 10, and the Academy of American Studies in Astoria. I wouldn't be here without them, and my children wouldn't be where they are in middle school in Queens if it wasn't for PS 69 in Jackson Heights.
When you said you have to like call out the poverty and stuff, that's the thing. Yeah, it mostly comes down to poverty being the issue and about creating barriers to support people rather than attempt to counter poverty. That's the thing, is that like they're talking about like homeless kids or whatever, and it's like regardless of the qualities of the schools and whatnot, unless you address that, there's not. It like is related to this because obviously schools teach kids, but
look, it's true that our children suffered some lapses in developmental and social skills throughout the pandemic. I've seen it. So I want to make sure that we are delivering on teacher centers and so that our teachers have more supports, giving NYC Reads more time to really seep in, and really providing our District 75 schools with all of the funding they deserve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Lander, again, we are looking for solution-oriented answers here.
Both our kids also pre-K to 12 in New York City Public Schools. Shout out PS 107. 30 seconds is hard. I've got a detailed plan. I'm the only candidate in the race with a detailed plan on my website for education. How I'll measure what matters, what metrics I'm looking at, how I'll recruit, retain, and support teachers, including a teacher center in every school, and how I'll deal with the growth we've seen in mental health crises, in homelessness, and in chronic absenteeism by making every school a community school.
Preschool, pre-K, after-school programs, who's going to pay for that? Look, you can either complain about getting taxed for shit like that, but you really shouldn't, because the same people that will complain about these programs will also turn around and complain about crime, complain about issues in their city. If people are educated, if people have their needs being met, they're way less likely to engage in antisocial behavior. So if you don't support things like that, you better never complain about crime.
So it can support all our students.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
You know, prior to becoming an elected official, I was the education chair for my local community board. Education has always been a priority for me.
Put Eric Adams back. None of these candidates are good enough. Dude, Eric Adams is a fucking crook, and the only reason why he's not in this is because he's having to run in a different party because he has to avoid being on a debate stage with these people because of how bad his record is.
It always will be. We raised 4 children in the public school system. So again, I am that everyday New Yorker that knows what this feels like. So we know that the DOE has the highest budget of all city agencies. What I would do would be to redeploy resources. I have seen as council speaker how difficult it is to maneuver through the DOE agency and the barriers of bureaucracy. But as mayor, I will have full view in order to help all of our children get through the bureaucracy and get our children taught the right way.
Mr. Stringer.
My sons, Max and Miles, are going through public middle school as we speak. And the challenge for them as COVID kids is very real. And there's a lot of kids out there that need help, and they need it now. They need mental health services. They need extra tutoring. And we're not providing that with this $40 billion budget. I know that because I audited the Department of Education more than any controller in history, found missing computers, missing iPads at the height of COVID. But here's what we have to do. Childcare. Baseline pre-K, 3K. We need an after-school program that focuses on tutoring and giving kids that don't have parental resources financially the help they need. It doesn't matter how you start the race. It matters how you finish the race.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. We're at time. David?
Okay, thank you, Sally. We call this next section of the debate, What's in a Name? We have
all these people willing to like fund these programs. Don't get me wrong, it's a good thing, but the fact that like they don't have Their parents are working like these long hours for terrible fucking wages. School pretty much just has to turn into a daycare, especially in the like formative years.
3 quick questions, looking for fast answers. We'd like you to answer each of them.
Wouldn't I say Eric Adams is at least better than the current candidates in this debate is a train wreck? No, I don't fucking think that. Eric Adams should be in fucking jail and at the very least resign in disgrace.
The name. We'll go down the line, starting with Mr. Stringer. Right now, who's the most effective Democrat in the country?
It's not Eric Adams. I would say the most effective Democrat right now is Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay. Mr. Blake?
I would say myself because I actually defeated Donald Trump when I was vice chair of the DNC.
Mr. Mamdani?
Mayor Wu of Boston.
Mr. Tilson?
My old friend Cory Booker, after his 25-hour Herculean.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo?
Hakeem Jeffries.
Mr. Myrie?
Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
Ms. Ramos?
Maryland Governor Moore.
Mr. Lander?
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu.
Ms. Adams?
I would have to say the next speaker would be Hakeem Jeffries.
In the primary, voters will be ranking you 1 through 5, number 1 being their top choice for mayor. So we break up the order and start with Mr. Cuomo. Assuming you rank yourself number 1, who on this stage would you rank number 2?
I'd leave it to the voters.
So you would not put a name in, or you're not sure?
No, I'd leave it to the voters.
Okay. Mr. Tilson?
I haven't decided on my number 2, but I'm an ABZ. No disrespect, Zohran, but I think his policies are dangerous.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani?
I'm more of an ABC guy, anybody but Cuomo. I'll be telling my voters, however, who to rank number 2 before election day.
Okay, no name was yet. Mr. Blake?
I'm going to take the Andrew Cuomo approach and not answer your question.
Mr. Stringer?
Well, you're not supposed to make news at these debates, right? No, just kidding. My second choice really will be based on who I think would be the second best mayor on the stage.
Ms. Adams?
I also would rank myself number 1, of course. But we will not be breaking news as far as who my number 2 will be tonight.
All right, Mr. Lander?
Andrew Cuomo has shown you many times tonight why he should not be anywhere on your ballot.
Ms. Ramos?
Well, I think this debate is really good food for thought and will give us all a better idea. I'm hoping to have a better idea by the end of tonight.
Mr. Myrie?
This is so stupid to ask them this. They all dodge it.
Stay tuned.
All right. The last one, we'll start with Mr. Stringer again going around. 4 years ago, in the race for mayor, who did you rank first on your ballot for the Democratic primary?
That was tough. I conferred with my wife, and we said Stringer number 1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake.
Maya Wiley, I co-chaired our campaign, and our city would be much better right now if Maya Wiley was mayor.
Mr. Mamdani?
Maya Wiley.
Mr. Tilson?
Catherine Garcia.
Mr. Cuomo?
I would have done Eric Adams.
Did he live in New York
God.
City?
No, he said he would have done. You said you
I think it was
would
about 30 years since he lived here, right?
Okay. Mr. Myrie?
I ranked Maya first.
Ms. Ramos?
I voted for Maya Wiley.
Mr. Lander?
Maya Wiley 1, Catherine Garcia 2.
Ms. Adams?
My biggest regret was voting for Eric Adams, number 1, with Maya a very close second. Kathy Garcia was.
All right, thank you,
Well, I'm not
candidates.
ranking any of you.
All right, thank you, candidates.
It's so like, she had like, it's so off-putting to me that anybody actually thought Eric Adams would be a good mayor.
Okay,
like that shit is like automatically disqualifying to me.
To housing. You've all made housing a top priority in your campaigns. And as you all know, the city is in a housing crisis with a vacancy rate of just 1.4%. We'd like you to explain your proposed solutions to this housing crisis and how you would pay for it. You'll have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Tilson, we'll begin with you.
Sure. Well, as I discussed about an hour ago, the key, I think, is to unleash the private sector to build a lot more supply, which wouldn't just stabilize rents. We have the highest rents in the country. We need to bring them down. I think they can come down by 20%. Boston just demonstrated how to do this in only 3 years. How do we do that? We need to ease zoning restrictions.
That's not entirely true. This is like abundant shit.
Properly staff the city departments to streamline that process and overall just speed up the process. It's taking 4 years to build start to finish, and it should take only 2. I will say what I will my plan.
Dude, it's so awesome seeing these people be the face of promoting abundance. It's great. I'm vindicated.
Zohran's. He wants the city to build all new affordable housing, which I think the city has we've seen the city is no good at building and operating housing. He would also saddle us, he proposes, with $70 billion of debt. This would end up looking like California's high-speed rail project. Nothing accomplished.
We're at time. Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo, how would you try to resolve the housing crisis, and how would you pay for it?
Yeah, it's a desperate problem. I built housing for the homeless in my 20s. Excuse me. I served as HUD secretary and built housing literally all across the nation, hundreds of thousands of units. We need to blow up HPD. It's an obstacle. The city council is a bottleneck. We have to use faith-based
I'd like to respond to that.
We need to use vacant city land. I've shown that I know how to build. Look at LaGuardia Airport. Look at the Casco Bridge. Look at the 2nd Avenue subway. I know how to get things done. And that's what this election is all about. Not plans, plans, plans. Who can get something done?
I honestly think this whole, like, I get shit done is the reason why he still polls as well as he does despite all of his scandals.
Ms. Adams, yes, if you'd like to very briefly respond to that since he invoked the city council.
Yes, I would. And the former governor's response really does show how disconnected he is to the work of the city. Unlike myself, who is currently still in city governance, the only person on this stage actually that has experience of city governance and doing the work. The city council under my leadership right now has already walked 120,000 units of housing for the people of the city of New York. So the city council is not bottlenecking anything. Maybe perhaps 10, 20 years ago when you were a governor, that was happening. But under my leadership, we have a brand new culture in the city council where we are actually working for the people to make sure that housing is built and housing is built now.
Very, very briefly.
Yeah, the mayor has an interesting proposal that I think we're going to see in the Charter Commission that talks about the role of the city council and expediting the approval mechanism.
Okay, Mr. Myrie, your top solution to the housing crisis. You have 1 minute to discuss it.
I grew up in a rent-stabilized apartment. It is a place that my mom, my parents were able to find, the only affordable place they were able to find to raise me to be on this stage right now. But that opportunity has slipped away for too many New Yorkers. My wife and I, we want to put down roots in the same neighborhood that we grew up in. When you walk down Bedford Avenue, everything costs $1 million. Who has $1 million? Maybe some of the people on this stage do, but I don't have it, and I know you watching at home don't have it either. So I've been clear about what my plan is to drive down the cost of housing. 1 million homes over the next 10 years. We can actually do this with some leadership. The leaders of the past, like Cuomo, who had the opportunity to do this, only gave us a city that is more expensive than it was 10 years ago. I want to also extend pre-K and 3K from
Even if we steal man Ezra Klein, how did he not expect these ghouls to use his book as a justification for austerity while taking out any of the good stuff he said in it? I'm currently reading that book, and honestly, it comes off like somebody who published a book that consisted of all of the thoughts that he had in response to the Twitter arguments he was getting in with lefties. Because that is who he primarily puts the blame on, is like liberals and leftists that like putting up too much red tape and not calling out the different moneyed interests that dictate these types of things.
2:30 p.m.
And yeah, there's a reason why you had people like Ben Shapiro that were praising abundance and being like, see, this is what you asked for, the liberal nanny state, you know. You should listen to Ezra Klein, who wants to deregulate everything and you should give all your money to Elon Musk and billionaires and they'll build everything for you. That'll solve this.
To 6 p.m. so that we can draw families here and keep them here. And I want universal free after school for every kid in this city because it has to be a city where you can raise a family and where we can move every.
He was surprised he didn't agree with him, and he said that it's so stupid. It's so stupid because that abundance agenda was backed by literally like Silicon Valley millionaires.
We want to a path to success.
And very, very briefly, what is your price tag on those 1 million new homes?
My plan does not require us to raise taxes and reduce the private market in order to build housing.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ramos.
Property tax reform is at the crux of our affordable housing crisis in this city. I want to make sure that we are helping homeowners and landlords bring down their costs. Water rates, the cost of water has skyrocketed in the past 3 years under the current administration. And then I want to freeze the rent. As a rent-stabilized tenant, I know how tough it is to be able to keep up with rent. The rent is too damn high and the wages are too damn low in this city. So I want to make sure that we are...
Did someone raid me? Thank you for the raid.
Warehousing the 5,000 apartments that NYCHA is hanging on to. I want to make sure they're repaired so that we can chip into that 200,000 New Yorker waiting list. I also want to bring back the co-op city model so that we can attract the city services that are needed. We need more nurses. We need more teachers. We need more doctors. We need more police officers and firefighters. So I want to build more low-income rentals and modest equity homeownership opportunities so that every New Yorker can own a piece of our city.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Lander.
Everyone on the stage talks about affordable housing. I've spent 3 decades delivering it. Spent 15 years before I ever got into elected office with my sleeves rolled up, renovating abandoned buildings and vacant lots into affordable homes. In the city council, I was the champion for the Gowanus redevelopment, 8,000 new units, 3,000 genuinely affordable. Saved the 35,000 units of Signature Bank rent-stabilized housing when they were put at risk by Signature's failure. So I know how to do this. That's the leadership I'll bring to City Hall. I'll declare a housing emergency on day one. I put out a detailed plan for how we can build 500,000 homes over the next 10 years, and I've laid out where, including 50,000 units in great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 city-owned golf courses. Might be losing the golf vote tonight, but we need the pathway to homeownership and genuine rental housing. I've also laid out detailed plans for how to fix HPD and NYCHA. I've got the management experience. I can deliver those homes.
Thank you. For viewers at home, that's the Housing Department and the New York City Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Ms. Adams, given that you spoke about this before, we're going to give you 30 seconds to continue your answer.
Yes, already doing the work. Don't need a man.
This is AOC's second choice.
Or transcript in order to do it. I'm already doing it currently as we speak. So I've already delivered thousands of.
But again, I'm so skeptical of anybody that voted for Eric Adams.
Affordable units to people of the city of New York. We can take a look at Innovation Queens, the largest privately developed structure that is coming up right now, unheard of. We can look at Bronx Metro North rezoning. We can also look at what we just passed 2 weeks ago, the Atlantic Avenue rezoning. And yes, we can take a look at the City for All, which will create over 80,000 brand new
Thank you, Ms.
affordable
Adams.
units.
We have to
for the
move
city
on to
of New
Mr.
York.
Stringer.
Doing the work.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, can you please talk about your housing plan and how you would pay for it?
Mail Rights USA, you're like the one conservative in my chat, and I do not want to ban you. But if you simp for Eric Adams one more time in my chat, I will have no choice but to ban you to like time you out.
For it.
Well, first of all, this housing crisis is way too real. And
This is not a safe space for Eric Adams simps.
confronted
You
housing.
must go elsewhere if you want to do that.
Mayor stepped up and didn't do the minimum, they did the maximum. LaGuardia built 2,200 public housing units. The Mitchell-Lama housing program, the greatest integrated housing program in a generation, was also built. Right now, all we do is have luxury developers propose projects that gives us affordable housing. I want to upend this. My plan, pick 1,000 vacant lots, build the affordable housing that we need. You give the land to not-for-profits, to community-based organizations.
What do you think this guy's idea of affordable is?
In the game. This is not pie in the sky. I can't say to you tonight, given my
$4,000 a month for rent, if like for renting a closet in New York City with a fucking sink.
30 years of experience, that anyone has a plan to build 1 million homes or 500,000 homes in 10 years. Don't believe it. Believe what we can do in the next 2 years. That's the first step. Lastly, we also have to recognize who can best do this work. As controller, I financed affordable.
Did Lander vote for Eric Adams? If not, I'm a number 2 Lander stan. No, he didn't. He voted for Maya Wiley, and he was AOC's third pick.
Housing all over the city. As borough president, I didn't do 1 or 2 rezonings. That was my life's work for 8 years. And we
We're at time,
transformed so many
Mr.
parts of
Stringer.
the land into
Mr. Blake,
affordable housing.
we have to move on. Mr. Blake.
When we talk about a housing crisis, you have to actually go through the journey. My mama overcame homelessness. We sold dinners to pay rent in South Bronx. And so this is not about a report for me. This is about reality. So how do we fix the crisis? We need local median income, because area median income is not working. We need to end credit scores being utilized for housing applications, and we need to increase the income limits on housing applications, especially to protect all of our New Yorkers. When you think about what's happening in Rochdale Village right now with an unfair tax increase, the protections that have to happen in Co-op City or Concourse Village, Tracy's House, just to name a few. But then we got to go a step further. For public housing and those that are living in NYCHA, for those who have not helped you with heat and hot water, they need to go to jail because they are not being held accountable to actually fight for you. And so when we talk about the actual vision of a housing plan, if you go to blakefornyc.com, you will see the welcome home vision because we want to make sure you can afford the home you deserve.
Mr. Blake, we're at time. Just a very quick follow-up. Who are you implying should be going to jail?
The individuals that are working at NYCHA that were a part of a bribery scheme that has been unveiled and uncovered, where it's been very clear that they were taking in bribes and not actually fix what's happening in the residences.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mamdani, we'll go to you.
If you are one of the close to 2.5 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing, I will freeze your rent. And I will do that because you have a median household income of $60,000 while your landlord profits have increased by 12%. This is an act that will bring nearly $7 billion back into your pocket and back into the pockets of our local economy. This is what we will do immediately, and we'll do so because the mayor has the power to. Even though there are those like Andrew Cuomo on this stage who will tell you it's unrealistic, we know the previous mayor actually did this 3 times. And on top of this, we're going to build 200,000 truly affordable homes. Homes that are for the New Yorker who has a median household income of $70,000 for a family of 4. We'll do this while taking on the very bad landlords and the real estate developers who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign.
Dude, I'm stressed out at the idea of being of even just being like a couple, with my partner in New York City, and the idea that people are living off $70,000 in New York City and raising multiple kids is insane to me.
$2.5 million last time I checked. And we're going to do that because ultimately every single person needs to follow the law, and that includes the landlords who are violating our housing code and have $800 million in fines that the city have yet to actually collect on.
Very brief response. Very brief response, Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Mamdani is very good at videos, but not reality.
We've already heard that line before.
The Daily News said that his plan to finance his proposals, it violates the constitutional debt cap of the city of New York. It would double the state taxes, and there is no way the state is going to pass a tax statewide.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. We have to.
No, he's invoking. I should be able to respond. Just for 10 seconds. Just for 10 seconds here.
Brief response.
What the governor is speaking about is when we want to fight for working class people, it's considered unrealistic. But when he wants to give Elon Musk a $1 billion tax break, it's totally feasible. What the Daily News found is that this would mean taking a $30 billion budget, increasing it such that we could actually create truly affordable housing.
All right. We have to move on. We have some breaking news we want to ask you about. The Trump administration is threatening the accreditation of Columbia University. In a statement, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon said after Hamas's October 7, 2023 terror attack on Israel, Columbia University's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students on its campus. This is not only immoral, but also unlawful. That is a statement from the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. 30 seconds. What's your reaction to this move? Mr. Cuomo, we'll begin with you.
I think you have two separate issues. Number one, I do believe there's been anti-Semitism in the city. I believe it's a growing problem. And I believe the rhetoric about Israel has actually inflamed the anti-Semitism. Put that aside. I think this is just another overreach of the Trump administration. Now he's going to take over the academic universities in this country.
This is like a master class in both siding this issue as a Democrat.
And he must be opposed at every turn.
Mr. Tilson, your reaction to this, threatening the accreditation of Columbia University?
Yeah, I'm totally appalled by two things. First, the failure of Columbia and other elite institutions to adequately act quickly after the October 7th attacks on mobs that were creating a very dangerous environment for Jewish students. My daughter is one of them in college right now. My wife and children are Jewish. This is personal to me. But I am, and these mobs, let's be clear, were incited by activists like the Democratic Socialists of America and their anti-Israel rhetoric.
Tilson,
I am even more appalled, however, by the Trump administration pretending to care about anti-Semitism and threatening the accreditation of universities.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think this is yet another example of a gross overreach of the Trump administration, one that they have shown they will continue to pursue with whichever university they decide to target. It's been Columbia, it's been Harvard. We need to have a mayor that will actually stand up to Donald Trump, not one that we have right now that will collaborate with them. And that is who I will be, as someone who is, in the words of Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed, because the donors who are putting me in second place in this race are working class New Yorkers across the city.
Mr. Blake, 30 seconds, please.
As a reverend, let's start from the core that all hostages have to come back home on both sides. Let's also be very clear that we have to reject anti-Semitism and also have humanity what's happening for the Palestinian people at the same time. The overreach is unacceptable in what Trump is doing. Linda McMahon is clearly more focused on wrestling rather than the facts. And it's one of the reasons why I'm running in this race. Because of my federal experience and working for a real President Barack Obama, and the State House experience and local experience, we have to make sure that we're not allowing D.C. to have overreach. And when they take these steps, we will withhold sending New York City taxes to D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer, your reaction.
There's no question that on so many of these college campuses, the anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish hate is very real. And we have to make sure that we hold universities accountable to make sure every student of all different...
I've warmed to Michael Blake, though I don't know how much. No, he's good. He's good. When I met him, he straight up was like, there's a genocide in Palestine. He's just being diplomatic here.
...from backgrounds are safe. But this Trump move goes against everything that's American. And if he really wants to help Jewish students and all students, because everybody faces discrimination at some point in their lives, then maybe he would fully fund the civil rights divisions. He would not cut programs that could go a long way to fostering the ability for all different
You met him? Yeah, I did.
people to work together and come together.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, your reaction. The Trump administration says that the university's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students. It's now targeting or perhaps threatening their accreditation. Your reaction.
You know, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe no matter who they are. As Speaker, I've allocated over $18 million to combat anti-Semitism in New York City. As Mayor, I will continue to combat anti-Semitism within the city of New York. We have got to come against this Trump administration who is now terrorizing our college students, our students across the country. We have to have a mayor who will stand up. I've been that speaker that will stand up. As mayor, I will continue to stand up against Donald Trump. Our students deserve to be in safe spaces on all of our college campuses.
Okay. Thank you. Adams. Mr. Lander. Apologies.
This is a frightening time for Jews, and I feel it really personally after the flame throwing in Boulder, Colorado, and the 2 murders in Washington, D.C. I go to a lot of Jewish communal events, and you can't just be looking over your shoulder. So I've got a really detailed plan for how we're going to deal with hate crimes and anti-Semitism in New York City. But let's be clear, Donald Trump, he platforms white nationalists and anti-Semites all the time. This has nothing to do with keeping anyone safe and trying to discredit Harvard or
he emotes so much.
Destroying higher education and democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Lander.
Won't keep Jews safe.
Ms. Ramos.
Look, McMahon is no educator, and Trump has no interest in funding our education.
I didn't like him sneaking in the embassy shooting as an instance of an anti-Semitic event, but okay.
He is trying to make our education less accessible to students. I do wish Columbia University fought the way Harvard has. We have to stand up to Trump. We have to be willing to fight back, to sue. And that is exactly what I will do as your mayor to make sure that we are keeping our Jewish students safe, our Muslim students safe, and that we are fighting bigotry at every turn. There is no room for the skyrocketing anti-Semitism that we are seeing in our communities, and the xenophobia must end.
Mr. Myron.
There has been a clear and unequivocal rise in anti-Semitism in the city and across this country. And we have to be just as clear and unequivocal in calling it out and rooting it out wherever it rears its ugly head. That is what I'm going to do as mayor. But come on, this is New York City. Our Jewish friends and our neighbors, they make our city what it is. Kindergarten through 8th grade, I went to school next to Beit Rivka. That is part of what makes our city great. This is a shameful, unconstitutional overreach by this Trump administration, and it is pattern and practice for what they have done all across our city and country.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to stay in the area of Columbia University with our next question and Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you, David. The case of Mahmoud Khalil, a permanent U.S. resident who helped lead pro-Palestinian protests.
Okay, this is a slam dunk for them. This is a slam dunk for them, and this will actually determine who is willing to challenge this shit and actually like stand up to it. So we'll see.
On in the courts.
And by it, I mean crackdowns on free speech in America.
The Trump administration wants to deport Khalil, accusing him of supporting Hamas, a terrorist group, and making Jewish students feel less safe on campus. They say he's a threat to foreign policy. He was arrested and detained, but has not been formally charged with a crime. And he says he's done nothing wrong. We're looking for a very short answer here, and we'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani. Do you believe that Mr. Khalil should be set free or deported?
He should be set free. He should be at home with his wife, Noor, and their young child. And the fact that he is still in Louisiana is an abomination. It's an attack on our First Amendment. And it is clear, another example of Donald Trump weaponizing the very real issue of anti-Semitism to then throw Palestinian New Yorkers into detention facilities and not even tell us what the crime is that they're charged with.
Thank you. Mr. Tillerson.
I can't answer the question without knowing all the facts right now. It certainly looks like another case. Stop, let me finish. It looks like another case of...
Wait, what did he say? Hold on.
What the crime is that they're charged with.
Thank you. Mr. Tillerson.
I can't answer the question without knowing all the facts right now. It certainly looks like another case. Stop, let me finish. It looks like another case.
This is basically what Schumer said.
Overreach. They need to prove their case and show that he has ties to terrorism that would justify.
They wouldn't defend it, but they were like, if he did something wrong, then this isn't the way that they go about it. The school needs to do something or fucking expel him. It's lame.
Due process. Revoking his green card and deporting him. I don't think the Trump administration will be able to do that, and therefore he should be set free. But they need to make their case.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
This is a continuation of Trump eroding democracy, chipping away at due process. He should be released. He should be released immediately. He shouldn't have been detained in the first place.
Mr. Myrie.
He should be immediately set free.
Ms. Ramos.
Cuomo actually did better than the hedge fund guy, surprisingly, on that one.
We have due process in our Constitution for every person. Mahmoud Khalil is no exception. He belongs home with his family, just like Andrea Hernandez and so many others who have been unlawfully abducted by ICE.
Mr. Lander.
Mahmoud Khalil should be at home with his family, and so should Dillard Contreras, a New York City public high school student that ICE tricked and then arrested in his...
Cuomo's a political animal. He can lie convincingly. Yeah. I already think that he will basically say anything to get elected.
New York City public high school student that ICE tricked and then arrested and is trying to deport. We've got to stand up, make sure folks have legal services, and that New York City has their back.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, Mahmoud Khalil should be released immediately. There is no due process in Donald Trump's America, and that is why we all have to pull together and fight this chaotic Trump administration. It cannot be allowed to harm more families, to harm more individuals that have committed no crime. This should be unacceptable to every American and everyone that lives in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
As a Jewish American whose wife works at the Jewish Museum in Lower Manhattan fighting the Holocaust, fighting to make sure we remember the Holocaust, I will say unequivocally that taking this man off the streets and others off the streets without any charges or any rationale is a direct, horrifying moment for our Constitution. Donald Trump should be ashamed of himself for doing this.
Mr. Blake?
Cuomo should be home with his family, full stop. It's really that easy, wouldn't it? Extended on this is the appreciation and understanding that whether it be Dylan from the Bronx or any of our communities, we should not believe that a convicted felon president is actually going to ever honor the Constitution. It's the reason why we have to make sure we protect our immigrants and have more lawyers at our immigration hearings, because we should actually know where individuals are so they have a chance to fight for their own justice.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. We're moving on to a subject that none of you are discussing much on the campaign trail, but it could reshape the city in the next few years, and that is the rapid advance of artificial intelligence. It could improve many things in the city, but it could also eliminate thousands of jobs. So the next mayor will likely have some opportunities to replace some city workers with AI technology, and in the process, save hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. AI will certainly be on the table when city labor contracts expire. So here's the question. Is there an area where you would consider replacing city workers with AI if it saves tax dollars? And would you also offer any protections to city workers? You'll have 30 seconds to answer. We'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani.
Well, I think Andrew Cuomo would tell you that he's already replaced a campaign worker who would have written his housing policy with AI because he had it written by ChatGPT. I can tell you that I'm proud to be endorsed by the labor union representing the largest number of city workers, DC 37. And I'm proud of that because my approach to artificial intelligence will be one where we can find efficiencies in the contracts and consultants that we work with as a city, but we are not going to use this language of artificial intelligence as a justification for further layoffs of city workers.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, time. Thank you. Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, I think actually AI is going to be a home run for this city because we are second only to Silicon Valley.
This dude could not keep getting, he keeps getting worse and worse.
So whatever we might lose in some jobs, I think we're going to gain if we're smart, if we roll out the carpet because we have the knowledge workers here to attract these entrepreneurial businesses. But we've got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot with left-wing madness like driving away Amazon and the 40,000 jobs that they wanted.
Oh, no.
And lastly, I'll say we can use AI.
Not driving away Amazon, these crazy leftists.
Mr. Cuomo, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I am the candidate on the stage who's...
You should be, as a New Yorker, you should be really, really upset that there's not a local Amazon fulfillment gulag opening near you.
Endorsed by more labor unions than anyone else, over 650,000 working men and women, and I'm proud of it. AI is undeniable. It's coming. There's I think, a tremendous opportunity for economic development here in New York by bringing AI to New York and bringing those businesses here. The West Coast doesn't have a franchise. You hear a lot of four-letter words here. You hear free, you hear taxes. You don't hear jobs. We need opportunity, we need jobs, and we want to reorganize government. AI can help, but we want to protect jobs.
Mr. Myrie, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm the proud son of a city worker. My dad taught special education in the Bronx for 22 years. I would not be who I am today without it, without what he fought for and what he did for students every day. I believe we have so many city workers that are doing their absolute best to serve this city. We actually have thousands of vacancies in our city workforce now, so I want to hire more city workers to get them to do it. Of course, AI is going to have a role to play going forward. We have to all play a role in ensuring that this is an industry that grows in our city. One way we're going to make us attractive
Thank you,
is
Mr.
1 million homes over the next 10 years.
Thank you. Ms. Ramos.
I wrote the law to protect our artists, our actors, image and likeness from AI's use through movie studios. And that's exactly what I want to do. I want to put the power in our workers' hands to help us lead the transition into the use of artificial intelligence. We can't be Luddites, but we do have to make sure that the workers have a say as we make those transitions, especially when I want to transition them and repurpose them for mental health capacities where we have deep shortages.
Mr. Lander?
Mr. Braindead One, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kaj Wanja. I've never known how to say your name, but thank you.
3
10 of 10.
strategies I've proposed to use AI and technology to make government more efficient that won't cost any jobs but will save us money. Last year, we paid out over $2 billion to settle 12,000 claims. I have an RFP in the field to use machine learning and AI to find patterns, put it on the books of the agencies that cause it so we can actually reduce that. Second, we should have NYCHA vendor scorecards that enable residents to rate the repair vendors that come into their units. And we're not doing that right now. We could make much better use of our taxpayer dollars by going with the vendors who actually get the work done.
Thank you.
And
Ms.
third,
you're up.
she says I got 15. Okay.
Oh.
I got the 15 seconds.
Sorry, mixed signals.
Okay. I got one more idea for the next time.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Ms. Adams?
You know, I'm not a career politician. I come out of the world of corporate America, so I know the benefit of technology. I actually used to teach tech in another life, so I know the benefits of AI. I think it's something that we need to embrace as New Yorkers. I think that it's something that can bring a lot of profits into New York City. That said, we should not balance AI along with the...
I wonder if those words will ever come to haunt her.
A release of our workers that can do such a great job and are doing such a great job for our city. There is a balance here. As mayor, I will reckon that balance and reconcile that balance so that we do not lose.
Thank you, Ms.
Adams.
Adams.
Training our workforce towards embracing AI.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Look, I think AI is a great opportunity for the New York City economy, and we should embrace it. But we also have to know that with any new technology comes the job of the mayor to protect our workers and our citizens. And I don't think it's an either-or question. I think AI can come in and actually have a benefit to the city workforce. Imagine training new kids at CUNY and places to get into the tech economy. This is one vehicle to do it. Obviously, as mayor, you have to worry about the abuses. I will do that. My record as a pro-labor elected official, borough president, controller is without question, and I believe we can manage this.
Okay. Mr. Blake, I'm sorry, I jumped that. Mr. Blake, you have the final word? That was my mistake.
Food tech economy. I mean, I feel like the people that are being like AI has tons of benefits are like trying to not scare away like benefactors.
Our campaign theme is Tomorrow Begins Today, and that's the epitome of when we talk about for AI. As a small business owner, which I've managed more than 15,000 people across the country over the years, it's the appreciation of groups such as Adventure or National Gem Consortium or the Knowledge House, so we can be very intentional how AI can be utilized for good. I would say also specifically, we need technology for good. You can track a flight or food, but you cannot track closing a residential repair in your home. So we have to find better ways. And to your last part of your question, you can do that and equally create jobs while reducing regulation and red tape at the same time.
Candidates, thank you. We have a few short questions, lightning round questions, some call them, just to get a glimpse of your thinking on some of the issues that are relevant to New Yorkers. So New Yorkers are feeling stressed about housing in the city, as you've all alluded to, as we know. How much do you pay each month for rent or a mortgage? We'll go left to right. Ms. Adams?
Our home is paid. I'm a homeowner.
Okay. Mr. Lander?
We have a mortgage, a home with one rental unit. The total mortgage on the house, $3,300.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ramos?
We rent. We pay $2,500 a month.
Okay. Mr. Meyer?
In a rent-stabilized apartment I grew up in, $1,300.
Mr. Cuomo?
$7,800.
Mr. Tilson?
I own and pay about $5,000 a month in maintenance and taxes.
Mr. Mamdani?
$2,300 for my one-bedroom in Astoria.
Mr. Blake?
About $1,800 for the home that I own with our family.
Okay. Mr. Stringer?
I'm getting ripped off $6,400 a month.
Property tax. I can do it.
All right, thank you. Helicopter traffic around Manhattan is a constant debate. It's a complaint for many. Should helicopter traffic be limited? We'll go right to left. Mr. Stringer?
Yes.
Mr. Blake?
Absolutely.
Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, we should ban all non-essential helicopter travel.
Mr. Tilson?
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Cuomo?
I had no idea this was an issue in New York City. But it makes sense.
Sponsored legislation in the state to that effect.
Okay. Ms. Ramos?
Stop the chop.
Mr. Lander?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Adams?
Already doing the work. We've already passed a bill in the city council.
Okay. The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right. Ms. Adams?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Okay. Ms. Lander. Mr. Lander, sorry.
Boy, what Trump is doing to Canada, there's a lot of opportunities for us to partner better with them.
Ms. Ramos?
I'd love to meet Claudia Sheinbaum, but I'd probably head to Colombia to my parents' homeland.
Mr. Myrie?
I am the proud son of 2 Caribbean immigrants. I represent a robust Caribbean constituency. I'd like to go to the Caribbean as my first visit.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been
Israel
in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in?
I was going to say, it's kind of like, I realize that the New York City mayor is somebody who commands a lot of millions of people, bigger than some states, obviously, but the idea that they have like the foreign visit of the New York City mayor is like some remarkable aspect of their tenure as mayor is a bit strange.
Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not
as a Jewish state?
No, as a state with equal rights.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
and
clear.
his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
Dude, this is an insane question to fucking ask. I thought they were going to ask, because I saw something that it was asked, but I thought the whole panel was asked, not just him.
We need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not
as a Jewish state?
No,
as a state with equal rights.
No state has a right to exist. That's not exclusive to Israel. No state has the right to exist. It's not even a thing in international law.
Not as a Jewish state.
People have a right to exist. People have a right to self-determine. Israel exists. Israel has nukes. Israel is backed by, is a UN nation member state. Israel is backed by the most powerful countries in the world. It exists. There's no undermining that.
And his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No, unlike you, I answer questions very directly.
All right,
and I want to be very clear. I believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Blake, where would you go on your first foreign visit as mayor of New York?
My full name is Michael Alexander Blake. I'm named after Michael Manley Alexander Bustamante. So,
do you condemn? They all but asked him that.
Of course, I'm going to go to Jamaica to mash up the place. My fellow patois Jamaicans out here.
Okay. Mr. Stringer?
Maybe I'll go with you.
It would be a great trip.
It would be a great trip.
All right, I'm sorry.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel. My wife's life work in this area means a lot to our family, and it could coincide with my young son Miles' bar mitzvah, if you'd like to have his bar mitzvah.
Okay, about a minute left. What's your favorite go-to pizza spot What's your order? Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you.
Gabby's in Queens.
Mr. Myrie.
Gino's Pizza, Flatbush Ave.
Ms. Ramos.
Louise on
The real
Baxter Avenue,
test.
Elmhurst.
Mr. Lander.
DeFaras in Midwood.
Ms. Adams.
Alba, Queens Boulevard.
Mr. Stringer.
It's Kids' Choice, Joe's.
Mr. White.
Vinny's, Grand Concourse, Burnside.
Mr. Mamdani.
I grew up in Morningside Heights, so I have to say Coronets.
Okay.
There are any New Yorkers in my chat who had the best answer here.
In Staten Island.
Okay. All right. And real quickly, this week, thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe your reaction. We already heard this from one to the Knicks firing their head coach, Tom Thibodeau. Miss Adams. Thumbs down. Mr. Thumbs down. Thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Our goal is to win the finals.
Okay.
It's not to get to the
Thank you all.
finals.
Thank you all for a spirited debate. That's all the time we have. Again, we thank the candidates for an informative evening tonight. We also thank the New York City Campaign Finance Board. We urge you to check out their website, nycvotes.org. It has information on the candidates, race, and importantly, you'll learn more about ranked choice voting, which is how the nominees for mayor will be selected. For all of us here at NBC New York and Telemundo 47 and Politico, go vote June 24th.
Dude, that's so insane that they asked her that question. They should, if he has to be asked that, everybody should be asked that, in my opinion. But I guess, actually, no, maybe because it would just turn into an attack session on him. So maybe I should be careful about what I ask for. But if you're enjoying the content, you should go ahead and follow me on Twitch if you're not already, or subscribe to me if you want to have an ad-free experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me or like the stream so it pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links in either of my chats. Well, my Twitch chat specifically. If you want to support me through YouTube, you can head over to my description box where both of my Ko-fi and Streamlabs donation links are. And if you want to follow me, I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And I'm going to take a little break. And then when I get back, we're going to look into the Innuendostudios grift or not. I guess I'm going to find out. So I'll be back, guys. Hello, we're back. We're back. Okay. What's happened since I was gone? Despair. All right. So are we getting into the... What the fuck? What are we getting into? Innuendostudios, although there was a Whick debate going down. Do the Whick debate. I'm just saying. No, okay, let me stay on track. I'm gonna do Innuendostudios because it's in my title. And then after, it'll be between that Israel debate on Whick going on or the Piers Morgan one. We will see. We will see. Okay, so I hijacked your chat to bitch my Congress run. Go for it. Go for it. Okay, so this is Innuendostudios. Innuendostudios is the creator of the Alt-Right Playbook, which is a fantastic animated video series talking about the strategies of the right and how fascists move and succeed within America. I really like this series. However, they recently put out a video 3 weeks ago. It says, being a YouTuber bankrupted me. And then they set up a GoFundMe. And so anytime there's leftists online or people online that are, you know, trying to make, and they have 540,000 subscribers, and they get the views. I mean, he doesn't really put out them. In the last year, he's put out, if this is, who was this even part? Let's see. This video was from March 20th, 2024. So in the last year, including the, like, please help me plea, he put out 7 videos, lots of subscribers. He's making how much? He makes almost $7,000 a month on Patreon, but to be fair, this is after he, like, made his plea. I think he admitted he mostly just going to quit. Well, that's the thing. So he's puts up this GoFundMe, and this GoFundMe, he needed $87,000 for debt, and he's going to explain why. I'm going to hear him out. And he got $155,000. Okay. What was he making before the video? I don't know. If, like, let's see. So this tracks this. What's his thing? If I just put in Ian Danskin. Innuendostudios. And this video was put out May 9th. So in April, he was earning about $3,500 a month. And then by the end of May, he had $7,000, and he gets also this money. And I just don't understand how this is his full-time job. He has all of these subscribers. He gets good viewership on his videos. It's not like he has a dead channel. He has 422,000 views. My understanding is also he's not demonetized. This 13-minute video with Philosophy Tube got 529,000. Zone of Interest, this is a 2-minute video, 79,000. 497,000. The Alt-Right Playbook, Why Don't You Respond to Criticism? This was 8 months ago, almost 500,000 views. Even these like smaller videos, 81,000 views. So between getting about like $3,500 a month on Patreon before his video, the ad revenue and the ability to generate revenue through this with all of these subscribers, and the fact that he got $155,000, it is an enigma to me why he is posting on blue sky that in light of this, he's not going to be increasing his output. Au the contraire, status update. I am on sabbatical for the summer. I will be doing a project of some sort with a friend in September. By the time that's done, I will have decided whether I'm still a YouTuber. In the meantime, I may make things, but making video essays is not officially my job. No, so I don't even know what you go on a sabbatical for, because you're really not making that many videos. Even though I would have assumed that this is your full-time job. No idea what this is like. I'm taking a break from being unemployed, basically. I don't understand this. No idea what the September project will be. All we've done is agreed to make something. I don't know if it's an album or a painting or a web app or a home movie of us singing Welcome to the Black Parade at karaoke. Clear your mind of expectations. Am noodling some other ideas for the summer. I will almost certainly keep making things, but I'm not committing to anything specific, and I make no promises they will go public. Is Ian still a YouTuber? Will be answered sometime in October. Because no amount of saying it will ever feel like enough. Thank you, everyone, for the massive outpouring of support and paying off my debts and pushing my Patreon to and then beyond sustainable levels. I am floored. It means the world for me. Grateful beyond words. More details are up on Patreon if you want to throw $1 at me, but that is very much an if you want to proposition. It is no longer a crisis. Why anyone would even continue subscribing to him past this point is bizarre to me. He's not even promising work anymore. He's not promising output. And the fact that he's like, this isn't if you want to, and it's like, for what? You don't even know if you're still going to be a creator. So people can just subsidize your life for the hell of it. Why are you encouraged? If you give a shit about any of your followers or subscribers or respect them, you should not be asking for money, especially after you've gotten far more than you needed to pay off the debt. The Patreon's only increased, and yet you're doing less work now than you were before, which wasn't much to begin with, given that you only made, again, like 8 videos in the last year. I have no idea why, like, people probably signed up for his Patreon and helped him out with this because they were like, I like this work, even if it's few and far between. I don't want it to go away, so I'm going to support you so you can continue doing it. And then as soon as he gets the money, he says he's not going to fucking do it anymore. I don't get it. He's broke from buying all the views with bots. I don't think that his views are AstroTrip, because again, he can get collabs with people like PhilosophyTube. And this series was really, really big. I have Lycan disrupting me. Okay, sorry. My dog is doing something bad apparently, and Lycan needs help, but this is his cross prayer. Interruptions. Wait, there's something in my dog's eye. We'll be right back. Hold on.
Shivering cold on a big city night. Well, that's just how you found me way back then. And in the startled blink of an eye, I knew my life was forever changed. Walking on a high wire, and if that's how life's gonna be, then I should have all the fun that I can. Yeah, that's a llama like me. Tonight's the night right here.
Okay, we're back. Anyway, what kind of dog do you have? I have 2 Boston Terriers. So I have no clue, like, why with this much support and financial help from his gracious fans, how the fuck you conclude from that you should be taking time off in light of all of this outpouring of support. You should be like, yay, thank you. You're enabling me to keep doing what I love and making this content. And because he got more than what he needed to pay off the debt. So why you would throw this away for an IRL job? This seems like a fucking grift to me. What was in his eye? I have no clue. I was told, hold him. And Lycan had like gloves on already and he was like ready to like get it. He's always getting into stuff, but he seemed completely fine, which is why he was chasing around this room because he was playing. It may no longer be a crisis, but the idea of sustainability in the minds of those who actually want you to have the opportunity to create should be to add stability before crisis this time around, so I'm clicking that this time. What does that mean? Cool, regardless of your decision, we'll all certainly respect it. Who is we? You've given plenty to the folk who watch you on YouTube. Will understand if you decide to go a different direction in life. I wish people would give their money to people who deserve or need it. That's the thing to me is like, this is not somebody who's even on the verge of like economic collapse. I don't begrudge him, I guess, for like making the video. I kind of do, I kind of don't. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on it. I think it's fucking weird. But you're just helping a YouTuber who has the ability to generate income by doing work. And you're giving them money to pay off financial debt that everybody struggles with in America. But the difference is that like not everybody has the ability to generate revenue by doing remote work like he does. I just don't understand it. Glad for you to be able to take some time away from doing what exactly? He hasn't done anything in months. That's like kind of how I feel. From his GoFundMe, back taxes and fees, $59,000. How do you fail to pay that much tax? Because he's an independent contractor. And in America, when you're self-employed, you have to pay both ends of like the FICA tax. But he's been a YouTuber for several years, so I don't understand. This just seems like money mismanagement, but let's see.
Hey everyone. Ian from Innuendostudios here. Here to let you know that for the time being, Innuendostudios is taking a break. I'm not sure for how long, and there's a chance it might be permanent. Well, you've seen the title of the video, so that is not hyperbole. It's not strictly speaking true. Like bankruptcy is only one of several options right now, but it is a very real and likely possibility. I've been saying that doing this job is making ends meet for a while, and it has in the sense that most months I end with my bank account at least nominally in the positive. Not all, but most. But if making ends meet is supposed to entail things like being able to settle up your credit card debt or settle up personal loans you take from friends and loved ones, or being able to pay the 30% in taxes that freelancers own every April, taking a full account.
Okay, this is, you know that you are those, again, if you've been a YouTuber for years, if you've been self-employed for years, you know when tax season is, you understand the tax structure that like in America. So why every month are you not putting away money towards being able to pay off your taxes? You also in America can pay your taxes quarterly. They reward you for doing that.
I have been running this channel at a loss for 7 years.
Like, how is that possible? Or it's at a loss because you don't put out videos, dude. And again, when this is your full-time job, I'm assuming he's not like outsourcing stuff, which he shouldn't be or whatever. If he has like this much financial strife and it's your full-time job, you should try to cut costs and just do it yourself so you can keep as much of the profit that you generate. He also does like content for Nebula. Is he putting up like a lot of content on Nebula? Guess I would have to go in and find out. See, like that money wasn't even counting what he makes from Nebula.
Say, for the sake of argument, your job probably has a bunch of them. But a lot of the time, these documents exist not to be read or followed, just pointed to.
See, like, again, this is like MS Paint shit.
These documents exist not to be read or followed, just pointed to.
So, like, how? Nebula pays bank, BTW. I have a source on this. I'm even more confused.
And between back taxes I owe the government, a maxed out credit card that is in collections, and money I owe to a few people who've bailed me out, I have a total accumulated debt that is pushing $100,000. And I'm not going to say I'm perfect at managing money. There wasn't a life
clearly
I
not.
could have been living these past 7 years where I would have earned $100,000 more than I did. So, backers on Patreon already know about this.
What are you buying? I don't understand. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you're asking your followers, you should say, like, what the fuck it is.
When I told them,
Like, again, with this output, I actually would have expected that it's a supplemental income and he has a full-time job that he does, and he just does it on top of it, and it's extra money. Unless he reveals that he has a disability in some way.
it was framed as, you know, I'm going to probably do some kind of fundraiser or do a Patreon relaunch. There's a bunch of stuff I've been doing over on Patreon that I still hadn't even like announced here on YouTube yet. But I just can't take it anymore. This is just a lot of strain to put on me and to put on my family. And I've felt for a long time that like I'm on the verge of
like when I'm still confused by when he was like, there was no way I could have made over the last 7 years, I could have made $100,000 than I did. And it's like, okay, but if you know that, then you don't spend $100,000.
You know, kind of like making it. Like I've been dancing around the periphery for a while. You know, back in 2020, right before COVID happened, you know, like the numbers were really doing good. The Patreon was really solid. I was making more money than I'd ever made. And it really seemed like it was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip. And it's never really recovered. You know, once I hurt my back and I couldn't work.
Wait.
Like the numbers were really doing good. The Patreon was really solid.
Okay, what do you mean right before COVID happened? I don't understand how COVID is anything but a boom to you if you were a creator at that point, because all of a sudden more people were quarantined, more people were working remotely, more people were bored out of their fucking mind because they were home all the time and couldn't go anywhere or visit their friends and family in person. So they started consuming more online content, more Netflix shows, more subscription services than they would have otherwise. So how is it possible that post-COVID, your numbers started dropping? It should be the opposite, no?
I was making more money than I'd ever made, and it really seemed like it was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip, and it's never really recovered. You know, once I hurt my back and I couldn't work for a while, and life just got more expensive. It's really...
How is life getting more expensive? Did you move?
Seemed like, especially with joining Nebula and everything, it keeps feeling like if I could just hang on a little longer, I get it cracked.
Because I feel like if we're 4 minutes into this 15-minute video, I feel like if there had been a sob story, if there had been crippling medical debt, if there had been a family member that got sick, if there had been something that forced you to move, if there had been all of a sudden your rent's doubled and he decided to eat that instead of moving, and then that was a mistake and a lot of his money got siphoned off that way, he would have mentioned it by now. But so far, I don't understand how your output is so low. It seems to me like this is your full-time job and yet you're not doing more. I don't understand how a channel this size, given what I know about some creators that are monetized and have audiences and views like this and what they have been able to generate in a month, which is insane amounts of money. It's insane. How it's possible that he wasn't taking more advantage of this.
I'd become one of those like fully self-sustained people, and
sub count is meaningless. I know, but look at his engagement relative to his sub count. He has 540,000 subscribers, and a lot of them seem to be interested in consuming the content that he makes. And I was one of those subscribers because, not on this one, but on my other channel, on my I have 2 YouTube accounts. On my other one, I'm subscribed to him, and when he puts out one of the alt-right playbooks, I definitely watch it. I look forward to it. So I don't understand how this is possible. I'm pretty sure YouTube pays dick, not when you get these views, not when you have this loyal of a subscriber base.
And maybe I would, you know, maybe if I could hold on a little longer, I would. But I can't keep struggling in the meantime. So for now, we're going to call this a sabbatical. I'm not officially quitting. It's possible I will find part-time work, which means that, you know, if it's
His output is nothing, sadly, so I couldn't justify donating. Yeah.
enough hours that it brings in.
See, like him announcing the sabbatical here when he was like, I'm in debt, I need to like get another job, I can't make this sustainable. That makes sense to me, even though he says it's like not been making money the last several years. That doesn't really make sense to me. But this continuing to do the sabbatical after you hit all of these goals and your Patreon practically doubles. Okay, I just got here. How is he bankrupt? I don't know. He says that for 7 years, this channel has run at a loss. At COVID, his views started to drop and he was not making the money that he had been making before. And it sounds like he was overspending, given what he was making. And now he needs help to pay off that debt. And it's just confusing to me because his output is incredibly low for somebody who I would have thought has made this their full-time job, given that they've been doing it for 7 years and that they have success with doing it because he gets the views.
Decent money that I could supplement Patreon and AdSense with. I could keep doing this part-time, which is, you know, when I started out, that's what it was. It was a thing I was juggling with freelancing in school.
And I said, like, if he had something like medical debt, there was a natural catastrophe, like a hurricane blew or like a tornado blew the roof off of his house or wherever he stays, or he was forced to move, or his rent doubled, or a family member died and he had to take care of somebody. If that happened, he hasn't said anything about it. He only said that his back he has back pain and it's gotten worse.
Cool. So maybe that's an option. I have to see what's out there. But at least for the next month or so, kind of my mindset is to live my life with the question, what if I wasn't a YouTuber? Like, how would I spend my time? Where would I put my energies?
So it doesn't even seem like he has another job. If you know that you're that in debt, go get a job.
What would I work on if you didn't always have that gnawing feeling of like, I should be working on my video? You know, what would my home look like? What would my social life look like? How would my free time look? Free time is a concept. We're just gonna see what that's like.
What were you doing in your free time? You've made fucking 8 videos in a year. And these videos, while the scripts are extremely high quality, I acknowledge that. I do love the series. The animation that goes with it is not. And we're increasingly living in a world where content is listened to and not viewed. So he could really slash the fucking... He does not even have to include these MS Paint animations and he'd probably still get the views.
So maybe part-time work, maybe the channel sticks around in some capacity, you know, maybe I'll do something that leaves me energy on the weekends. Maybe I'll collaborate with people. But right now I'm not promising anything. I've been doing this for 11 years and it's weird to say that it is the most financially stable I've ever been because when I started this job, I was only a year or two off of food stamps, you know, but it's just never made the kind of income that lets you trust that you're going to be able to cover your expenses 3-4 months from now.
I mean, I don't get it because you just described earlier in this video a time where you thought you were doing really, really well. And it seems like you overspent and lived beyond your means and lifestyle inflation fucking hit instantly. And now you're saying, oh, this job has never enabled me to feel comfortable. And if you felt that way, again, with how low your output is, why weren't you working a different, like another job on top of it?
You know, I have no savings. There's nothing for retirement. I owe more than I make in a year. Outside of a few big names, probably almost all of your favorite YouTubers are doing worse than you think. So for the time being, I'm gonna leave the Patreon turned on, at least for...
I mean, yeah, but the other thing is that those YouTubers, does he do a lot of community posts? Like his last community post was 2 years ago and it was promoting somebody else's video. Like the YouTubers that I know that are successful are highly active. They interact with their community. They live stream. They upload videos. Some upload multiple videos a day. Others upload daily or they upload weekly or like who's another? Because like this is not like ContraPoints. You know, like ContraPoints releases like a magnum opus like every 8 months. Okay, and people pay her to spend the time that she needs working on the script and basically turning it into a fucking movie. And then you have people like, okay, here's Broe Deschanel. She is a video essayist that I like. She has 470,000 subscribers. And she puts out a video basically every single month. And it's like about 35, 40 minutes. And she also has a Patreon and a Twitter and an Instagram and a website, and she's active on all of it. And it's high quality stuff, like what he makes, and it seems to be sustainable. So it's like, I mean, I never thought that every YouTuber is doing as well as like fucking Mr. Beast or anything, but it makes sense to me that this is between Patreon, ad revenue, and sponsorship deals, that this is something that it's possible to make it your job.
For like a few months. There's a bunch of stuff I do on Patreon that like I haven't even announced it here on YouTube. I've been doing it for like a year and change now. I do these little projects where like I have a film randomizer list. It's like a list of, this year's list is like 36 movies, where I hit shuffle on Letterboxd and watch whichever one comes up first and try to get through the whole list by the end of the year. And I write little reviews for them. Or I have like a video game cabinet, just games I'm trying to get through before the end of the year. I do a reading log, and I make a play.
This is supposed to be work? Yeah, so I'm bankrupt. I need like $100,000. This channel is very hard to run. It's been revenue negative for the past 7 years. So anyway, here's what I do in my time. I watch movies. I play video games. I talk to my Patreon community. Like, dude, what?
A list of a 6.
Why are you trying to get through and finish video games when you need to pay off debt?
Song playlist,
and you need to like make ends meet. Why are you doing that?
Month that I share with patrons, and I really enjoy doing that, and it doesn't take a ton of time and energy. So like I'm probably gonna keep doing that. And there's a project.
Well, that doesn't really sound like work, does it? Also, if that was a benefit of his Patreon, it did not seem like he made that clear. Monthly supercuts of the otherwise Nebula exclusive adventure game tier list series. Monthly updates on my video game cabinet, film randomizer list, and reading log. Monthly six song Spotify playlists. Snippets of works in progress. Updates on my bingo card that probably doesn't make sense to you right now, but it will. Voting on bands I have to listen to / movies I have to watch and review. Miscellaneous other things like unpublished scripts or essays I wrote for other projects. I do not get this. Quantifica May. Hey team, a lot of new faces here, so let me get you up to speed. Quantifica is my monthly update where I crunch numbers / data for my various something. Game review, hiatus. I don't get this. Usually people don't entirely paywall Patreon content. What they do is they give their patrons like the first preview, and then they upload it so they can get views and ad revenue on their main channel. They don't keep it exclusive there.
Project I do with Willow.
Maybe you should start an OF. Maybe.
From the channel Questing Refuge. I also haven't announced this on YouTube yet. It was supposed to be part of this Patreon relaunch that I guess I'm not doing anymore. But we are doing weekly adventure game reviews. I have a list of 50 games and like a really overly complicated rating system. I'm trying to make like a 50 game adventure game tier list. And so these little 1 minute reviews.
Why are you doing this? I don't get it. Why aren't you applying for jobs?
That we release every Monday, and that's over on Nebula, but also patrons, like every month I do a supercut of all the ones I did that month, so like patrons get that as well. Willow and I work well together.
Like, could you imagine if you spent the time, like, for the most part, when people support you on Patreon, yes, they expect some perks. They expect to be given like access to a secret Discord server or roles or emotes or badges, those sorts of things. But really what they're paying is to subsidize your content creation. It's not so they can have a private feed on Patreon to themselves. Most people barely actually check the Patreon for updates, content, engagement, etc. It's a monthly donation, but they want to check the channel back to make sure that the channel is actually running and functioning. So I don't understand how, like, how about instead of trying to get through a case of video games, which you probably were buying and couldn't afford, how about instead of trying to watch a bunch of movies and review them for the Patreon, why don't you put that time and effort into making new videos for your main channel that you know will reliably get anywhere from 400K to 600K views anytime you upload one of these? Makes no sense to me.
Writing and graphics are what comes easy for me, and editing is always kind of a slog, and they're
So does he have employees? It's unclear to me. Like, it's these animations in his videos seem very simple enough that he could do it himself, but with how he's mismanaged his finances, I also wouldn't be surprised if he was like, how about I just like write the scripts and I just pay somebody else to do these very, very simple animations, and thus splitting the amount of money that he can keep from his videos.
like the exact opposite. Like editing comes really easy for them, and they always get like have a really hard time with writing. So that project has been actually surprisingly like easy for both of us. So I'm going to see that through to the end of the year, and there'll be like a supercut of all 52 videos. You know, intro, 50 reviews, and conclusion that'll hit YouTube January of 2026 when that's done. So like I'm going to see that through. I had a lot of stuff I was working on that I don't know when or if it will come out. At this like,
How can he be bankrupt with that many views? That's what I don't get. I know YouTubers that have these types of views. They put out videos more frequently, and at the peak of their earning, they made they got five-figure payouts from YouTube. That's how much ad revenue they were generating with these types of views by putting them out frequently.
really big thing I've been working on for a few years about neo-noir, and I had something about Disco Elysium that was kind of becoming a manifesto on what I wanted the channel to be in 2025, having wrapped the alt-right playbook. And there was this thing on John Wick that I wanted to get out this month before Ballerina.
Apparently he had a severe back injury, but I can't find out much about it. Yeah, he mentioned that, but he didn't elaborate.
There's like 3 or 4 protagonies. I was just saying about art where, you know, following the election, I wanted to do this thing about art where the good guys lose and then life goes on, because that felt really resonant. That all this.
What state does he live in? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I guess I would feel weird trying to like find that out, even though it might be public information.
All this stuff. So that'll come out if it comes out. I don't know if any of that will come out in any form. I hate to let anything go to waste, but I don't know what to do with it. I mean, none of it's done. We'll see, is all I can say. I also intended and meaning to do this for a while, but when I finished the alt-right playbook, I had like made a decision after the re-election that I just wanted to wrap it, which meant kind of jumping to the end. I had a few scripts.
Why? I don't understand this. Why are you ending the most popular series on your YouTube channel at a time when Trump is just taking a second term? I don't understand it. It is bleak that I'm barely doing any scrolling and I'm already back at content from 3 years ago.
Scripts still unproduced, and my intent still is to release the unproduced scripts under Creative Commons license, and also like a graphics pack of a bunch of like at least like the base graphics, you know, the little dupes. So anyone who wants to use the title The Alt-Right Playbook to produce those scripts is welcome to, provided you release under the same Creative Commons license. That's a thing I've been meaning to do for a little while. It's just been wrapped up doing other stuff. So I'll probably still do that. And I will post a GoFundMe. I was going to do like a big like fundraiser and live stream and everything to try to see if I could raise the money from the community to help pay off the debt. I'm not going to do all that now, but I will post a GoFundMe if anyone wants to help me.
Oh my, thank God you didn't do that. Thank God you didn't do like a live stream where you actually had to fundraise for yourself and, you know, put an effort to the content. Thank God you just decided to go the route of throwing a GoFundMe up. And I guess that's all he really needed to do, because it instantly got $155,000 in like 2 weeks. At least he fucking closed it.
Pay down that debt. I mean, like, bankruptcy is not necessarily the only way of dealing with it. And when you file for bankruptcy, you have to like you have to like pay some of it.
It's a grift. I literally can't draw any other conclusion from this. I'm sorry.
And so I have to have some chunk of money. And there's also a thing called an offer in compromise, where you like basically offer them a percentage of the debt you owe and see if they'll accept it. And you have to pay that in a lump sum. I've done that with collections agents before.
So you've done this before. You've mismanaged money before. You've spent beyond your means before.
So if anyone wants to contribute to that, you can also still back the Patreon.
Like in the chef? Yes, like in the chef.
Even if it's just like if you just want to think of it as a thank you, and I thank you as well. You can do that. Links to both of those, I guess, will be down there. And if anyone out there would like to hire the services of Ian from Innuendo Studios, and you're offering something that at least has health insurance, I'll also put.
Oh, I didn't see it. I was on OBS. Thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs, like in Cooks.
A resume and contact info in the down there part. So I don't think I'm disappearing. Whatever I'm doing, I'm always going to be making stuff, and this is where I have a particular audience. And so if anything I make is video, it will end up here, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Depending on what my earnings are, I might just turn off ads. I hate watching videos with ads. So,
dude, what? I don't. And then he's like, "Oh, I've run this channel at a loss." It's like you never feel secure in this. Oh, I might turn off the ads. Why?
If this isn't my income anymore, I might just go ahead and turn those off if I'm not posting.
Okay, I don't. He's saying, okay, if he makes this another job, or he gets another job and this is like no longer his full-time job, which I don't understand how this is his full-time job, but whatever. It sounds like you're not very good with money and that you need every penny that you can get to manage your terrible spending habits. So why would you turn that off?
Videos anymore, it doesn't end up being very much anyway. But if I'm able to do this part-time, then maybe not. Maybe I'll keep that on because it'll actually be a source of income. I don't. Right now, I'm just not promising anything specific. Thank you all for 11 years of Innuendo Studios. Even if the financial precarity, like my official position right now, is that it's not worth it anymore. For those 11 years, it really was.
So he was making more than $22K before and then was forced into bankruptcy because the income thing is above the assistance amount. I don't know. It sounds like he's accrued $100,000 in debt over the last 7 years. It wasn't just in the last year, at least. He wasn't going that crazy. But he also talked about how like the tax is a lot when you're self-employed, which he's not wrong, but you knew that. So how are you not allocating your the money coming in better?
And I don't know what's out there. I'm probably calling a temp agency on Monday. Good God. You know what it's like to have a resume that just says content creator for 11 years? What does that even qualify you for? But it's been an honor. And I hope we see each other again soon. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the best plea video that he could make. In a couple of weeks, he gets $155,000, even though he he had $87,000, and that's what he needed. His Patreon increases to almost $7,000 a month, and it sounds like he's ending it because finances have forced him to do that, even though his output was fucking terrible. He only made like 8 videos in the last year. And again, in light of that, here's his status update. I am on sabbatical for the summer. I will be doing a project of some sort with a friend in September. By the time that's done, I will have decided whether I'm still a YouTuber. In the meantime, I may make things, but making video essays is not officially my job. Sabbatical from what, dude? I do not get this. This is so insane. Reply is disabled. Sabbatical from being unemployed. He turned off replies. Yeah, I guess. Because all the replies are only himself. Maybe people were sending hate. Maybe did they reply to other ones? Everyone can reply. Trying to see if anybody, like, if when people disable the reply, sometimes people will go over to the other one. Is he a college professor? No. This was 4 months ago, so I just don't get this. I do not get it. Keffel's vibes. Again, in a single day from May 8th, he went from having $3,500 a month from this to $5,400. And then another day, practically $6,000, and then another $6,100. Another day, $63,000, then $67,000. Like, keeps climbing, keeps climbing, keeps climbing. And usually you see a big drop off here because people cancel right before the month ends, but that's insane. Keffel's flags. She at least admitted shooting it up her nose. Blue Sky's a retirement home. And I was about to say, Blue Sky is already like the nice, like, Hugbox social media platform. I have it and I don't use it. Is he a drop shipper? No. How could he be? Not with the tariffs. I don't get it. This is insane. Like, yeah, of course it went down, 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 down because you stopped putting out as much content. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Oh, yeah. I conclude it is a grift. I'm sorry. Sorry, dude. Unless more information comes out where I could, like, change my assessment of that, I don't know what else you're supposed to make of that. All right. Okay, do I do the Whick panel that happens, an impromptu debate between, like, Lonerbugs, Prime Kai, Katie, and another woman over Israel-Palestine, or do I do the Piers Morgan one where he, like, tears into that Israeli lawyer? Because I still haven't seen it. I think he's just a dum-dum. That's the impression I get. Never attribute to malice what could be attributed to stupidity. I'm leaning towards this Whig panel, guys. Leaning towards it. Let's see. I think is it still? I think it's still live. Let's see. And if you were thinking of donating to this guy, one, donate to me instead, and two, if you're donating to him because you want to give, like, to a charitable cause or something like that, go find some, like, small trans person that's about to be kicked out of their fucking house or something, and has done, like, a GoFundMe for rent, or go donate to UNRWA or something, like anything else, if you want to help people. If you ever watched that Caleb Hammer dude, some people are really just bad with money. Who's Caleb Hammer? What did he do? So I don't know how this happened, but it said bonus content. And I'm going to close this because since it's still live, it's just like the live chat is not actively reacting to what they're saying. So this is Katie versus Tally on Israel-Palestine.
Too, if that means the...
Okay, it's his audio. Hold on.
Bonus content, gang. Okay. Some bonus content. As I was saying before, I didn't.
He's like Zoomer Dave Ramsey. I got it.
I realized I was muted. Katie decided to message me, and she wanted to have a conversation with Tali, and she is okay that I stream this. To be clear, though, if you send me a super chat, I've been requested not to read it on stream, so I won't. But you can still send them. I'll read them, but I won't read them out loud on my stream. So just so you know. Prime Kai wanted to be here, too. And that was also okay. So we invited our friend Prime back in because we like Prime. It is on Twitch. I did put it on Twitch too. It should be on all platforms. So.
Oh yeah, and if someone from your chat wants to ask me a question, they.
Well, I'm already a trans person kicked out of my house because of one missed rent payment during unexpected hospitalization, but I'm not looking for donations that aren't via the assistance programs. I'm too much of a socialist.
Can write me instead of doing weird super chats for you. So I have stream. You can ask questions there if you want.
Okay, well, Tali, you're here. You ready? Prime, I don't know if you're ready or not.
Katie's room is so fucking messy.
Ready, jump on in. Katie, you wanted to start the conversation? Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so. Full disclosure, right? So I didn't watch the whole thing. I only caught the end part, the part where you were talking, because I don't know. So you were on Prime. I'm just trying to get to know you a bit, if that's okay first. I was told that you're do you stream?
I don't. Okay, so can you guys see Whick? Because I think my Discord might be glitching again, but I don't know if it's Wix that is glitching. I can't see him. Can you guys?
I have an overlay over him. So.
I can see him, unfortunately. It's hurting my eyes.
Bro.
All right, so basically, fair warning.
I don't know who this content creator is. She did another debate. Which one did she do? That I watched. It was one of these. It was maybe this one. It was either I think it was the stochastic terrorism one. And I just remember that she did not know that Israel was an ethno-state, and she did not realize that Israel is an apartheid state. And her answer for why it's not apartheid is the same answer that every Israel defender gives, which is that, but 20% of the population is Muslim, which doesn't make any sense as a response to why there's not apartheid, because during the Jim Crow era in the United States, more than 13% of the population was non-white. That didn't mean that there wasn't segregation. So why that's always the retort, I don't get it. But
Mine thing did this before. That's when I got kicked out during the super chat. So I'll come right back.
It was the Doobie panel saving one. Yeah, it was that one actually. Then it was this one. It was the stochastic terrorism. Is the pro-Palestine movement responsible for that?
I think this is an issue on my end, but I would like to stream. I do some podcasting, but I've been doing some Whick panels and debates. So that's really just in the last couple weeks, a month. So pretty recent.
I thought it was Prime. I guess Doobie lied to me, that bastard. So you don't stream, but you'd like to, and is it okay if I ask if you're Israel? I was told that you're from Israel, so I was just.
I'm not from Israel. I'm an American Jew. I have friends and family and people I care about. I lived there during a study abroad program in college. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I don't know who. I guess it was Doobie that told me that you're Israeli. So first of all, I guess I will be way less mean now that I know that you're not. Okay. So
Doobie spreading misinfo.
Describe yourself as right center wing. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I used to be pretty far left. I've had an ideological shift over the last 4 years. Yeah, I was really far left. I considered myself a radical. I've moved to the center, which means moving to the right. People on the left insist that I'm right wing, and that's fair enough. I hold lots of more right wing views, but people on the right see me as a shit lib. So
yeah, like a regular lib. Yeah, if you're a radical,
I'm a liberal.
If you're a radical leftist, everything is right wing.
Yes, that's true.
And especially because leftists, those types of leftists don't necessarily have a distinction between right wings and shit libs. So for them, it's all the same.
Absolutely. Schrodinger's liberal.
I guess to maybe I'll use this angle to go into it. So when you say you are what you would call radical left, how does that?
Fuck this cunt. Okay, Cog. You guys, I am totally fine with people disagreeing with any panelist, but please try to keep it respectful. Obviously, keep it within TOS, and please try to keep it to their arguments and not to the person. That's all I ask. And hear these people out. I do not have high hopes for this conversation. These conversations are almost always dumpster fires, which is why we're watching it, but try to be respectful.
That come about in terms of your Zionism? Were you an anti-Zionist? Were you less pro-Israel? Do you consider yourself pro-Israel? Because again, I didn't watch the whole thing, so I'm just trying to get a general vibe.
Oh yeah, I'm a Zionist. I'm definitely pro-Israel.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pro-Palestine too, if that means the liberation and self-determination and sovereignty of Palestinian people. But yes, I support the state of Israel. All of those things.
Wait, let's see if this is actually true.
So I had my sort of the beginning of my ideological turn was in 2021. So
No, I give up. I'm out. Okay.
But prior to that, it wasn't as serious of a litmus test to be a Zionist, basically. Like things weren't.
For sure.
So I knew that that was like the one thing that where I slightly differed with my peers, and we would talk about it, and it was mostly respectful conversations at that point in time.
Yeah.
And my politics with regards to Israel were much more left wing than they are now. Like at that time, I believed that the settlements were like the main impediment to peace. I think
they pretty much are
problem and an impediment, but certainly not the main one or the reason or anything today. So my views on specifically Israeli politics have also moved towards the center or towards the right.
Oh, let me guess. Now I think it is Hamas, or I think it's the Arab leaders that are the number one reason why. And I don't deny that they are a contributing factor to this, but I definitely do not agree that is the number one reason.
But no, I've always had an affinity for Israel and all of that. But the rest of my politics were,
even though, again, if you think it's Hamas, it's like, I'm not saying Hamas helps, obviously, but just saying that this conflict has existed for about 100 years, 60 years, depending on who you ask. Hamas was not around at the start of it, and yet, and they could go away, and this conflict probably would still exist. So I do not think it is the main thing.
just sort of lockstep, lefty, radical, progressive. I mean, these words even now mean sort of different things than they did back in like 2016 and whenever I was using them. But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a really like fair point that you bring up that like if you're thinking about like 2021 and you're even a radical leftist, people weren't really asking anyone like, are you a Zionist? And even if someone were like
they kind of started in 2021 doing that, which is again sort of like when the beginning of the break was for me. But prior to that, especially, it wasn't. It wasn't a litmus test in that way.
Yeah, and then even if Israel comes up, it's just like when you said you're an American, not a Canadian, right?
Yeah. American.
Yeah, so even then you would be like, oh, well, I know it's complicated. So that would be like the thing that like American leftists are not necessarily the most comfortable talking about unless they're Jewish. And if you are Jewish, which you said you are, then you'd have a bit more of like a leg to stand on in those leftist spaces. So like I get what you're saying. You're making good distinctions.
That's a good point. That used to matter more, actually. Like back in the day,
sure.
In from a sort of like intersectional framework, it was respected that like that I might feel differently as a Jewish person or whatever. Not that anyone had to agree with me, but yes, it was respected that a Jewish person might feel an affinity for Israel, and that doesn't make them a right-wing bigot or something like.
Am I familiar with what happened in Elon? No, I'm not.
That so there was more acceptance of that fact that doesn't exist really today.
So, by the way, I'm really sorry. I realized that I might come on. I assume you don't know anything about me, so I should probably. I assume.
I've seen I've been an observer in this space for a little while, so I've seen you in like a couple debates and conversations, but I've never watched your stream or anything like that, so I don't know a tremendous amount about you.
No, I'm not like, I'm famous. It's more just like, because I don't know if you know that I'm an anti-Zionist. Like Whick said, I don't know if you said it, that he's here as like to be your shield. So I assumed that if that came from you, that would be because you understand that I don't necessarily have a lot to politically agree with you on this topic.
Yes, I know that you disagree. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just making sure, so it's not like you're not caught off by like stuff that I'm going to start saying.
I'm like a hostage gang.
Yeah, well, guess what? It doesn't matter because no anti-Zionist in the world has the power to do anything. So
it's fun. Anyway, go ahead.
Is it? I think I'm being very chill, actually. I don't know.
It was a joke.
I hope it doesn't feel like an interview or an interrogation, by the way.
Interview is cool. Yeah, no, it's not hostile. I mean, that's all I care about.
I actually do think that interviews are a really interesting way to get perspective. Like, even if you're willing to play just objective and ask the right questions, like, you can sometimes reveal so much more about that person's politics if you try to debate them, Because that way...
if you let them speak, yeah.
Yeah, if you let them speak, but also if you, I guess, put your politics aside and just play the objective card, they also feel more comfortable to share more.
It's like exactly the whole drama going on with Loner Box and people accusing him of like not... of going on being a propagandist because he interviewed people and asked them to express their beliefs without coming back and fighting every single point that they had. So yeah, no, I'm glad that we all agree that is a totally valid way of getting people to express what they believe, and maybe even a more powerful way to counter it because you allow them to, get their perspective all the way out.
I'm glad you said that because Loner Box had very similar complaints about when Hassan
Who is the person on the top right? This is Tali.
Interviewed someone, so it's interesting that he would complain about something like that when Hassan was doing interviewing as well. But so it's good that you brought that up.
Well, to be fair, Hassan interviewing the Houthi terrorist, he wasn't allowing his views to just come up. He was like talking to him about anime and stuff, right? So Lonerbox, when he was talking to Yishai Fleischer, wasn't saying like, "What's your favorite food?" and like, "What are the games that you like to play?" Right? They were having a substantive conversation about his ideological and political beliefs, which was.
I mean, you're having a conversation. If you're talking to a seller, you're pretty much having a conversation with a war criminal. Let's be real. One, and then two, again, people still think that kid is a terrorist, but I also partially blame Hassan for it because he was under the impression when he did that interview with, what's his name? Timothy Chalamet. He brought him on because he thought he was part of the Houthis, and then he said he wasn't, but people still think that he was, even though I don't. The most evidence, he denied it in the interview, and the most evidence that he doesn't, I think Noah Sampson said he doesn't even live in the region where the Houthis operate, or like he's not close to it. The thing in favor of it is somebody asked him on Instagram, like, "Are you part of it?" And he said, like, "Yes, I'm a soldier," or something like that. But this kid's first language is not English, and he was asked the question in English, and he responded in English. So I also wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of mistranslation there.
It was not something that Hassan probed at all. But yeah, I agree that there would be nothing wrong with Hassan talking to someone that I might consider a terrorist. There are people that Lonerbox and Destiny spoke to that I might consider a terrorist, and I think that it was valid journalistic work to speak to them.
Yeah.
Hey, before
Twitter translate, or like it was Instagram translate probably. The thing is that like Hassan totally wasted that interview with that kid, because there's no issue with interviewing those people, but I thought he should, if that's what he went in thinking that's who he was going to talk to, he was not taking it seriously.
before you,
of course, the man has to interrupt the women talking.
Sorry, I do apologize. I just a quick question, Natali. You said how in I guess leftist spaces there was an understanding at some point that Jews might have different feelings on this, and there was more of an allowance for that. Do you understand, even if you don't agree with it, which you probably don't, but do you understand why that's changed and people feel that they kind of demand basically that Jews kind of pick a side here?
Oh, I think.
Wait, what? Hold on. What did he ask?
Holly, you said how in I guess leftist spaces there was an understanding at some point that Jews might have different feelings on this, and there was more of an allowance for that. Do you understand, even if you don't agree with it, which you probably don't, but do you understand why that's changed and people feel that they kind of demand basically that Jews kind of pick a side here?
No. Here's why. Okay. When Kanye West started his Nazi arc, basically, there were a lot of people, specifically people in the Black community, that were being asked to disavow the words of a totally unrelated mentally ill Black dude, and Kanye West in this case, and I just did not understand what the connection was between other Black celebrities being made to disavow statements that another Black celebrity made. I didn't even understand why players in the NBA were being asked to do that, because I think it has something to do with the NBA, Am I crazy? I might be thinking of like something related to like Kyrie Irving also, because Kyrie Irving said like anti-vax stuff, like stuff about globalists, like other weird dog whistle shit. And like I felt like too many people were being asked to like, you're Black, do you agree or disagree? Yeah, pretty much. So this whole like line from Prime about like, do you understand why? It's like, yeah, I mean, in the context of Kanye West, I understand that it's racism, and in the context of this, I do feel like it does amount to anti-Semitism, because you're bothering individual Jewish people and asking them their opinions on Israel for no reason.
Oh, I think that's like a totally crazy thing to say. I think that's crazy, and just like a demand that we don't put on any other ethnic group. Where
I will, that's not true. That's not true. Muslims were like, after 9/11, go talk to some Muslims after 9/11. That was a demand made of them in this country. The other thing is like, when there are people that are saying like, oh, all it means, or like, you have people like Ethan Klein being like, over 60 to 70% of Jews are Zionists. Like, this is highly accepted within the diaspora, and this is normalized. People that are making that connection, and saying that Zionism and Judaism are like intrinsically linked. Yeah, you do lead people. I'm not saying Ethan Klein, but I'm saying that line of thought leads people to start to literally said it while I was typing. Yeah, like it leads people to think oh, since they're intrinsically related, if the subject comes up, then it's valid for me to ask you a question when it's 100% not, and it's not fair. And I think that if you are principally anti-Zionist and you understand that, or at the very least, even if you're not anti-Zionist, but you are not a Zionist yourself, you should understand that anti-Zionism is like not anti-Semitism, but you are getting into anti-Semitic territory very, very quickly, obviously, by asking individual Jewish people about their thoughts on Zionism, Israel, the Israeli state's actions, any of that. But I will say, again, that conflation between Judaism and Zionism or whatever, it seems weird to be like a proponent of it and to say it's anti-Semitic for you to be anti-Zionist, but then also say, well, why are you asking individual Jews and Israelis about their thoughts on it? When it's like, didn't you say that they're linked together? Is there a way out of this? Somebody should say if there is.
The country maybe that they come from or that their people descend from is involved in like war crimes and atrocities all over the world. We don't hold other people to the standard. No Jew should be forced to pick a side, in fact.
That's not really true. We hold Muslims to that standard all the time. Americans at least do. But
sure.
yes,
So I
Muslims are not an
don't really
ethnic
agree
group.
with. I don't really agree that we do that, but we shouldn't. No one should. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, you go.
I don't boycott Chinese restaurants or like Russian spas or anything like that.
Yeah, but you would agree that while you might not do that and think that's reprehensible, there are definitely people who have some questions if someone is from China or from Russia or from Iran, for example. Like, I know Iranian people that are constantly asked, like, hey, how do you feel about the Iranian
Yeah, but that's racist.
government, you know, because, and again, like nationality
But I don't know where she falls on this.
is not the same as an ethnic group, and Muslim is not an ethnic group either, but I think you would agree that does happen, even if you don't do it.
Sure, but of course there's like, you would agree that there's a substantive difference between saying like, hey, what do you think about all that drama going on in your home country or where your parents are from, and saying, you better pick a side right now. Those are obviously different things. So it's totally fair. I think it's natural that people get curious, especially people who don't know a lot of Jews or Palestinians. They meet one and they're like, well, wow, okay, you're an expert suddenly.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, is that there are so few Palestinians in the United States. But if there were more Palestinians, believe me, they would be talking about how their experience as a Palestinian American is one that is not without any shortage of people being like, oh, what's your thoughts on that?
Assume the person is an expert or expect them to have an opinion, and that's fair and fine.
But that would be racist too.
And I don't believe in I no longer believe in microaggressions and things of these nature. So I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with asking these questions. But I think that's different from demanding people take a side and purity testing people in that way.
Yeah, I guess I do want to let Prime finish what he said, but just to respond to that point that you made, I think the difference for me is that I don't think people go, you have to pick a side. What they will do is that they'll ask a Jewish person their opinion, and if the Jewish person happens to be a Zionist, then they will react to them differently. And that is like,
or
I guess what you mean with like picking the wrong side. Sorry?
Sure. Or if the person is not a Zionist, doesn't call themselves a Zionist, but just is not sufficient.
I wish there was like a Muslim on this panel who could be like, oh yeah, after October 7th, I did have friends be like, what did you think of what Hamas did?
Critical or condemnatory.
I agree with that.
That will also land you in hot water.
I agree with that. There's an issue, and maybe we will get into it. You said you were a leftist, so I know that you would be aware of it. That there are...
I mean, like, and also, how many people did we see on, there was, I can't remember, let me see if I can't find this video. There was a video of somebody on the BBC, Palestinian, who was talking, like, he was being interviewed at, not long after October 7th, and the first thing that they were asking him to do was condemn Hamas. Let's see, Palestinian asked to, as he was literally saying, like, Israel has killed people in my family, and he was being asked to condemn Hamas. On BBC, maybe?
A lot of American Jews that they might be Zionists. They don't know that they're Zionists. They're like very, like, not political.
I think it was this.
How many times Israel have committed war crimes right live on your own cameras? Do you start by asking them to condemn themselves? Have you? You don't. You don't. No, I'll answer that question. You don't. You know why I refuse to answer this question? Because I refuse the premise of it. Because at the very heart of it is misrepresentation of the whole thing. Because it's the Palestinians that are always expected to condemn themselves. I mean, come on, this is a political conflict. We have been denied our rights for a long time. You bring us here whenever there are Israelis who are killed. Did you bring me here when many Palestinians in the West Bank, more than 200 over the last few months? Do you invite me when there is such Israeli provocations in Jerusalem and elsewhere? Because what Israelis have seen, which we started by saying tragic, the last 48 hours, the Palestinians see every day for the last 50 years. You know the situation in Gaza, you've just described it. This is the biggest open-air presence. Those people, 2 million, have been taken hostage by Israel for the last 16 years.
Wish they had included it, but yeah, he was responding to, do you condemn it? And then I'm pretty sure after he said that, she still kept repeating the question. It was fucking unbearable.
Politically involved.
So my point is that it's wrong when it happens to any Jewish person or Israeli person in the United States or elsewhere, and it is entirely wrong when it happens to any Palestinian. I guess I just disagree I agree with her that it's wrong, but I disagree that it only happens to Jews. That's definitely not the case.
Might think they're apolitical, and so for them, being encountered, like being ambushed by a leftist, being asked all these questions and expect them to hit all the talking points, that might be a bit. I do agree that there's, and I assume you would agree too, that there's a large swath of Jewish Americans who are just not as well versed in this topic to be able to make the right talking points that leftists would want them as Jewish people to make.
100%. Most Jews in America fall into that category. Just like not totally politically involved, certainly don't have talking points that would satisfy the average leftist.
They definitely, no, I agree that.
I wouldn't say that's the average Jew, though. I think the average person in America doesn't have the political positions that would satisfy how most left-wingers feel with respect to this.
They definitely don't have talking points that would satisfy, but I do want, I guess, to.
He's also a UK politician, not part of any Palestinian government element. Yeah, that's the more egregious thing with this clip of the Palestinian ambassador.
Ask this: do you agree that this vast majority, who are not very politically involved, do you agree that ideologically they are more Zionist than they're certainly not anti-Zionist, right? Their natural affiliation is Zionism. The same way, we're born. If you're born in America, you're probably capitalist, right? That makes sense.
Can Loaderbox come in?
That's the status quo.
Can Loaderbox come back?
Okay. If I kick Prime, can I be with Tali?
No. Come on, bring him in.
I don't want to slow down your conversation. So, if that's the case, I can leave. I didn't know this was going to be streamed.
I didn't know it was going to be streamed either. Like I said, this is just all thing.
Yeah, I don't want to interfere. So if that keeps it strong.
If Tali wants to bring in Loaderbox, I'm not going to.
In the box.
Okay, so we're good.
Bringing the Sock Dem Lebanese representative.
Okay.
Yes.
Like I said, I didn't know this was happening until just now, and we're just kind of winging it, bros. So here we are. Anyway, continue, please.
Just to clarify, guys, Katie, it sounds like you're saying when Westoids challenge and purity test Muslims over their feelings about some.
Do you like watching debates? As I fucking live for this.
Like the recent Al Qaeda or ISIS attack or whatever.
It is literally my favorite content to watch. A bunch of people scream at each other in a Discord room, and there is no chance that they are going to agree on anything. I say that it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm dead serious.
Bad, right? They shouldn't do that. We shouldn't harass Muslims and expect them to give us a strong statement on terrorist attacks that have nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Prime. Why do it with Jews?
Well, hold on. So to be clear, I wasn't advocating for anything. I was just asking Tali if she understood while there was a change. And even if, whether she agreed with it or not. So I don't think that a random Jewish individual needs to answer for Israel. I don't think Jewishness and Zionism go hand in hand. So I certainly wouldn't say something like that. But it just when talking about this particular conflict that has this level of political salience, right, that has been going on for this long, that with this level of media coverage, it is, I think, natural, if wrong, natural to when approaching someone and learning about their past to say, oh, do you have an opinion on this? And then, unfortunately, judging them one way or the other.
So we're saying it's understandable, by the same token, it's understandable why right-wingers start asking Muslims to pick a side when there's something happening newsworthy in the Middle East.
Of course, when 9/11 happened, Muslims were told to denounce terrorism constantly. You have to denounce terrorism. Now, I don't think they should have, like I said, right? But I think it's natural to say, do you support this? I mean, you have a core.
It's hard to know if Prime is saying that when he says it's natural, if he means that in a totally neutral, when these events happen, given people's predispositions to understand these conflicts, this is not an unexpected result. This being people now have an increased, or like when they encounter somebody who is Jewish, Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, they ask them these questions, as in like, it's natural in the sense that I know it's expected, but it's weird to say it's natural or like understandable, because it's like it's understandable almost sounds like, oh yeah, like ought to be that way or it's fine. And it's like, well, to me, I'm not surprised that it happens, but I am disappointed and I don't think it's right.
Quote unquote ties, right?
I just want to be clear. Okay?
That's
I
not
know you
means
guys,
right.
I know this is a conversation, but Katie here is kind of like, I don't want to distract, I don't want to take away the time that I promised Katie.
I apologize.
For a loner versus prime debate, which again, you guys are here, you can contribute and all these things. But Katie was like, I want to talk to Tali and I want to make sure that happens. So just putting that out there.
Yeah, Lonerbox, I'm sure you. I guess I don't want to be dragged to what you think you're doing there. Whatever, I'll just move past that. I cannot be bothered with this today.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means that I've had multiple conversations with Lonerbox, and if I wanted to talk to Lonerbox, I would have just DM'd him. That's what it means.
Okay.
So,
do you want me to go? I can just go if you want.
If you want him to go, he can go.
I mean,
this seems silly. Like, what? I don't really see the issue. If he wants to be here, what's the issue? Like,
there is no issue. I'm going to ask my question to you now. I'm just, obviously I have stuff to say from what I hear, but I also don't want to get into it, so I'm going to move past that. I just don't want it to seem like I have...
Well, now it's like a 3v2 because Lonerbox, Tali, and Whick, I believe, are like the pro-Israel people, and Prime and Katie are going to be the pro-Palestine people, but...
Like I don't have anything to say. Okay, anyway, you said something earlier that I thought was interesting. So you said that you used to feel like the settlements were the main issue that was stopping, I guess, a two-state solution, would you say?
Sure.
And you don't feel that way anymore. So I was going to ask, like, what do you think the main reason is?
Frankly, I think the main impediment to a two-state solution has been the refusal of Arab leadership to accept that there will not be a full right of return to Israel proper. And so I think the fact that the sort of refugee...
Okay, if you look at where the negotiations are for that particular point, Arab leaders know and have already conceded that there is not going to be the full right of return for the millions of Palestinians that exist within the diaspora. What has been asked is they have that right under international law. That's what's asked of Israel. Israel refuses. And as a practical matter, the settlement has been that Israel needs to recognize the right, recognize that the Nakba occurred and take historical responsibility for that and the creation of the Palestinian refugee problem. And then there would be a ceremonial or token number of refugees that were, that are, I don't want to say like traded, but taken back into Israel proper, quote unquote. And that would be that effectively.
The problem has been a central issue that leadership has refused to concede on, that Israel is never going to concede to.
But that is their right. They should not concede on it.
De facto one state. There would be no point in making two states if you also said, but also whoever wants to come, you know.
I mean, you think about it like if you have your rights violated and you sue a party, like if you are wrongfully terminated, right? And the party that you sue or your former employer says, no, you weren't, they fight it, etc., then you can do one of two things at that point. You can spend lots of money and have a lengthy court battle, forcing them to recognize it or find them guilty of wrongful termination, etc. But that will be very, very draining, both emotionally and it's going to drain your money. So instead, you could do a settlement, which is pretty much the conclusion that has been reached with the Israel-Palestine conflict. But no, Israel does not have the right to say what rights Palestinians do and don't have. So if they feel like it's not feasible for practical reasons or political reasons or logistic reasons, then they need to propose an alternative. And it's a non-starter to say, we're not going to recognize the right. They have to recognize the right, but how you deal with that is a separate question.
Anywhere in Israel can do that as well. I think that's the main impediment. Now, I think the settlements are a huge impediment to what a Palestinian state would actually look like. They are grinding.
They're also just like not just an impediment. They're completely illegal. It's occupied Palestinian territory. Every single last settler should not be there. It's not their land.
In the eyes of everybody.
And Israel has deliberately transferred that population, which is why people acknowledge, at least in the West Bank, there's apartheid and that there are war crimes going on.
Watching, it's just like a big fuck you. It's certainly not helpful. But I think that before the settlements became so entrenched, there were sincere offers to give over the majority of the West Bank to a future Palestinian state and to allow a certain number of Palestinian refugees. And we have to remember, too, Palestinian refugees does not just mean people who were actually displaced in 1948 or 1967. It means their descendants and their descendants. Correct. And their descendants.
And that's how it should work, because the Palestinian refugee question has not been solved. There is no Palestinian state.
Even if they have citizenship in one or multiple other nations.
Also merging families. So if you started a family somewhere, then you have a right of return. You're also then allowed to bring your entire family over, and that family might have no direct descendants to Palestine. Yeah.
Sure. And I think, listen, the way that Israel has a right of return for Jews, I think a Palestinian state should have a right of return for Palestinians and their descendants and any, like you're saying, mixed families that have come about. And I think a certain amount of Palestinian refugees, whatever definition we're using for that, should be allowed in a two-state solution. A certain number should be allowed to move to Israel proper, and that was always on the table.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but what is she saying about like the full right of return? Because you're like dialing back the clock so much now, because that's not where the settlement would be if Israel were to recognize that right.
I think, the refusal to give up on the refugee crisis and actually put an end to negotiations and to say that people now have their states and they are no longer stateless and they're not fighting to regain the land in Israel proper. Until we get to that point, I think that's the largest impediment to peace.
When you're saying Israel, when you're saying Israel proper, you mean 67 borders or 48?
I mean,
or something else.
I'm talking about what is Israel today, so not including the West Bank, not including Gaza. The 67 borders never existed, right? Sure, I'd be open to negotiating the Golan Heights.
Okay.
It's not necessary. I'm not interested in some greater Israel plan. I don't need, I could give up any part of Israel that is not part of the contiguous, again, Israel proper that is recognized by the United Nations as sovereign Israel today. Those are the borders that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'll go back to 67, where Egypt owns Gaza and Jordan owns the West Bank, and they could create a sovereign Palestinian state. I would support that too. I'm in support of Jews and Israel not controlling those lands. Yeah, sure, that's totally fine with me.
Yeah. The only problem there would be that if you create a geographic strip to connect them, you are destroying Israel's continuity, and that would be the main issue with that. But you know that.
That offer was on. Well, that offer was on the table. So obviously,
yeah, I'm aware. You just said that. Okay. I will say this. I definitely
a highway or something like that is not the same thing. That is very different from like Israel giving up Tel Aviv or something like that, or giving up the coastline. Yeah.
No, I agree.
And again, that has been on the table.
So I guess I'll tell you what I think about what you said, which I don't think I disagree with a lot of it, and then I'll end it with a question. So I do agree that in the past you said genuine. I don't think they were genuine, but I do agree that. There have been a few offers that Palestinians today that want a two-state solution would die to have, and they'll never have those offers.
Yep.
Never, ever, ever. Right? And that's something that I didn't know, right? I learned that from watching Edward Said talking about it. So not exactly someone who doesn't know what he's talking about, right? But
I mean, what is it? Edward Said also called Oslo like it was going to be the Treaty of Versailles, but he was like completely wrong on that. That's because I respect Edward Said's opinion on the conflict, obviously, and probably one of the best scholars to to listen to learn about it. But he was wrong about some things.
I do also think that you are right that one of the biggest main hurdles to a two-state solution in that way is that Palestinians aren't willing to give up the right of return. And I guess the way you phrased it, you said that they're not willing to accept that there wouldn't be a right of return, and that I think would be our disagreement. Like, I don't think they necessarily should accept it. I understand that if they don't accept that the right of return isn't happening, they won't get any two-state solution resolution. The question that I had...
Or way worse.
Or way I mean, we have way worse right now, so...
Precisely. Yeah, exactly.
The question that I had, though, do you agree, I assume you wouldn't, but that the more viable offers, for example, that used to be in the past, do you think that in the past, let's say 15 years, Israel was or had the government or the leadership to give any viable two-state solutions?
So perhaps because just within the last 15 years there have been several different configurations of the government. So Bibi has been a huge presence in Israeli politics, but not one consistent thread. So potentially, but I also just reject the notion and this is a bit more of a meta point too. I reject the notion that it's just like on Israel should just keep offering these things, right? Like these are negotiations that do require two sides, good faith, and some bit of trust. But also the more meta point is people talk all the time of even these countries that do this virtue signaling of declaring Palestine a state. Okay, that's good and well, but they're not a state, and they should be, and I want them to be. And if we all want them to be,
I know, but it has to start with recognition. Obviously, the countries that need to recognize it are Israel and the United States. Until then, it basically remains hypothetical. But I do think that international pressure is meaningful in a certain sense.
Shouldn't pretend that they are a state right now. I don't know who that really helps. Pretending that that the Palestine exists within the 67 borders today and all of these nations recognizing this fact, but they don't. Who is it helping to pretend?
They don't materially. It is a virtue signal in the sense of we recognize Palestine, but it's not like we're going to have a Palestinian embassy or recognize their passport or give them.
I mean, it's the same reason why people recognize Taiwan. Taiwan is Chinese Taipei. The United States does not recognize that Taiwan exists. We recognize that the People's Republic of China exists. We don't recognize the Republic of China, which is Taiwan. But I don't think that just because we should change, or I don't think that these people would argue, it should stay that way, because otherwise it would just be a virtue signal, because they wouldn't really have the ability to enforce their own statehood, because as soon as we change our position on that, China is probably going to invade. Or it would at least escalate a conflict.
Some of them do have Palestinian embassies and things of that nature. And again, I'm not opposed to that. But my point is Israel can't give Palestine a state. Palestinians need to build a state. Israel can't declare, Israel can't even just pull out. And even if Israel just pulled out entirely of Gaza and the West Bank, and I mean entirely every single last Jew, that's
thank you, Whick.
Still would not a Palestinian state make.
No, I agree that Israel can't.
And no, there would need to be mutual recognition. But I mean, them withdrawing to their legally recognized borders and ending the occupation and ending the blockade would certainly help.
As a state, but I think the disagreement would be that I think something like the disengagement when Ariel Sharon just pulled out unilaterally, and that didn't work out well, because you can't just pull out and expect that to, as you said, be a Palestinian state make. From my perspective, the anti-Zionist.
Well, they did more than just pull out. They actually did try to facilitate. And I'm not saying the intentions were pure, but they didn't literally.
Wait, we're talking about the disengagement? This is wrong. Hold on.
Give Palestinians a state. But I think the disagreement would be that I think, something like the disengagement when Ariel Sharon just pulled out unilaterally, and that didn't work out well, because you can't just pull out and expect that to, as you said, be a Palestinian state make. From my perspective, the anti-Zionist.
Well, they did more than just pull out. They actually did try to facilitate. And I'm not saying the intentions were pure, but they didn't.
Okay. It's not that the intentions were not pure. The intentions were explicitly stated by Sharon and his assistant, and this was reiterated multiple times, that the purpose of the unilateral 2005 withdrawal was to freeze the Palestinian peace process and statehood process for the next 25 years. Bibi Netanyahu resigned over this, and it was because of a demographic issue. 2005 disengagement of Gaza. They withdrew all 8,000 settlers from Gush Katif, which was the main settlement block that existed in Gaza. Rationale. In his book, Sharon, The Life of a Leader, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's son, Gilad, wrote that he gave his father the idea of this disengagement. Sharon had originally dubbed his unilateral disengagement plan the separation plan, before realizing separation sounded bad, particularly in English, because it evoked apartheid. In an interview from November 2003, Ehud Olmer, the deputy leader to Sharon, who had been subtly suggesting a unilateral approach for a couple of months, elaborated on his evolving policy. He expressed that his certainty that the Israeli government would soon need to seriously and decisively address the demographic issue. He believed this issue would be the primary determinant of the solution they would have to adopt. He observed that an increasing number of Palestinians wanted to move from a fight against the occupation to a fight for one man, one vote. However, according to Omer, for Israelis, it would signify the end of the Jewish state. The parameters of a unilateral solution, as described by Omer, would be to maximize the Jewish population, minimize the Palestinian population, avoid withdrawing to the 1967 border, and not divide Jerusalem. He recalled that Moshe Dayan had proposed unilateral autonomy 23 years ago. Similarly, he expressed the need to consider unilateral separation, which would likely prevent dialogue with the Palestinians for at least 25 years. Shohrun stated that the settlements which will be relocated are those which will not be included in the territory of the State of Israel in the framework of any possible future permanent agreement. At the same time, in the framework of the disengagement plan, Israel will strengthen its control over the same areas in the land of Israel, which will constitute an inseparable part of the State of Israel in any future agreement. It was at this time he began to use the word occupation. Bernard Avishai, who is a professor of business at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, states that the Gaza withdrawal was designed to obviate rather than facilitate peace negotiations. Schroeder envisioned at the same time annexing Jerusalem, the Jordan Valley, and the major settlements, which he had in the meantime developed, and thereby isolate Palestinians on the West Bank and territory that constituted less than half of what existed beyond the Green Line. And then his senior advisor explained the meaning of Sharon's statement further. The significance of the disengagement plan is the freezing of the peace process. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, and you prevent discussion on the refugees, the borders, and Jerusalem. Effectively, this whole package called the Palestinian state, with all that it entails, has been removed indefinitely from our agenda. And all this with the authority and permission. All this with presidential blessing and the ratification of both houses of Congress. This is exactly what happened. You know, the term peace process is a bundle of concepts and commitments. The peace process is the establishment of a Palestinian state with all the security risks that entails. The peace process is the evacuation of settlements. It's the return of refugees. It's the partition of Jerusalem. And all that has now been frozen. What I effectively agreed to with the Americans was that part of the settlements would not be dealt with at all, and the rest will not be dealt with until the Palestinians turn into Finns. That is the significance of what we did. Demographic concerns, the maintenance of a Jewish majority in Israeli-controlled areas played a significant role in the development of the policy. So I have to reiterate all of this, because what she is saying is completely wrong. It's not even just like, oh, they didn't have the best intentions. No. They exclusively had bad intentions with doing this. That's why they did it.
State make, like, from my perspective,
and there's a reason why they didn't tell any Palestinian leaders about this. They just did it.
The anti-Zionist.
Well, they did more than just pull out. They actually did try to facilitate. And I'm not saying the intentions were pure, but they didn't literally just pull out. Like there was infrastructure in place to pass things along and have some type of transition into what could be go at a Palestinian state. Test run. Regardless for what Sharon's intentions might have been.
I'd be interested.
What did you mean by the I've clicked on this before. It's hard to understand. Finns or Finnish people are a Baltic ethnic group native to Finland, traditionally divided into smaller regional groups that span several countries adjacent to Finland, both those who are native to these countries as well as those who have resettled. It seems like they're refugees potentially, but I'm not sure.
Interested in hearing exactly what that infrastructure would look like, because that is not my understanding of what happened there. But
there was infrastructure existing, like all of the Jewish settlements in Gaza. Like they didn't tear down in fact, it was Hamas.
That's what you meant.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It's not true. That was a decision by the Israeli government, and Palestinians agreed to it. But the Israeli cabinet voted to demolish all the settler homes before withdrawing, because they argued that if you leave these homes intact in the settlement blocks in Gaza and we evacuate, it's going to be a disaster in Israel, because it's going to be seen as like a symbol of surrender, I think is the term that they used, or it could turn into anti-Israel propaganda if Palestinian militants or even just Palestinians moved into those. And so then they also said that like the houses aren't suitable for Palestinian needs or something like that. I didn't understand what that meant. But they were way more worried about the image of Palestinians looting these homes. It probably would have caused chaos. I'm not going to lie, because with the withdrawal they didn't consult Palestinian leaders. They just told them they were doing it. But yeah, they were like, yeah, it's going to be deeply inflammatory to Israelis, so they have to be destroyed. So they were all destroyed.
Would
No,
have
no, no.
been-
I thought you meant infrastructure in terms of like transferring governmental power and helping to facilitate governance and all those things, which is what I was
Right.
going
Well,
to say.
no,
that
but they were trying to facilitate to a certain extent by allowing for self-governance in Gaza and attempting to have an election and things of that nature. So
no, that election was not really encouraged by Israel. that election was encouraged by George Bush because this was the era of democracy promotion. So, and then even then, you had people like Hillary Clinton say after when Hamas won that we shouldn't have let them have an election unless we could guarantee what the outcome was going to be.
So what I'm trying to say, which is what you said now, is that I don't think pulling out is enough. My argument would be that after pulling out, Israel would have to spend a lot of money and resources on helping to properly build an autonomous, successful Palestinian state. Not in terms of we're giving you this to control you, but like this will be a transfer of funds for the Palestinians to do what they want with it, not what Israel wants them to do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do have a
what
question.
they want with it.
I do have a question, so I don't just feel like eye candy here, right? Like I'm more than just a pretty face gang. Okay, I do have a question. Katie, do you think that can happen, right? That Israel can help build up and set Palestine as its own country. Do you think that can happen in any way, shape, or form while Hamas exists?
Oh, dude. You know how we said earlier that this is more of an interview type thing? I don't think Israel should exist. So I don't even know what you're asking me right now. Like, in the theoretical solution that I don't believe in or support, do I think Israel are going to benevolently
Okay.
like,
Well, then
pull
let me ask
out
you
and
this.
give money?
Fair enough. Let me ask you then. Like, how do you see Israel ceasing to exist? What do you think the process should look like?
Oh my God. Why? This is Wizard of Oz shit to even ask people this question.
Well, right now Israel is doing a genocide, so I don't think what I think in that way matters. I mean, last time I heard...
It doesn't. What she thinks, what I think, it does not matter. We have no power over this.
Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan...
Even what some Israelis think doesn't seem to matter to the current Israeli government.
And were abolished through World War II. I don't think that's going to
Does Katie currently live in Israel? No, I think she lives in Canada.
happen here. I don't think there's going to be a military intervention to stop the genocide. And so I have no idea how Israel ceasing to exist would look like. Hopefully, maybe with an unlimited right of return. But,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm mostly asking, like, I understand that, like, right now we don't live in a world where that seems to be the case. But if you were queen for a day, you could wave a magic wand, right, and make the process that you want to see happen right now. Would you be in favor of a military invasion of Israel to stop them from genociding or whatever you think they're doing?
I mean, if I was queen for a day, I would just make Israel stop and abolish itself.
Okay. But you understand what I'm trying to get at.
Don't you think it would be more fun to live in reality, though?
It's just not...
Don't you think the conversation would be more interesting if you would grapple with realistic outcomes and possibilities?
He just asked your queen for a day. It wasn't a realistic question.
I agree, but I was just told, if you were queen of the world, what would you do? So I agree that's not very realistic or helpful, but that's what Whick wanted to do. So
Fine, but
I
being
think it's a
queen of
waste
the
of time
world,
as well.
being queen of the world still wouldn't unless you're have superpowers, right? You could still make a decree, but there are still realities on the ground.
That's not what he meant.
Oh well.
Okay, I don't think that he was trying to get you to say in a different way that Israel shouldn't
I can
exist.
just say what the reason for the question is because I asked the question initially, right? Like from a more realistic point, but you didn't want to answer that, and so I pulled it back to the queen for the day, and that's why we went there specifically. But I'm fine with just a realistic answer, right? Like, what do you see a realistic process for the dismantling of Israel as a state?
As I said, probably the most realistic thing.
Yep.
The most realistic thing. See, realistic doesn't work because, honestly, you would want America to abandon Israel, and I don't know how realistic that is.
Who is who in this convo? Whick is moderating. Tali is a Zionist. Katie's anti-Zionist. And I would just say that Lonerbox is pro-Israel, and Prime Kai's is pro-Palestine.
I don't think there's a realistic way to make that happen right now. I don't think there's enough political international interest in that.
It wouldn't have even been realistic to ask this question before October 7th, 2023.
Okay. I do want to make sure that I know we're mostly going to be with Katie and Tully here, but I do want to get Prime and Lonerbox in on this just a little. So they are also not just eye candy, even though neither of them has a camera on. So how are they going to be eye candy? But I want to give them each a chance. So go ahead.
I just wanted to interject on something that was said earlier about the Gaza withdrawal from Tali. Maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is that not only did they not cooperate with the PA for any kind of like establishment of self-governance, but didn't they also, when they withdrew, didn't a bunch of settlers like burn down their greenhouses so that Gazans couldn't use them?
I don't think that was true. My understanding is that they did not dedicate enough. What happened was there was this group of all of these, I think they were American Jewish philanthropists, and they raised tens of millions of dollars to buy thousands of greenhouses from the settlers. And this was supposed to be to help jumpstart Gaza's economy after the withdrawal. And then they'd have jobs to give to Palestinians within the Strip. And it would start with agricultural jobs. But then because there was not, Palestinians were not told of the withdrawal like far in advance. They barely knew about it. They were not involved with the logistics of it. Israel went in, the IDF evacuated these people, and then they left. I think all of the, not all of them, but a lot of the greenhouses were looted by different like Palestinian hooligans because they didn't have enough police dedicated to maintaining it.
You're muted.
Sorry.
Because they were just not prepared. They were completely under-equipped to handle that in wake of the withdrawal because it happened so quickly.
If that happened, it's not my understanding that that was anywhere near the majority of the infrastructure, and it's also my understanding that Hamas tore down the greenhouses. So that's like directly conflicting.
Okay, it wasn't Hamas. It was just Palestinians.
To my recollection, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I remember it like completely the inverse, that it was Hamas who tore down the greenhouses and things like that, not former Israeli settlers. But I'm open to being wrong.
Might have to check. Was that my recollection? Again, it's been a while.
I know that the settlers did these like, they buried like, they had ceremonies at the greenhouses. They buried these like tomatoes right before they went. But yeah,
I thought they were looted by Palestinian locals, and I think houses, like settler houses, were burned down and things like that. But I don't know if the I'm just curious about that side. I'm mostly just curious about
because like the settlers didn't want to leave. There was a video. Hold on, disengagement documentary. This is a documentary about the withdrawal. Anybody can watch it. I think they talk about it in here. I condemn it regardless. Do you mean Finland or what? Let's see. Sellers don't want to leave. All of it. This is like a month later.
We are in very Ghanaian settlements, and we are free without any Jewish in our land, and we will fight in Ramallah and Jerusalem to put our flag in Jerusalem.
Islamic Jihad was the first faction to organize parades through the former settlements.
All of our residents, people in our land, will fight Jewish.
Oh my, what AI generated Cynthia Erivo at the bottom right? I noticed that too.
Both Israel and the PA had agreed months before that Israel would demolish the settlements. All homes would be destroyed, the neighborhoods flattened, but public buildings would be left standing. Israel says it wanted to prevent terror cells from acquiring infrastructure.
That wasn't the only reason, but whatever.
The PA says it agreed in order to prevent land grabs and chaos. The synagogues were left intact. Israel put up signs in English and Arabic saying holy place and asked the PA to guard them from being destroyed.
Yeah, they're destroyed.
The like what infrastructure Israel was like trying to help Gaza with after the pullout in 2005, because my understanding is that they just left without telling the PA anything or like coordinating with them or anything of that sorts.
Okay, so I'm not saying that I'm not trying to. The reason that I said even like regardless of Sharon's intentions of pulling out, I'm not saying that they were trying to facilitate a Palestinian state or that they created infrastructure and they had any intention. What I was saying is that they didn't tear it down. So it was like if again this idea that like Israel just stepping away, just completely withdrawing would create a Palestinian state. Like there were institutions, and I'm talking like physical institutions, not like governing institutions, right? Like physical, like we're talking about the greenhouses and things like that, that could have just like literally be stepped into and inhabited already. So again, my understanding is not that it was burnt down by the settlers who were leaving. If that happened, then I'm just wrong here. But I'm not at all trying to pretend that Israel was trying to create a Palestinian state by withdrawing in 2005. I'm just saying that they weren't trying to, I don't believe that they were trying to torch it either.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Torch it figuratively
That's for you,
too.
Loner. I'll DM it to you. It's in Hebrew, but just click translate to English.
Oh no. What can I say?
I condemn it if it's on the Israeli side, either way. But what you were saying, Katie, about now maybe this is like sort of a moot point because you don't think that Israel should exist. But what you were saying is that Israel shouldn't just withdraw; they have an affirmative responsibility and financial responsibility to invest in a Palestinian state. I don't inherently disagree with that. I maintain that it should not be Israel's the sole responsibility of Israel, and I don't really think that.
I agree.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the sole responsibility of Israel to create a Palestinian state and to make all of these investments. But yeah, there are plenty of Israelis who would agree with that too, that Israel should be financially responsible for repatriation of Palestinians potentially back to a Palestinian state. I mean,
many is I might differ with that word, but yeah, some Israelis might think that.
I mean, the Israeli left is not insignificant.
I heavily disagree with that, but yeah, that's. I sent you that link too. So basically, the burning down thing is a little bit more complicated. It's a known Israeli talking point that the greenhouses were left for them to use, and then they were destroyed by Hamas. The truth is that they were kind of bought from the Israeli settlers, but not really, and then it didn't really work out, and so they didn't end up using a lot of the greenhouses. So,
Katie's correct.
Sure,
is Katie Israeli? A lot of people keep asking that, but no, she's Canadian.
And I
think she said she was Canadian.
didn't mean to insinuate that they left them there for their use, but more so that they were there at least. So
Kinda is. You mean Israel's responsibility to pay for all this shit? I mean, I agree, but more realistic. If I'm being realistic, it would be better if they could just get like anyone who's willing to pay is probably going to end up being a benefit or like funding it.
Yeah. Prime, anything before we keep
Which is
going?
also why the two-state solution poses a lot of issues if that were to even happen, because Palestine would still be a relatively isolated state. It's going to be a pariah state. The United States is still going to ally with Israel over it, and so will most Western powers. So it's going to turn into it's gonna have all the worst actors in the world as its ally. It's gonna have Iran. It's gonna have, some neighboring Arab nations. It's going to have North Korea. It's gonna have Russia. It's gonna be stuff like that.
Well, okay. And again, I don't want to derail this. But Tali, I like that you think that it should be an international effort to make a Palestinian state. I would agree too. Israel has a small GDP. I wouldn't put it all in their hands. Well, the Egyptian recovery plan that I was talking about previously talks about, hey, international community coming together, investing in rebuilding Gaza. I think that's a fine first step. Go ahead.
The international community is currently actively invested in Palestine, in Palestinian aid.
Katie used to stream from Israel up until 2023. She used to live in Israel for many years. Oh, I didn't know that.
So that wouldn't be a very hard lift. I think what we need is leadership
to get them to stop funding the bombing first. Yes,
correct. That's not corrupt. Not just right. Not just funding bombing, but also lining their pockets. Right. Living like kings in other countries while their people are suffering on the ground. So
yeah. I think that those other Arab states, they have their own interests, and it's all rife with corruption once money is flowing. But I think the first step would be, hey, understanding there is a need, allowing the money to come in, allowing work to be done, and then that could be a model for further investments in that direction.
Yeah, sure. That just can't happen until Hamas is gone. But yeah, absolutely. I totally support that effort. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
It won't be safe to do. Like, again, it just, here's I guess the point that I'm trying to make, and that I feel like is the frustration that Loner Box and I share. That just won't happen. Like, if you leave Hamas in control, then the international aid is not going to be able to come in and overpower them.
But I keep saying not in control. You keep saying in control.
Okay,
we have
they
a fundamental
maintain
disagreement.
their arms.
But
yeah, it's
Tali.
not Hamas. It's maintain their arms. Notice, Prime.
Yeah, Tali. Like, and I'm not trying to be like
Sorry,
obtuse.
Katie, you missed the debate. Prime is specifically talking about a proposal that would allow the Qasem brigades, Hamas, to maintain their arms in Gaza as part of a ceasefire plan, where then international aid comes in and international peacekeeping comes in to rebuild Gaza. That's the specific option on the table. I'm not being pedantic. This is his.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a quick question. Would the IDF be allowed to maintain their arms during the ceasefire?
Yes. What do you mean maintain? Yes, of course. Yes, the IDF. Okay. Then you don't really want the conditions to change, because they won't change.
Tali, I'm not trying to be obtuse. I swear I'm not trying to do that, right? I'm just pointing, just like my friend Doobie previously pointed to how the IRA at first did completely demilitarize the moment they made a peace deal, right? It was a multi-phase process. That is the realistic goal. Is that you say, hey, for instance, the ceasefire that was just implemented, right? In that ceasefire. Hold on. In that ceasefire,
why don't we allow the Palestinian Authority to put in police forces, and so that it is Palestinian?
1 second, hold on.
They're able to maintain.
Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. I would love that. Hold on. But that first of all, the Egypt plan does talk about putting the Palestinian Authority in charge. The Egypt plan does talk about putting the Palestinian Authority in charge. But beyond that, right?
Do that with Hamas.
The ceasefire. 1 second. The ceasefire that was previously announced, right, that Israel unilaterally broke, that didn't have Hamas immediately put down their weapons, because of course that wasn't going to happen, right? It was a multi-phase process in which both sides would have to accomplish certain concrete goals and then take a step forward.
Yeah,
if you continue doing that, yes.
The ceasefire wasn't a peace plan. It's an attempt. These are attempts to barter back for hostages.
Hold on, but I'm talking, the Gaza recovery plan isn't a peace plan either. It's a ceasefire, right? It's a ceasefire that goes into rebuilding.
That's not a ceasefire. That's
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Could you explain, please?
Okay, sure. Well, we need a resolution to this war.
Sure.
Okay.
So the Egypt plan does call for a resolution, right? Like a resolution to the immediate conflict, not like.
Okay, here's the one that. This is Job Site News. May 25th, 2025. This was a framework. Here, the full English text of the agreement Hamas said it had accepted. So take with that what you will. Framework for a permanent ceasefire agreement in the Gaza Strip. 1. A 90-day ceasefire. 2. 10 Israeli hostages and 16 bodies will be released in exchange for an agreed-upon number of Palestinian prisoners as follows. 5 live hostages on the first day of this agreement. 5 live hostages on the day 90, with the mechanisms and schedule for the handing over the bodies to be agreed upon during the 90-day period. My understanding that this is so Israel violated the last ceasefire. This is so they actually stick to it, because they will have a stake in getting out those last hostages towards the end. President Trump will guarantee Israel's commitment to the ceasefire during the agreed upon 90-day period and Israel's return to the status quo as it was prior to March 2nd, 2025. Aid will be delivered to Gaza immediately upon Hamas's acceptance of a ceasefire agreement in accordance with the humanitarian protocol agreed upon on January 17, 2025. Aid will not be restricted during the ceasefire period. All Israeli military activities will cease immediately upon the announcement of this agreement. No Israeli aerial or reconnaissance activity will be permitted over Gaza during these 90 days. Whick will travel to Doha to sign the agreement with Dr. Kahil. This is Hamas's lead negotiator. And they will meet and shake hands. Steve Witkoff will lead the negotiations with the assistance of U.S. hostage envoy Adam Bowler and Bapa. President Trump will personally announce the ceasefire agreement and thank all those who contributed to its achievement, especially Hamas. The president is serious about ensuring Israel's commitment to the ceasefire agreement and insists that negotiations during the ceasefire period will lead to a permanent resolution of the conflict. During the 90-day ceasefire period, the following points will be discussed. A, after reaching an agreement on the exchange of the remaining hostages and bodies and before the handover procedures begin, a permanent ceasefire will be declared and Israeli forces will withdraw from the entire Gaza Strip. B, an independent committee of technocrats will begin administering all affairs of the Gaza Strip with full authority and responsibilities immediately upon implementation of this agreement. C, the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip will begin. D, a long-term cessation of mutual hostile military operations between both parties will be established, guaranteed by the mediators, which include the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar. As long as military operations by both sides remain halted, the U.S. is committed to reaching an agreement and wants all parties to come to the negotiating table until a permanent resolution to the conflict and a peace agreement are reached. After the 90-day truce, the U.S. and the mediators commit to ensuring the continuation of negotiations, maintaining a cessation of hostilities, and the entry of aid until a permanent ceasefire agreement is reached.
The overall resolution to the Israeli-Palestine
conflict doesn't end.
I find myself struggling to imagine Trump thanking Hamas. Well, he said Hezbollah was very, very smart just like a year ago, so you never know.
If the Qassam brigades
He also said the Houthis were very brave. Stranger things have already happened.
Are armed on the southern border of Israel.
Sure. Well,
conflict doesn't end.
I mean, the conflict existed before Hamas existed. I'm pretty sure the conflict will exist without Hamas. So.
Yeah, like you're saying that there is
right now in Gaza won't be happening.
You're saying that there's a bad
Palestinians in Gaza wouldn't be happening without Hamas right now.
I'll let Katie handle it, so I'll just leave.
Yeah, let Katie go.
I'm enjoying this, Prime. Go ahead. This is fun.
I'm sorry. Again, Talia, sorry, I didn't mean to take anything over. Because I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry.
Prime hurt my head.
Brigade.
He has never been, even though I probably agree with Prime on most things, he's never been the strongest debater.
Those brigades. I apologize. If they do a thing that breaks the peace, right, then it'll be...
He also saluted a North Korean general. This is true.
the Palestinians that suffer. It'll be them that will have reprisals. And they will have a force, again, because it would have international forces, like UN security forces. They'll have to contend with these individuals and these organizations. There will be a cost one way or the other. It could also be the case that, let's say we go with this Egypt plan. It could also be the case that, once again, Israel unilaterally breaks the agreement, right? It could also be that could be a thing that happens, right? But we understand this, but we go into these things extending a tiny level of good faith to begin the process. When people show that they aren't capable...
good faith with Hamas.
Okay, if you keep saying that, then there is no resolution ever, period.
There's already been ceasefire agreements with Hamas since this genocide started. War. She would probably call it a war. There have been ceasefires. So this whole, they can't be trusted or whatever, Prime is right. Then we're saying, what you're saying is you're closing off all avenues to negotiations. Because right now, they govern the Gaza Strip, like it or not. They have to be dealt with.
Because Hamas is made up of these individuals who have who are now militarily aggressive against Israel after all of this October 7th, right? It's refilled its ranks with all these members who have a grudge. If there's no chance for peace, right, then that means that the only option is slaughter. I don't believe that. I don't believe that all Israelis, Jews have to die in Israel, and I don't believe all Muslims have to die in Palestine. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I want to let Lemon.
I don't think Christians should die either.
Calling you Lemon, I'm supposed to Letterbox. I want to Letterbox. Go ahead.
So in this Egyptian plan, in your world, the Qassam brigades retain their arms, but they give up civil control. And then the other armed forces that come in are what, like the Americans, maybe the UN peacekeepers, maybe some Arab forces. So what are the, okay, is that am I following you so far?
But sure, whatever the exact outlines. I'm not stuck on which, the exact militaries that have to be involved. It could be any particular mix.
Are we to assume that the Israeli government, regardless of the fascists who are part of it, are always negotiating in good faith? If you ask these people, I guess they would say yes, which is insane.
UN? Okay.
Yeah, whatever the mix might happen to be.
Governmental control, but keep their arms? What?
This is what Prime and Doobie were advocating for during the debate, yeah.
Okay, keep going. This is fun.
Westerners, eh? Am I right? Anyway, okay, in this world then, Hamas goes into the tunnels, finds some spare rocket launchers or mortars and fires them. Who stops them?
The same people who would stop the IDF from firing into or killing Palestinians within that.
I mean, if Hamas violates the ceasefire, then hostilities resume. That's how it will go.
Territory, right? It would have to be an international response.
So international response from either Arab armies or the UN, right?
Sure.
Okay, so are we willing to concede that the UN had a mandate to do this in Lebanon and they completely fucking failed at it? There's the Lebanese army.
Israel or Hezbollah?
To stop Hezbollah this is when the UN, when UNIFIL were in there from 2006 onwards up until 2023. And their role was to stop Hezbollah from rearming south of the Litani, and they didn't do it.
Was that the? Can you source me that? I'd be really interested.
Well, the UNIFIL's job was to.
Peacekeep.
Yeah.
Okay, so for you, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, keep going.
Because of Resolution 1701, which was that Hezbollah doesn't maintain arms south of the Litani, no?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. So I guess it would probably most likely be like Egyptian or Saudi troops that would fight back against Hamas if they were trying to break the ceasefire in this situation. You okay with that, Prime?
Yeah.
Right. Why would that be different from the IDF doing it?
Why would it be different from a government that is dedicated to the genocidal eradication of the Palestinians? Why would it be different from the government why would it be different from the government that's currently doing ethnic cleansing? I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, no, actually, why would the Saudis be better with their bombs than the IDF? Have you seen what the Saudis did in Yemen?
Oh, well, my understanding is the Saudis, if they were going to be part of this, like the Saudis aren't necessarily an enemy of the Palestinians. Like they were the enemy of
I mean, the leadership doesn't care. The people do, but the leadership explicitly says they don't really care that much.
The Yemenis.
Well, they were an enemy, became an enemy of the Houthis because the Houthis were firing at them. But yeah, like again, they were intervening in Yemen because...
And if coalition forces are acting improperly, well, they should be removed as well. Right? That's why we have an international community keeping everyone in check.
Wait. Let's try this in good faith. Lonerbox, I think you understand what Prime is saying, right? He's saying that whoever is doing the peacekeeping in the region, it doesn't have a direct hand in the conflict and is only there. It's not going to act in retribution, right? The problem is Americans are not going to stop the idea from doing anything, and
I mean, the other thing is that we're assuming that the ceasefire would be violated, but one, Hamas has never been popular, but their popularity is at an all-time low. There's demonstrations every single day in the Gaza Strip at this point. If they were to violate the ceasefire agreement after finally getting Israel to stop hostilities, I genuinely think that they would be overthrown by Palestinians. And they know that, so they have a vested interest if they want to maintain any legitimacy in the Gaza Strip among the millions of Palestinians. They cannot just do that, but that's one way of looking at it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't necessarily trust the Saudis to
both of these women need to get birth
properly manage Hamas tunnels. Am I wrong?
I'm just saying.
That was not me. That was from this.
And maybe I understand why you or Prime might never get this, but if the Saudis were in Gaza maintaining law and order and they come against radical Islamists who oppose their endeavors, the Saudis would be a million times more brutal than Israel would. Yeah.
If
I didn't advocate for bringing in peacekeeping UN. The UN was never peace kept anything that had military stuff within it.
If the Saudis are not appropriate partners for this, then don't pick the Saudis. Like I said, I'm not married to any particular force, right? Like, so you're saying, well, the Saudis might be belligerent, might be aggressive against Palestinians. Okay, I can accept that. Whatever. But
if the issue is that, do you want the Saudis because they're going to be aggressive about the Palestinians, then you can understand why he doesn't want it to be Israel, right?
When we're putting together these forces, obviously we take that for granted. You can always point to and this is not like a new thing. We've done this before in the past, right? Like, so we can unless you think. Let me ask you, right? Do you think that there is never a possibility, like, let's move away from Israel-Palestine just for a quick second, that there's never a possibility in any conflict for a peacekeeping force to be useful? Is that your position?
No, peacekeeping forces can be useful. The problem is that they have the same challenge that the IDF has, and they're going to treat it either more incompetently or they're going to treat it more aggressively. Like, it's the problem is that the only people who actually have an incentive to destroy the Hamas infrastructure and risk their soldiers' lives for it is the IDF. No one else is going to want to do this. So when you're saying when Hamas is armed, all of these plans, like these rebuilding plans and everything else, they
have that incentive, but they've been struggling to recruit people to aid and abet this genocide for months.
Only work with Hamas's military.
I didn't say that you necessarily destroyed Hamas infrastructure unless they are using it to break the agreement. So I wouldn't be asking them that anyway, unless aggressive actions were taken. Then there might be a response. But no, beyond that, I think there's a reason why we have third parties here, right? Of course, they're going to operate differently than like the two belligerent actors, right?
This is April 11th, 972 magazine. The Israeli army is facing its biggest refusal crisis in decades. Over 100,000 Israelis have reportedly stopped showing up for reserve duty. While their reasons differ, the scale demonstrates the war's waning legitimacy. No one can state precise numbers, no political party or leader calls for it explicitly, but anyone who has spent any time at anti-government protests or on Hebrew language social media in recent weeks knows it to be true. It is becoming increasingly legitimate to refuse to report for military service in Israel, and not only among the radical left. In the lead up to the war, talk of refusal, or more precisely, ceasing to volunteer for reserves, had become a significant feature of the mass protests against the Israeli government's judicial overhaul. At the height of those protests in July 2023, over 1,000 pilots and Air Force personnel declared that they would stop showing up for duty unless the legislation was halted, leading to warnings from senior military officials and the head of the Shin Bet that the judicial overhaul endangered national security. The Israeli right continues to argue to this day that those refusal threats not only encouraged Hamas to attack Israel, but also weakened the army. But in truth, all threats disappeared into the ether on October 7th, with the protesters overwhelmingly and enthusiastically volunteering to enlist. For 18 months, the vast majority of Israel's Jewish population has rallied around the flag in support of the onslaught in Gaza, but particularly after the government decided to collapse the ceasefire last month, that's another way to say to violate it, cracks have started to appear. In recent weeks, the media has reported a significant decline in soldiers showing up to reserve duty. Although the exact numbers are closely guarded secret, the Army informed Defense Minister Israel Katz in mid-March that the attendance rate stood at 80%, compared to around 120% immediately after October 7th. According to Khan, Israel's national broadcaster, that number was a fudge. The true rate is closer to 60%. Other reports speak of attendance rate of 50% or lower, with some reserve units resorting to trying to recruit soldiers via social media, and that's hyperlinked. Refusal comes in waves, and this is the biggest wave since the first Lebanon War in 1982. Ishai Menushin, one of the leaders of the refuser movement, Yesh Gvul, there is a limit, is what that means, which was founded during the war, told Plus 972. Like conscription into the regular forces at age 18, it is compulsory for Israelis to serve in the reserves when summoned until the age of 40, though this can vary depending on rank and unit. During wartime, the army is heavily dependent on these forces. So they are struggling. So if Hamas really is this existential threat, then they need to... they would, to Israelis, and they truly felt this, they would be volunteering to join, and they would have more boots on the ground in Gaza. But
racism and hatred and bigotry on both sides of this conflict, right? And that expresses itself through its military, expresses itself through its policies. That's why you have
Lonerbox is saying the third party won't actually be able to act very differently because they're going to run into the same problem. So even if you pick the dovest nation, the people who are Philo-Palestinian.
Again, we're talking about Hamas violating the ceasefire when Israel violated the last one, and then no one stopped them.
People who love Palestinians, they are going to they're going to run into the same problems, even if they would want to handle it differently than the IDF. They're going to run into the same problems with Hamas.
This assumes that the
they're going to destroy entire cities full of civilians, but yes, with the tunnels.
Exactly.
Okay, yes, you just highlighted the problem though. This is the problem that you would have really, is that you would have like a more dovish peace force, or maybe like an Arab state that doesn't want to be seen killing a bunch of Palestinians. So what you'd see Hamas breaking the ceasefire and Hamas like trying to frustrate this normalization process.
Or you see Israel breaking the ceasefire.
Hang on.
Right?
Because
you see Israel breaking the ceasefire.
Let Loner finish his thought.
He actually broke the ceasefire.
We can get to that, okay? Hamas broke a ceasefire.
Oh, you don't want to get to that.
Okay.
We can get to that, I said. I'm just telling you right now, okay? And I can explain why but Israel did it in this situation is like not helpful at all for testing your scenario. With your scenario, you've got Hamas still have their arms, okay? And then there's another force that's trying to rebuild, to actually build Gaza in an image that's not the same way that Hamas built it. And it's not in a way that the Israeli occupation built it, because it's preparing them for statehood so that Gaza can exist as part of a Palestinian state alongside Israel. Like that would be the point of doing that. The problem is that if Hamas who has every incentive to frustrate that process, because that's the opposite of what they want, they will fire, they will try to break that, they will try to frustrate that process. And what would happen is Hamas would be in the tunnels, okay? Because that's where they are. And some other army that's more dovish would look at that and think, okay, fuck, there's no way we can get to this tunnel. We're not sending our soldiers in to fucking booby traps and tunnel warfare. We can't bomb it because there's like civilians in the area, so we're just not going to do anything. That's what would happen, yeah.
So you just keep stating that. Both you and Tali, I'm going to say one last thing, and I'll be done. You and Tali simply keep stating this as facts, right? Oh, I can look into the future, and of course a peace process wouldn't work, right? The peace process that have been
you guys are just naive.
No, hold on. Okay, so you can keep stating that, right? And say like, oh, I have a better view of all of this, right? Even though in the past we've actually accomplished this. Like we've actually gone through peace process. This isn't a new process.
Yeah, you keep using examples like South Africa and Ireland, which have like the fact that you tried to refer to South Africa in the past, the fact that you tried to refer to South Africa as your analogy, just like
this isn't a new process. Once again, it's not a new process. And then you simply state, well, this is what Hamas would do. We know exactly what Hamas actions would take, right? What the international community would take, right? You just keep stating this and hoping to make it reality within the confines of this conversation. I reject it. I refuse it. I say the opposite. I say if anyone's going to break this, it's going to be the Israelis, right? They have shown again and again that they're untrustworthy force. So why should we trust them? Still, even with that in mind, I still want to give the process a try. Even though I know the Israelis are not trustworthy, we should still give the process a try.
What was Hamas trying to do on October 7th?
Interrupt the Abrams Accords, right? Like they felt that the Arabic world was abandoning them, right? Ignoring the Palestinian question. And one of the things they wanted to do was to interrupt that.
And it's another serious thing that you're missing out that your plan would entail, your Egyptian plan would entail, and it's normalization with Israel. That would be a process of normalization, which is the worst thing for Hamas. I'm not saying Hamas would do this because I'm just guessing, okay? I'm doing it because normalization is Hamas's biggest fucking enemy. They've been a rejectionist party from the cradle to the grave, okay? I'm not basing this on nothing.
So the Israelis say the same thing.
Hold on. No. Give it to Katie. Go.
I mean, that wasn't the only that was a major motivation for October 7th, but they also stated it was like the blockade, settler violence in the West Bank, and the illegal occupation.
Go ahead, Katie.
Loner Bucks. So are you going to...
But yes, Prime is correct that it was also because they'd been excluded from the Abraham Accords, so...
do this thing where I say, but Hamas has released a statement that they said that if that it was put to a vote with Palestinian people and the Palestinian people chose a two-state solution, they would support it. You're just simply going to say that you don't believe them, correct?
Well, that would be them changing their messaging from the last 15, 20 years.
Okay, but they have released that statement. So do you believe it or not?
No.
They've said that if their population goes to a vote, they'll accept a two-state solution. Who said this?
Do you believe that statement or not?
It depends on who said it. Who said it? If it's like a random fucking...
Okay. Yeah, Tell, you wanted to say something?
No, it's just like they didn't say that.
Okay.
That doesn't exist.
Okay.
I'm looking this up right now. I never even look into these questions because we were so far away from the statehood discussion that is completely pointless. Like, this is just literally for fun and interesting to watch it, but there's no chance of that happening anytime soon. So I'm going to search, where do Palestinians pull as far as their feelings on a two-state solution? That's not going to happen.
Here's my answer. So if Hamas actually came with if Hamas just went into this like unprecedented level of soul-searching and resurrection and came out as a party that was willing to accept a normalization with Israel into a two-state solution, actually with mutual recognition, and a leader came and said that, and he didn't get fucking shot by his comrades like 2 days later, then yeah, I'd maybe be more inclined to think, okay, maybe something's changed here. The problem is that all of these changes that you see from Hamas, it's always like equivocating, it's always like meandering, like with the 2017 charter, or with people saying, oh yeah, we'll give up civilian control but not our arms, right? Yeah, or like maybe one low-level official goes into like some like very like small news.
I mean, you'd be Hamas or any other group, you're going to be hard pressed to find that any faction, regardless of who replaces Hamas, is going to be interested in demilitarizing, because they know if they do that, they're not getting it back.
Broadcaster and says, "Oh yeah, we'll kind of consider like we might be up for a two states, solution." And then like another leader just rebukes it the day after. This is not the same as like a radical shift. But what you're saying is their entire worldview since their inception would be changing if this is the case.
So
I agree with you, except that Israel does the same thing. Israel had multiple governments and multiple MPs and multiple prime ministers make different statements about whether they support a two-state solution or not. I know you don't like when I equivocate the Israeli government to Hamas, but in terms of contradicting statements, it's not like, everyone does that. It's
but that's the difference. What's the solution with the Israeli government is you vote them out. The solution for Hamas is you can't vote them out. No one can vote them out. They have to be removed. Like, that's the difference.
Okay.
I do have a question for you, Loner Box, actually, because you said something a little bit ago that I want to come back to about.
I know, but why does Hamas exist in the first place?
How if there was a third party, more dovish peacekeeping force, right, there in the area, that they wouldn't be able to stop Hamas from doing it. So I guess that implies.
Is it like if Israel had done this like a typical counterinsurgency, they could have held the lands and done what we did in Iraq. I'm not saying that was good or advised or any of that, but if they were serious about there being regime change, they would not be using the type of military strategy that they've been employing, which is this ghoulish whack-a-mole that's existed since this, like, right after October 7th, because all of these units that they're trying to destroy, like the Al-Qassam brigades, are only bigger in number. at this point.
And you can clarify.
So we're moving in the opposite direction if you really want to move towards a Gaza Strip that doesn't have Hamas anymore.
That the level of brutality necessary to stop Hamas needs to be something like what IDF is doing. Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly what the IDF is doing, but I think the problem that people run into is that in order to target anything that Hamas uses or infrastructure or personnel, it involves a level of collateral that most, I think, Western countries and democracies and all that would just be very uncomfortable with. They wouldn't want to do it. Because this happened in Mosul as well, right? And ISIS were a lot smaller and a lot less dug in than Hamas are. So
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
I don't think things would look. I think if Israel was acting within international law completely in all of their airstrikes and campaigns, I don't think it would be it would be different from what we're seeing now. But I don't think it would be world-changingly different. No.
See, this is from March 21st, 2024. Gazan support for a two-state solution doubled since December poll. The data also showed a clear drop in support for armed resistance as the best means of achieving a Palestinian state from its peak in December. According to recent polling, the proportion of Gazans who support a two-state solution has nearly doubled since December from 35% to 62%. The polling conducted by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, or PCPSR, was conducted between March 5th and 10th in the West Bank in areas of the Gaza Strip where there was no ongoing daily fighting. They conducted previous surveys in September and December 2023, during which the change in support for two-state solution by Gazans was minimal, 34 to 35% respectively. Compared to Gaza, support for a two-state solution in the West Bank barely grew, from 30% in September 2023 to 33% by December, and then 34% by March. The PCPSR linked support for a two-state solution to the feasibility of the solution and the chances of a Palestinian state. So Palestinians are split on achieving a Palestinian state. The data also showed a clear drop in support for armed resistance as the best means of achieving a Palestinian state from its peak in December. In December, support for armed resistance across the Palestinian territories was 63%, 68% in the West Bank, and 56% in the Gaza Strip. The latest polling showed support for armed resistance at 46% across the Palestinian territories, 51% in the West Bank, and 39% in the Gaza Strip. And we are just talking about the Gaza Strip right now. So when he was like, they don't want a two-state or whatever, maybe he has more recent thing, but this seems to be the most recent comprehensive data that I could find.
Sorry, I just have to keep going back to this point because you guys keep ignoring this and moving past it very quickly. So, and Tali is away.
Lunarbox, I sent you a link for the statement.
So I'll direct this at you, Lunarbox, and hopefully Tali can answer this later on, right? So she's back. So there was a peace agreement between a ceasefire. Ceasefire.
Okay, wait. I'm so sorry. I'm just looking at the first paragraph of this article. The Palestinian militant group Hamas has said for more than 15 years that it could accept a two-state compromise with Israel, at least a temporary one. But Hamas has also refused to say that it would recognize Israel or renounce its armed fight against it. Does it change here? Do they say that they're reneging?
Now read the second paragraph.
Okay. For Israel, especially in the wake of Hamas' October 7th attack that spurred the latest war in Gaza, that's proof that Hamas is still irrevocably bent on destroying Israel. United States and European countries have joined Israel in shunning the militant group they've labeled a terrorist organization. Is there more? I'll just read the whole thing. Hang on.
Can I get a link to this document?
Yeah.
Please. I don't know what we're reading. I don't know what we're looking at. So.
Sorry, I got a call from my wife. She's the final boss.
Oh, shout out to her.
Everything okay?
Oh yeah, we're good.
Continue. Fair enough.
They're not getting a divorce, okay? All right, Whick. But Tali, so while we're waiting on Lunarbox, he's reading. So we had a ceasefire.
No, I'll read it out for you.
Okay, all right.
I sent it to Lunarbox, so I know he'll find it. I even screenshotted it. In the latest iteration of its stance, senior Hamas official Khalil El-Hayya told the Associated Press in an interview on Wednesday the group would lay down its weapons and convert into a political party if an independent Palestinian state is established in the West Bank and Gaza Strip along the pre-1967 borders. This article is from April 25th, 2024.
And why do you think I'm going to say that this is not what you earlier said it was?
What do you mean? Is this senior enough official for you?
Yeah. What do you think I'm going to say is wrong? What do you think I'm going to say is wrong with this?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. So you should stop making the arguments about trying to...
Sorry, wait.
Hey, you asked me a question, so I'll answer it. My answer is, if you're going to make arguments that Hamas is going to agitate if there's a solution for two states, and you have a senior official saying that they are willing to go with a two-state solution if that's the one that they're going for, then you're lying.
No, not at all. I just want to know if you've been listening to a fucking word I've been saying. When I spoke about the 2017 charter and the problem with Hamas whenever they say two states is what? This is not the first time they've said we'll do two states. What's the issue with that?
So the issue with that is that they sometimes say one thing and then say another thing?
Nope.
Okay, then tell me.
So as per the 2017 statement, when they say two states, they mean two states for now, so we can use that state as an opportunity to try again later. What happens if Hamas gets a two states out of this? They claim victory within their own people. They become the most popular, or they remain, actually, with even more popularity, the most popular faction in the region. What is the
Okay,
state?
but he knows when he says the most popular faction in the region, it's like they're at, what, 40%? Like their favorability is low. He hammers on about this all the time, except in this context. Hold on. Palestinian favorability of Hamas recent polls. That's why there's these protests going on. This was, where are we at? So in 2024, support for Hamas, September 2024 was at 37%. And then this is one that came out May 6th. About half of Gazans support the Hamas demonstration. So here's where we are. Come here. Half of Gazans support the anti-Hamas demonstrations, and almost half want to leave the Gaza Strip if they could. Support for the two-state solution remains unchanged, but support for armed struggle drops. These are the results of the latest poll conducted by that same group between from May 1st to May 4th. The period prior to the poll witnessed the continuation of the war on the Gaza Strip and the failure of all attempts to reach a new ceasefire after the collapse of the three-phase agreement reached on January 15, 2025, which lasted for a little more than 2 months after Israel refused to enter into negotiations to implement its second phase. Shocker. During that period, the U.S. president proposed the idea of displacing the residents of the Gaza Strip to Egypt and Jordan under the pretext of facilitating the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip, a proposal that was rejected by all concerned parties except Israel, which began to develop plans to carry out such displacement. Israel has also demanded the disarmament of Hamas as one of the conditions for stopping the war on the Gaza Strip. In a speech to the PLO's Central Council, the PA president called on Hamas to release the Israeli hostages and give up arms in clashes between the Israeli army and Palestinian armed groups in the northern West Bank. The Israeli army evacuated tens of thousands of people from the Jenin, Tulkarm, and Nur Shams refugee camps and demolished dozens of buildings in those camps. Restrictions on the movement of Palestinians in the West Bank also continued, and entrances to most towns and villages were closed, blah, blah, blah. But where's their favorability? Hamas, When we asked about support for the return of the PA to control the Gaza Strip after a ceasefire, 40% expressed support. Support for Palestinian faction. Support for Hamas declines by 4 points, while support for Fatah remains unchanged. The decline in support from Hamas came from the West Bank. Support for Fatah is greater. It's higher in the Gaza Strip than in the West Bank, and support for Hamas is also higher in the Gaza Strip than the West Bank. In both areas, support for Hamas is still higher than the support for Fatah. What is it? Yeah, they want Marwan Barghouti to be released. I'll keep looking.
State has arms.
Hamas is all over this.
They have arms in a state in this situation. This is not them. The problem with saying two states is not just two states, it's two states for now. The
Lonerbox is also ignoring that Israel's explicit stated goal is to ethnically cleanse all Palestinians from Gaza. Well, this is called being realistic, apparently.
The difference is, and this is what Arafat recognized, the reason that Arafat, who also spoke about two states for quite a while before 1988, the thing that changed it was that he offered recognition of Israel. That's not there in Hamas because it's two states for now, like I've always said. There's nothing here that contradicts anything I think about Hamas's position on two states.
Okay. How many tanks does Hamas have? What weaponry do they have? If you could rank them could rank their army, pretty much, alongside Israel's army and every army in the world, what number do you think they would be? Where would Israel be and where would Hamas be? If Hamas cannot even enforce Islamic rule in the Gaza Strip, which is tiny, how the fuck are they supposed to enforce it anywhere else? What do they have? They don't have the ability to do this.
Okay, no problem. Oh, then we just
also, I guess I know that they state they want to do this, but they cannot do this. They do not have the ability to do it.
I don't think there's any... Sorry, Tali. I just want to complete my point. Then I guess our disagreement is just that when you say two states, you actually mean two states, but one when Hamas isn't in power, because if they're in power, they will have a military now, and then they'll aggress against Israel. Okay.
I mean, two states with mutual recognition, which
Also,
is
this is silly to think that this would necessarily be the end goal of any Palestinian state, or that would be the natural conclusion of any Palestinian state that wasn't forced to demilitarize, because in case people haven't noticed, a lot of Arab neighbors do not really like Israel, including Iran, but you don't see them starting conflicts just because they know if they do that, they will not win.
Resolution 242 says, yeah.
They literally just pick up scraps that land in Gaza from Israel to try to make new weapons out of them. They have shit. They don't have the ability to do this.
Okay.
Is that so much to ask?
Yeah.
Hold on, why?
I'm an anti-Zionist. What do you mean?
Oh, no,
Sorry.
What does maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I'm ignorant. Zionist. When you say Zionist, what do you mean, Katie? I'm just
A pointless conversation.
really curious.
Pointless. Does not matter.
I
Pointless.
said I'm an anti-Zionist.
Yeah, but okay. What's a Zionist to you? So I know what you're against.
Zionism, as far as I address it, is basically a support for the Jewish state of Israel, so the ethno-state of Israel on Palestinian land. Okay, so in historical Palestine. Cool.
I think I understand. Go on with that.
Prime, I interrupted you.
Well, you interrupted Holly, but
Well, again, I'll ask Leonard Box and Tali. Ceasefire earlier this year between Hamas and Israel. Who broke that ceasefire?
Okay, I found it though. In the Gaza Strip, support for Hamas stands at 35% compared to 38% 3 months ago. So even though they are the majority, like the most popular thing, their favorability is only at 37%.
Technically, they both did, but
Again, I'll ask Leonard Box and Tali. Ceasefire earlier this year between Hamas and Israel. Who broke that ceasefire?
Technically, they both did, but obviously Israel was the one that ended it.
Israel unilaterally ended that. Okay, Tali, who ended that?
I wonder what he means when he says technically they both did.
Sure, Israel ended it, but again, this idea that like Hamas
Great. So
observes
wait,
the
Prime.
ceasefires.
What happened just before the end of the ceasefire?
I don't know what you're going to be referring to, so why don't you just tell me?
Israel also there have been ceasefires in this war that Israel maintained the ceasefire even when Hamas started shooting rockets into Israel during the ceasefire. So this idea that Israel is the one that we
the first ceasefire that they did, Israel nearly broke it immediately within 48 hours. It was reported by Reuters, but it was on the headline, so I'd have to go find the article back from 2023 where they reported this, because it said there were still hostilities coming from Israel, but the ceasefire held nonetheless. That was buried in the article.
Maintain the.
Well, no, I'm saying that both.
Agreement here is just
to be clear. What I actually believe is that both sides in a war.
He's correct to say that Hamas is a barrier to a two-state solution. It's true. Of course they are. It's true in the same way it's true about Likud. If either party ever accepted a deal, it would probably be because it was forced on them. Yep.
Right, have reasons to break those agreements, right? I expect that of both sides.
What's the reason? What's the reason for Hamas to launch? What's the reason for Hamas to launch?
Before we get to that, right? So there was another agreement between Israel and Hezbollah, right? After that conflict ended, right? That ceasefire agreement. Who was violating that ceasefire? Was Israel not bombing Lebanon after the ceasefire went into effect?
Do you think Israel bombing Lebanon is automatically a violation?
Like, if they want there to be somebody other than Hamas, again, they could occupy Gaza, and one of the prisoner swaps or exchanges could be Marwan Barghouti, who is very popular among Palestinians, and yes, he's like a former terrorist or whatever. But guess what? A lot of people in the Israeli government are literally former terrorists. So if they want somebody else that badly over Hamas, this is a person who, again, I'm pretty sure embraces a two-state solution, has renounced violence, doesn't think there should be armed resistance, has said there should not be violence against Israelis, and has been imprisoned for over almost 2 decades at this point, at least over 10 years. So if they really want Hamas to go away, this would be somebody who immediately has legitimacy among Palestinians, would be popular, and supports the things that they want. So that's also a solution, but they probably don't want to let that guy out.
That ceasefire?
No, but I think it was a violation. I don't think it's automatically.
And again, it's like Arafat and previous people that they attempted to make peace with had also engaged in terrorism. So this idea that like, no, you can't have that person because they used to be a terrorist or whatever. It's like every single person that you're going to talk to used to be a terrorist. It has to be like by these definitions.
I think
why was it a?
Because of course we're supposed to pull back.
Wait. Why is it not automatically then? Why is Israel bombing Lebanon?
Under the initial terms of the agreement that brought about a ceasefire between Israel and the Lebanese group Hezbollah in November, the former was to withdraw its forces from southern Lebanon by January 26th. Date came and went, but Israel has refused to pull back its military. And the deadline has instead been pushed to February 18th. Israel has also continued to sporadically bomb areas in Lebanon. To mass denunciations from the latter claim that it is targeting Hezbollah for violations of the ceasefire.
Yeah, so the extensions, they pulled out slower than they initially said they would. Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so that'd be a violation.
why is them bombing Lebanon? Why is that a violation of the ceasefire?
Because they were supposed to pull out their
Pulling
forces
out
of ceasefire.
slower is also a violation of the ceasefire.
That's a violation in of itself.
Why is bombing?
Sorry,
why is bombing a violation of breaking the ceasefire?
Loner box. Give me the answer. I'm not going to play 20 questions with you. Give me the answer that you want, then I can respond
Okay,
to whatever you're saying.
do you not read the terms? You can just read the terms. It's like a one pager and like it's all there. Yeah.
If you got something to say, then say it.
The terms of the ceasefire were that if Hezbollah moved south, then it would firstly be expected to be the Lebanese army's or UNIFIL's job to deal with that military moving back south of the Litani. However, if Israel perceived that they were not doing that, then they would have the right. They would have the right to strike it, and they did. They would reserve the right. Yeah, that ceasefire was like those terms were awful for Hezbollah. It basically said that Israel can bomb Lebanon if Hezbollah tries to move south or tries to rebuild their defenses up in Dahia. Like it gave Israel the right to do that. It's not like a breaking.
I appreciate you, but it is painful to me that out of all the people here, I disagree with you most. Do you know what that feels like? It's very painful.
What did I say about the terms of the ceasefire that were wrong? I'm just being descriptive of what the terms are. Did you read them? Then why are you getting so mad at me? What the fuck? Just read the terms. I don't know. Fuck. Like, and even right now, like the reason that the bombings are.
What are you disagreeing with?
Me?
What are you disagreeing with? Yeah.
I'm very disappointed in Prime and Doobie. They're like lib-shitting the fuck out of this with really dumb lib ideas. That's not good advocacy. I don't like it. But that's a separate conversation. I'm here for you.
Oh, I thought you were saying that to Loner Box. I might have missed it.
No, I'm at Prime. I'm mad at Prime.
Sorry.
Oh,
Just
none
lost
of
out
us
for no
got that.
reason then.
Okay.
Oh,
we
you
all
were talking
missed
to
that,
me.
sorry.
It's fine. I thought you were yelling at Prime.
I was very curious too, but no, that makes now I'm curious. What are you disagreeing with Prime?
I'm here for Tali. If I want to yell at Prime, I'll just do it later.
Okay.
Prime is a lib cuck.
Liberal centrist.
So what? Do you think they made too many
Prime. Got
concessions?
you. Okay, but no, go ahead. If you have more questions
Prime
for
and
Tali, go
Doobie?
ahead, please.
Yeah.
I mean, from what when Loner Box came in and said that Prime and Doobie were offering like that weird plan with like the UN peacekeeping and like Hamas leaving their arms but not being a governmental thing. It's fine. Libs take time. They're still working through that. It's fine. Whatever.
So,
do you think Egyptians are libs?
I think Egyptians are collaborators and they're not my allies.
That's right. Those dirty
Checkmate.
Arabs.
That's true.
working
They
with
are
the
libs.
Jews.
I think
Al-Sisi is a
that-
massive shit lib. What are you talking about?
How are you both here and there on the panel at the same time? Good one.
He's an American fucking product.
I think for the purposes of this conversation, I have refrained from first of all, I hadn't gotten to take things where I wanted to go. But if we are talking in terms of the immediate response, right, as to what should be done, right? What is your plan to respond to this immediate crisis? No, I'm fine with what I've said so far, right? Do I think Israel has some inherent right to exist? No, actually, I don't. Not at all. Do I think that? I think that states do exist beyond that, right?
do
As a
have-
practical. No one. No states have the simple right to exist. They simply do through a matter of force, right? The United States exists because it can maintain itself. If it can't maintain itself, then it doesn't exist. It has no divine right to its land or to
Does
anything else.
Palestine not
Unfortunately,
exist?
Why do people think this is some huge gotcha? No country under international law has the right to exist. People have the right to self-determine. That's it. Israel
right now, no, it
exists.
doesn't.
It is a UN member state. It exists under international law. It has nukes. It has the ability to maintain its borders. It's backed by Western nations and the United States. It exists. There's no undermining that.
Right? That's why force
No,
needs
I
to
think
be
she means does
applied.
Palestine have a right to exist?
No, as a right.
No,
No, Palestinians have the right to self-determine. Israelis had the right to self-determine, and then they self-determined, and that was that.
I meant, does it
Oh,
exist?
never mind.
At this current moment, no, it doesn't. It doesn't exist.
Sure,
It
yeah,
can't
that
be.
is a good
Sure.
point. And I'm sure he'll walk it back, or not walk it back, but he'll say, well, no, in the same way that no state has a right to exist. But people talk all the time about, oh, I don't want this ethno-state Israel while supporting an ethno-Palestinian state. I'm anti.
That's a huge assumption.
Nationalism to support Palestinian nationalism.
This is another gotcha that I don't know what this projection is. It's always the assumption that, oh, you must support a Palestinian ethno state. And it's like, no, most people, half these people are in the West are fucking calling for like one state.
An ethno-Palestinian.
I recognize
state.
that my two interlocutors here
I'm fine with a
have encountered this before and know how to deal with
I
the
can
question. But I
guarantee
mean,
you,
it's a
Prime,
blatant
and Prime will speak to himself for himself. But Prime does not support an ethno-state of Palestinians like Israel is. Okay, that's not
That's what it would be.
There's again with that's what it would be. That's a different thing. I don't support an ethno-state for Palestinians. I don't want to knock off Israel, but for Palestinians.
Which
So you don't
which
believe in
ethnic
Palestinian
group?
self-determination?
Which ethnic group do you think
I
Palestinians?
do.
prefer?
Why do what I don't understand this way of thinking.
It's not as racist enough to think that them having self-determination means that they'll make an ethno-state like Israelis did. That's all.
What if they say it?
If they
What if
say
what
it,
if they do want it? What if they do want it? Then you would be against the self-determination of Palestine.
no,
You don't believe that they deserve the right to self-determination.
no, they deserve the right of self-determination all the way. It just doesn't mean that I'll support their government the same way that I don't support Israel's.
What if it's not the government? Again, what if it's like the people? I mean, just like what if the will of the people is to live amongst themselves, is to have an entirely Arab Palestinian state?
That's fine. A lot of countries have a lot of wills. I can think that's cringe.
So you just think
I think we I don't know if it's like crystal balling or anything to just say that like if Palestine becomes a state, the only group that's getting to be the majority in that state is Palestinians, right?
Okay, but the majority is them being the majority is different than it being an ethno state necessarily.
If one Jew would be allowed in that state anytime soon. No? Maybe Chomsky.
No, Loner Box, that's very racist of you to assume.
This is literally how Israel functions. So the idea that anybody who supports Israel is mocking the idea of like the future Palestinian state in any way resembling the way Israel currently exists is laughable to me.
Yeah, I know.
It is racist for you to assume. Yeah, because
Hold on. No, Prime, are you being serious right now?
yeah, I'm being fucking serious.
You're
Whick.
being serious?
Actually, yeah.
Yes, it's racist to assume this.
That it's racist to assume that if Palestine were to take over, they achieve their statehood, Israel lays down its arms and disbands, and Palestinians get their statehood, that it's racist to assume that Jews would be allowed to Jews wouldn't be allowed to live there, right? Or at least not as first class.
Yeah, just like it was racist to assume. I'll say it again.
How do you
I
say
want to respond.
the-
Let me respond to what Whick just
Let
said.
Prime answer my question. I'm really curious.
Yeah, just like it was racist to assume that African Americans would genocide white Americans in the United States, right? As soon as we let them out of chains, right, that they would slaughter white Americans. It was racist to assume that black South Africans would genocide the white South Africans, right? Like the conflicts happen all the time.
Okay,
right?
if I may respond.
Do you know what's more racist? No, I'm bulldozing you once, Wick, okay? Quickly. Do you know what's more racist? Is hearing a group and have its most popular faction literally say what they want to do, demonstrate that they would do it, not even too recently. And that
Again, but their most popular faction is at like 35%.
and for
Like
and
the
then say, no, they actually
Israelis.
wouldn't do that.
So it's like barely a plurality. That's it.
Agree, right? The Israelis have said over and over again that they want to genocide
This
the
is called
Palestinians. However,
mansplaining.
I
This is
was,
called
however,
mansplaining.
I
Yeah,
can
that's
look
right.
at
That's the thing. If we want to get into polls and stuff like that, do I need to pull up the one that Haaretz released a few days ago? We're talking about what? Yes to transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents. Where did they say this? It seems that Ginsburg and other Haredi rabbis can be especially proud of the changes that occurred in the Jewish population. 82% of those surveyed expressed support for the forced expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip. 56% supported the forced expulsion of Arab citizens of Israel. The 2003 survey, the positive answers to these questions were only 45% and 31%, respectively. 69% of secularists support the forcible expulsion of Gaza residents, and 31% of them see the extermination of Jericho residents as a precedent that the IDF should adopt. But yet, in this conversation, we are worried about how the future Palestinian state that's not going to come to fruition anytime soon, what that's going to be governed like.
However, I can look at Israel.
The most popular faction whose ascendance was enabled and facilitated by Israel and its oppression of the Palestinians. Yep. I mean, the embrace of Hamas from the Palestinians in 2005 was mostly because they were the drain the swamp party, effectively. One, Hamas almost didn't participate because they felt they were legitimizing the Oslo process. And two, they became more popular because Palestinians became disillusioned with the Palestinian Authority because they felt that they had become corrupt collaborationists, and they were not wrong. So they voted in Hamas.
Israelis. I don't assume that. You're not going to bowl me over.
I've lost control, gang. I've lost control.
So I would not assume of Israelis, right, that they are incapable of peace, right? So it's not going to happen, right? So I'm not going to do the racist thing. I'm not going to say that Israeli Jews are incapable of listening to their
global MAGA victory.
Better angels, right? I'm not going to say that Palestinians are some brutal group who just can't understand peace and must genocide these individuals. There are going to be factions within these groups that will have those
Again, it's just so futile and silly to be worried about, like, what do Palestinians want to do as they're, like, currently done it? Like, what are their opinions? I bet they have some bad opinions of Israelis and Jews, right? It's like, yeah, no shit. Right now they're currently being genocided. What the fuck do you think?
Intention. And
again, we're worried about the hypothetical reciprocal genocide from the population that's currently being genocided, ethnically cleansed.
That will never change.
That's like the explicit stated goal by the people that are in charge and have backing from Western countries. But we're worried about these, like, impoverished people that have no chance of a solution like this. We're worried about what they think.
Absolutely.
Just silly to me.
But that doesn't mean that.
Hold on. The other incidences that you have mentioned, such as with Black African Americans were enslaved, when you had the South African, you had a majority of the people in these cases asking to live in peace with the native population, live in peace with the other people in the population, whether it be American citizens. They just wanted to be seen as people. In the Israel and Palestine conflict, you do not have that. Palestinians and Hamas.
To say you do not have that and then start off by saying Palestinians think this, again, when we have polls like this, 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents, and we're focused on Palestinian public opinion, is this serious?
Right?
Like, again, what are we worried about?
Specifically, I'll let you respond in a second. Let me finish.
Scared of your own shadow.
Palestinian leadership in Hamas specifically has said that's not our goal. We don't want that. We want to expel them.
So Whick.
I mean, all these, but again, they don't have the ability to do that, and all these people ignore that Israelis say the same thing, and that Hamas and other Palestinian militant factions have moderated heavily. That's not just my crazy leftist opinion. That is literally at one point the opinion of fucking the Brookings and people that worked for like the Brookings Institute.
Yeah, I had a response, and I said it multiple times during debate. But Zionists, of course, want to ignore these things. When we were talking about these conflicts, right? Like ending these conflicts. It isn't, hey, we end things tomorrow, right? And we put it in a state the next day, right? And wow, look, from the opinion polls, I guess it's not going to work, right? Like that, no matter what the conflict, whether it's a military conflict, even if it's a societal conflict, at some point in time, right, you would have, it'd been true to say, well, the polls say that, heterosexuals will never accept homosexual marriage, right? So why even bother? I mean, we put that in place today, right? We might have riots.
No, homosexuals are asking
no, I'm going to finish answering your question, right? So this is hold on. Let me finish. So this is I'm talking about in small conflicts like that, right? Or in bigger conflicts. Right now, when there is belligerence, when there is bombs falling and famine happening.
It's just concern trolling. If there was better English language coverage of Hebrew-speaking politicians, nobody would take this seriously. Yeah, for real.
And just being bulldozed. Fuck yes, they're going to say they hate each other. Absolutely they will, because that's the only natural thing to do. Yeah, I hate the people who are doing this to me. However, that doesn't mean that within a longer time frame, when we're putting in a peace process and both sides are actually making small steps, right, concrete steps to increase that when you give people the option for peace, they won't take that peace, right? There isn't nothing inherent in Palestinians that say that they hate Jews, that they want to exterminate Jews, and the same way from Jews to Palestinians, right? These people aren't inherent. I don't essentialize them because I'm not a fucking racist. So
okay, no one has essentialized. I don't think it's in Palestinian DNA to not want to share
Hey, am I a bad person if I'm unmotivated to talk about this conflict? No.
Power with it that you just
but pretty much. But there's no other choice. But in the end, it would just be inevitable.
Okay, so for example, you're doing. So you just said that in our debate.
I think you would be a good person if you did, but I wouldn't think you would be a bad person if you didn't.
That you were up for Israel getting pressured by international sanctions and like a level of isolation to push them towards accepting equality and like one person, one vote with Palestinians. You said that earlier, no?
I did indeed.
Again, a thing that even Israeli leaders recognized Palestinians were starting to support. So it's obviously true that at different points, Palestinians have moderated their position to even be willing to embrace more completely democratic solutions if they were interested in one person, one vote.
Okay. Do you think Palestinians should be pressured by the international community to accept living as one person, one vote with Israelis?
Once they get their own state.
They can be pressured now. They get international aid from different organizations. What are you talking about?
State, then you can pressure them.
Okay, so only one side needs to get pressured. Okay, interesting.
Side with a fucking state, you coward. Come on.
Just seems like neither side will ever be influenced whatsoever by their popularity among Westerners. Oh, I know. We have like our government, the United States government, has something to do with it. American opinion has very little to do with it.
On.
Why is that cowardly? What are you talking about? Like, interesting.
Decide their
Organization.
own
What are you talking
fucking
about?
state, then you can pressure them.
Okay, so only one side needs to get pressured. Okay, interesting.
Decide with a fucking state, you coward. Come on.
Why is that cowardly? What are you talking about? Like, what? So
You are
we should,
so.
so we should pressure Israel to one person, one vote, and the Palestinians can reject it, and then we just
you
like
are
win
smart
from
enough
there.
to understand the difference between having a state on an international stage and not having a state. It's not that complicated. I know you're smart enough to grasp that.
No,
So
you can
yes,
pressure one state.
when the situation is asymmetrical, the international response should also be asymmetrical. If you
I
want
didn't say
to
it should be
equalize it,
symmetrical.
go fucking ahead.
I didn't say you should be symmetrical. I'm just saying like it's not impossible to pressure a non-state.
I
What's
didn't
crime
say
thing?
that
I
it's
wanna-
not
Panel is a war
impossible.
crime.
I said that you want to do it now, and I said, of course you do. It's more convenient for Zionists if you do so. Give them a state, then you can do all the fucking little international mumbo jumbo too.
Okay, so this is still qualifies as LARPing in the West.
Right.
Definitely
Sorry, I don't know
still
if you were
qualifies.
West.
Thank you, Miss American.
Katie's
I
Israeli.
appreciate that you accept my LARPing.
I also heard her take grave offense to being referred to as a member of the tribe and completely denounce her Jewishness. So this idea that like, oh no, she's really
Hold on,
bought in.
so
She's an Israeli. She doesn't even
Katie lived in Israel like literally a
recognize
few
her
years
Jewish
ago, and Katie lived in Israel a few years ago, and she had.
That might change soon. There isn't a deep bench of committed ideological Zionists like Biden that are likely to be president soon. I would not be like Obama wasn't an ideologically committed Zionist. He got nowhere in solving this conflict.
These same thoughts, right?
Talk about my history with someone who's confused about my Western LARPing. I get my points with my Western LARPing without invoking my Israeli card, okay?
Okay, fair enough.
I
won't put words in your mouth. Sure, no problem. I will answer your question.
Yeah.
I'm with Katie that when responding to
force the two states into something.
Hold on, listen. No, listen. Hold on. Now you understand. So I'm with Katie when on the terms of when facing a conflict with asymmetrical warfare, right? And one party is so much stronger than the other that our response is to be asymmetrical. But that being said, right? Maybe even before, like as a condition of further of a peace treaty, right? We can impose that hey, like there should be one person, one vote. I believe that's what you asked.
Mm-hmm. So
That's
yes.
crime. That's colonizer behavior, wanting equality in a state, okay? That's colonizer shit.
Hold the phone. I'm getting a little angry because none of us here want inequality. What we are arguing about is how best to achieve equality. In my argument, and I won't speak for the others, but as long as Hamas exists as a power, there will be no equality. There will be war upon war upon war.
Okay, but oh my god. But they will never say this about Likud. They'll say, oh, I don't like Bibi. Bibi is bad. But they'll never say the prerequisite to it needs to be that Bibi needs to be overthrown or taken out of power first before we can, Palestinians can trust that they can trust Israel or anything like that. We'll only ever go one way.
War. Advocating for Hamas to exist is advocating for the Palestinian people to be killed.
Wick. Israel, the ethno-state, existed before.
I mean, the actions of Israel definitely were more understandable during Biden's presidency. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because I definitely disagree with that.
Hamas, baby.
Yes, and let me ask you this. If Hamas didn't exist, would October 7th have happened? And if October 7th
What
didn't
does that
happen,
have anything
would
to do with
Israel
the point you
be
just
in
made?
Gaza right now?
What does that have
Israel be in Gaza
anything
right
to
now
do with
without
the point
Hamas?
you just made? You talked about inequality.
Okay, yes. When we're talking about inequality, we can recognize that there are differences in levels of inequality. We can say there's some inequality.
If there hadn't been 60 years of apartheid, would October 7th have ever happened? You could keep rolling this back until you can blame whoever you want.
In certain situations, but much more inequality in others. And so to reduce the inequality to as little as possible, I wanted the conditions, the realistic conditions.
Like, do they think black people in America during the 19th, 20th century didn't associate white people with hate towards them and felt animosity at some point? I mean, like, that's always the justification used to subjugate a group, right? After a certain point, it's like, well, we can't give them equal rights and freedom. They'll fucking kill us.
Conditions on the ground that will reduce the inequality to
I
as
think
little
it's
as
actually
possible.
realistic to be against ethno-states. I know it hurts you as a Zionist.
Hold
Sorry.
on, I am not.
It's
but this
colonizer
idea
behavior.
That because I don't want to kill all the Jews in Israel, that I'm a Zionist is crazy.
You're right, Wick. It's
This is
me,
why
the
the term
Israeli
Zionist-
Jewish lady that all of their family is in Israel that wants
you
to
are
kill all the
advocating
Jews in
would
Israel. You got
naturally
me. You
result
got me.
in
It's
that.
me. You got me.
I may not
Wait,
want
yeah.
to die when I jump out of the plane without a parachute.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that's
yeah.
going to
It's
happen if
natural
I
that the
do.
Palestinians will slaughter them all, right? Yeah, and we're the racists. Nice try.
So again,
Nice try, Wick.
Loanerbox never even made this claim. This is again why you're trying to claim that it's somehow racist, the position that we're taking, because we believe that Palestinians do not want to live in.
What I mean, the actions well, Israel hadn't gone as far during Biden. Well, they were talking about the same things, and I agree that, like, it's meaningful that Bibi was not interested in having Biden or Harris reelected because it's the difference between Biden having rhetoric where he opposes them, but pretty much caving to all their demands versus Trump, who just doesn't even ask for details, writes the blank checks, and then hands them to Israel. But, I mean, do you think when historians write the history books on this genocide of Gaza that they're going to record the ethnic cleansing campaign as like a separate chapter that begins with Trump and not under Biden? It's not going to happen that way.
In a state with Jews. We are not saying that they are bloodthirsty, that they are born-hating Jews, that it is some unchanging, immutable fact of Arabs or Palestinians. No, we're saying they don't want to live in a state with Jews, and if they have control over some single state, it is very likely that Jews will not be allowed to live there. I'm not even suggesting that it would necessarily lead to genocide or pushing the Jews into the sea or anything like that, but there is an Arab nationalist affinity among the Palestinian population. This is
Do we agree with that affinity, Prime? Do we agree that if such affinity exists in the majority of Palestinians, which I don't necessarily agree, but let's say for the sake of argument that the majority of Palestinians...
I don't even think this is true. I'm pretty sure the last agreement or whatever, they had this it was sort of like the start of a Palestinian constitution, and they wanted it to guarantee equality.
Including all of their leadership, want a Palestinian state with a Palestinian...
I mean, Israel said they were going to cut off power and food to Gaza days after October 7th. Don't think that's understandable even at the time. No, and the ICC agreed with you because that person has a warrant out for their arrest as well.
Majority.
And they called them human animals.
Do we agree it's exactly the same as with Israel?
Yeah, and I'm totally in support of a Palestinian state with a Palestinian majority.
I can see that it would be different.
No, I know.
I can see.
And I'm the colonizer for thinking it...
I think that demanding Israel to stop any kind of military action directly after October 7th would be a wild proposition for an American leader. That was obviously never happening. That's not true. You should look up what Anthony Blinken tweeted out and then swiftly deleted not long after October 7th, calling for a ceasefire. And then when he got shit for it, he deleted it. This was not long after October 7th.
Ethno-states are bad.
So clearly there were people in the American government who I despise that thought this was possible and then immediately reneged on it.
I can see that in the...
Were you talking... Maybe I didn't understand the question. Because are you saying in a one-state situation? Like, what are you...
No,
maybe flesh out how you disagree.
We're talking about a Palestinian state. So you're saying a Palestinian state, like, would it be the same as Israel? No, I can see that it would be different. There's no fucking way a Palestinian state would allow 20% of the population to be Jewish. Absolutely not.
Racist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking
Why
racist.
should they? Fuck that.
I mean, the minority Wait, what? The minority population in Israel doesn't have equal rights, so you could assume.
Should they really?
Wait, what did he just say?
Okay.
It's pretty fucking
Why
racist.
should they? Fuck that. Why should they? They should let the settlers stay? Fuck them. Get them out.
Okay, but then at that point, it's not a matter of discrimination against their Jewishness. It's resentment that they're like land thieves.
I don't think the settlers would stay. I think the settlers would immediately leave.
I don't think that's a sufficient example. Why? Because it challenges your preconceptions about the way this conflict was, which I thought you said you didn't like talking about.
They leave. Get them out. They will be on the first flight away. Don't worry.
I'll tell you.
Why would they leave? What would
I'll tell you. Whick, I'll tell you. Let me tell you.
You're about to.
Hold on. He asked me a question. Shut the fuck up. He asked me a question. Shut up. Thank you. Anyway, Whick, lover. Okay, the reason why they would leave, is because they don't want to live in a state that's certainly not even with the appearance of being co-equal with Palestinians, right? They want to live in that Jewish ethno state. It's important to them that they have dominion over this land. And if that state, right, even in the kindest way, push back against them, it demolishes their project. So of course they want to leave.
Here's the problem: is Israel is a refugee state. These people came there because they
No, Whick, stop. You can't get away with that.
Okay. No, let Whick make the stupid point.
The settlers in Gaza had to get dragged kicking and screaming by the IDF to get them out of Gaza. Yeah. And that was only 8,000 of them.
I'm only motivated because there was some smearing of my man Biden. If you think that was smearing, that was nothing. I'm of the opinion that Joe Biden is a war criminal that was complicit in this genocide. So if you keep watching me, there would only be more smearing of Biden because that's not smearing. I'm representing what the choices that Biden made while he was president.
So,
in the hypothetical, hold on, Loaderbox. In the hypothetical, hold on, stop it.
Yeah, this is somebody who was a fan of Biden's domestic agenda, but on this, he was horrible.
In the hypothetical where Palestine becomes a state, gets arms, gets an army, gets a military, and they take over all of Israel, what is known as Israel right now, and it could become all of Palestine, The people would leave because they know what would happen next.
And you're directing this to Loner Boss so he can jerk you off while you say it? Like,
I'm
what?
just correcting
How would you direct
him
it to someone who
in the
disagrees with you?
hypothetical here, right? And the reason I'm saying that they know what would happen next because we all understand what would happen.
The racist ones. Yeah.
If Hamas,
The racist ones.
hold on, no. If Hamas was in control of Palestine, do you not think that would happen?
Well, oh, now it's Hamas. Okay, so now
Because
it's
Hamas is
Palestinian.
more of a rabbit.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. We have on the West Bank. Is Hamas in charge? Correct me if I'm
Hamas
wrong.
is the most popular there, and if Israel wasn't there, they
but
would
is
be.
Hamas in charge in the West Bank?
If the IDF wasn't there, they would be.
Can we have elections within this territory that had in terms of Gaza, who has had elections in over a decade? Can we do that?
Why?
Is any of these things a possibility?
What happens with the Gazans elect Hamas?
I meant to respond to that. I meant to respond to that at the end of our debate before.
Please go ahead.
All of us here would be in support of elections in Gaza. We should
Great.
have elections in the West Bank too. Why
Agreed.
have there not been? Hamas does not allow for it. Frankly, neither does Abbas allow for it in the West Bank. But this is
Good thing we're not asking their
it doesn't-
permission.
This idea that it doesn't
We're not
need to
asking
be
for their
Hamas
permission.
because we can allow them to elect someone else.
Not
You would have
asking
to
for
ask
permission.
their permission if you allow the fucking Qassam brigades to be fully armed. You would have to ask their permission. How do you think this all happened?
I have a question. So last time there was an election before Hamas canceled them. The Bush administration, together with Condoleezza Rice, said that
You went on a Whick panel? I've been on several Whick panels.
they didn't acknowledge Hamas's rightful victory in the elections. So let's say Hamas weren't. Let's say that elections are allowed and Hamas wins. You still wouldn't accept them winning, right?
No, of course not. Hamas.
Shut up, Wick. I'm not talking to you. So if you wouldn't accept them winning, what is the point of asking for an election if you're not actually willing to respect the results of an election?
Obama was much better than Biden in terms of foreign policy, and that's true, and that ain't saying much.
I'll let you answer.
Who are
Go
you
ahead.
talking to?
Yeah,
Because
who are you?
Prime
I
is the
thought
one
you were
again
asking
who
me,
brought
but
up the
we no one knows
election.
who.
The funny thing is that they're like there's this so much emphasis on the fact that Hamas hasn't held elections, and I agree. I don't like Hamas, but like there's never any conversation about how Mahmoud Abbas has like he's been president for like over 20 years. And the thing that gives him legitimacy is a thing that he's pretty much in charge of. So he's not going away until he dies, basically, even though he's resented. So like really the issue is not like Hamas is not democratic. It's like, well, neither really is Abbas. But the issue is that you don't like Hamas and you like that Abbas is a collaborationist.
You're
And he's saying that they need to have an election because they wouldn't necessarily choose Hamas.
I'm sorry, I was talking to you because you said that you all support an election in Gaza.
Yeah, no, Hamas obviously cannot be the ruling faction. In
Okay, so you support an election as long as the people that you don't want don't get elected.
Hold on.
Yeah, I
No,
don't think
Katie,
it's gonna be
stop,
an
please, Katie. If Palestine became a thing, right, and all one, like they had a free and fair election across the state of Palestine from the river to the sea, and they elected Likud, would you be okay with that?
Wick, you're the guy who
Hold
thinks
on,
that
I'm
if
asking you a question,
Palestine
answer.
became a thing, Palestinians would genocide Israelis, okay?
I'm asking you a
I don't think
question.
you're equipped for
If-
this conversation. I'm going to be
I
very
have
honest.
demonstrated more knowledge and more understanding of the people than you have in this entire conversation. Absolutely. Your brain is fried.
Are you
with
the guy
propaganda.
who kicked Viv for
His understanding of Palestinians is that they are incredibly racist and that can never be changed, and that Israelis are the only victims in this conflict.
blood libel
Yes,
and then
because
they
she
had
was
Nazi salute
lying
on their stream?
about- she
You're
was
that guy,
lying
right?
about
So
the
I don't
Israeli army
think you
killing
have the
American
adequate
journalists.
education for this
Was-
conversation, okay,
again,
Nazi
you
salute
don't
boy?
understand what you're
Let's
talking
relax.
about, and you have demonstrated that again and again and again. Answer my question. If Palestine became a state from the river to the sea, one person, one vote, and they decided to
Wait,
elect Likud,
you
would
do
you
not
accept that
respect your
result?
opinion.
There is one state right now, and Likud is in charge. There is one state right now, and Likud is in charge. And there is Jewish supremacy from the river to the sea. B'Tselem acknowledges this. Amnesty International acknowledges this. Human Rights Watch acknowledges this. He's scared of a thing that exists right now.
And on this topic, you are not
answer my
worthy of my
question.
time.
Well, that's a non-answer. Don't cop out. Come on.
No, no.
That's so fucking lame and weak. Just contend
That's
with
fine. I'm weak. Wick, if you want, kick me. I don't
I'm not
care.
kicking
You are
you,
not
I'm
worthy
asking you
of my
a question.
time on this topic.
Oh my god.
So,
What
Wick,
is
Wick,
this, suicide by
Queen.
cop?
Wick.
If you want to duck out, just duck out. Don't
Wick,
tell me.
I would accept. No, I can do it.
I'm here for
I would-
you.
Okay. I would accept if Likud end up being the winner in a free and fair election. Like, just like the United States, right? I think Trump is a fucking degenerate. But I accept that his presidency, as far as I know, there wasn't any shenanigans in terms of our election process. And so he is the his regime is the rightful ruler of this land. So whatever.
Why would you ever accept that? Because you know what would happen next if Likud was in charge. You know what would happen.
Yeah, hold on.
If Likud was in charge, what is this hypothetical? What is this hypothetical? What are we doing?
So you guys have been saying I've been contending with what you guys
Likud
have been
and
saying.
Hamas are not comparable, and like I just love when we pretend that.
Yeah, sure.
I know Likud's way worse. It's true.
Whatever. I mean,
That's true. Likud is doing a genocide. And Hamas
Yeah, they're actually doing the genocide. They're actually doing the ethnic cleansing campaign. So sure, whatever, right? Like, and I've read you the genocidal statements from the actual party, right? But you can pretend that they don't feel this way, right? Then I guess it's just all an accident. But whatever, right? Moving past that. So like, hold on. But Whick is saying that like, sorry, what was your last question, Whick? I do apologize. Whick, yeah, what was your last question? Sorry.
I'm just making sure I'm being addressed because apparently I'm not worthy of hosting my show. So okay.
Sorry, Whick, please go ahead.
So again, you believe right now that Likud's in charge and is doing a genocide.
Hi, Whick.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're driving me crazy on this panel.
So why would you accept if they change the name to Palestine?
Oh yeah.
Why would you accept that? Why would you? You wouldn't.
Well, hold on.
If you actually believe that they're going to do a genocide, and they're doing a genocide currently, then you should not accept Likud being the free and fair elected people. You should be opposed to that, even if they were elected.
We didn't just
hold on.
What? I mean, I'm opposed to Trump being elected, but I recognize that he was legitimately elected in the United States. I wouldn't want there to be regime change from Canada or Europe to come in. That would create a far worse situation. It's a matter of domestic governance that we would have to sort out. It's not on incumbent on another party to come in and liberate us from our own choices.
The Nazis didn't get to just maintain power after
Those are two different
World War
things.
II.
Those are two different things.
Hypothetical is dumb because the justification for being against Hamas winning a PA election is basically the same as the justification for Likud winning a PA election, basically a cell phone. It's like this is democracy. That's what it looks like. It's not always going to be it's most often not going to be the result you want. You should overthrow him. Who? Trump? Whichever government that you disagree with.
So I can accept the results of
but like it's a separate question than that's a separate question from whether or not you would recognize them as the legitimate the democratically elected party.
The election, but that doesn't mean I accept
This really
the action. Hold on, wait a second. Let me answer. Let me answer the question. Tally. I'm going to answer the question. 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 I'm going to answer the question.
Come on, Tali, we got to.
Like Israelis need to be allowed to democratically elect their leaders, and Palestinians, if there's ever going to be a state, need to be allowed to democratically elect their own leaders as well.
Answer the question.
And those results should be accepted.
Tali.
We'll get to you in a second, Tali. I promise.
I'm going to answer the question, Tali.
Go ahead,
knock it off. Thank you. Fuck. All right. Anyway, so accepting the results of election are different from accepting the actions of a state, right? So I can say that, like, one, I accept that Trump is our president. That doesn't mean that I don't fight, I don't advocate, I don't do everything I can to put pressure on the administration to not do the awful things that it's doing.
They should rise up against Hamas. They would never have this expectation for Trump. No, of course not. Even though, Trump is, it's just, yes, that's true.
Right? Same thing with Likud. So if within this hypothetical, I mean, this is not hypothetical, but let's say if within this one state solution, that Likud...
what I was going to say is, that's because if I were to grant that, Hamas is more repressive than Trump, it's still unrealistic that Americans would be able to overthrow him.
Comes in power and then restarts the genocide. Obviously, I would say, hey, we have to continue our pressure on
I would say overthrow him.
I
would say grab guns, go into the parliament.
No, I wouldn't do that because I'm not a neocon. No, I wouldn't do that because that doesn't work. No, actually, I wouldn't want to destabilize the area even more. We've already done that more.
I mean, this is what he's describing. Wick, what you're describing is also just like a recipe for a civil war.
It's crazy.
The idea that it would be the less violent option, it would be a different violent pathway to do that. You could do that.
You are a neocon in Israel, though. You want to use international pressure and sanctions and all these kinds of interventions to get the Israelis to move in the direction you want to. Why are you such a neocon in Israel?
Putting pressure.
Wanting to enforce international law is not neoconservatism.
That's nonsense. Yeah, that neoconservatives are the only ideology.
Really, who's the most adamant to sanction Iran? Who's the most adamant to sanction Iran?
World police officer.
Sanctions cut across the political spectrum, right?
We're talking about also putting preconditions on an ally that we've at this point just up until that we just cut blank checks to.
I don't know why you're claiming this as only a neocon push, right? Was it neocons who went to sanction South Africa in the first place? No, it wasn't neocons who did that. What are you talking about? It's nonsense.
Okay, I want to make my point really quickly that I said.
Do you think they'll address that? Probably not. They continue.
Maybe people couldn't hear me because I was just talking over Prime.
Why is this a hot take? This is the most ice cold take ever. It's not about it being hot or cold. It's just dumb, Whick. It's just, and it's not even. It's like you're pretty much saying you don't really agree with democracy if when somebody is democratically elected, you believe they should be overthrown.
Sorry about that. This just proves that you do not believe that there is a genocide happening in Gaza. If your response is, but the genocidal government that is conducting this genocide should be allowed to maintain power as long as that's the will of the people in their country, and the population being genocided absolutely should not be ethnically cleansed from the region where there is war. They should not be rescued from the region that is war torn. That is how I know you don't believe there is a genocide. We would be reacting the way that we react to actual genocides, abolishing Nazi Germany, ensuring that the Nazi Party is not an eligible faction in the future politics.
Okay, but Hamas is not like the Nazi Party. The Nazi Party was this like expansionist industrial death machine that was spanning across Europe and had the ability and the armaments and the government and the state and all of that and money to do it. They had proper soldiers that were armed and trained and a military and all of that. They were occupying other countries. Again, Hamas could barely control the Gaza Strip. You think they have the ability to expand outwards and do any of this shit? They don't.
Of that region. And
Yeah,
going
I completely
in to
agree with
liberate
Tali.
liberate and rescue the people who are being genocided. It just shows that you don't actually.
Also, we were like neutral at first on the whole World War II thing. It wasn't until later that we were like, oh, okay.
Believe there's a
Maybe
genocide.
we should take it seriously.
I believe there's genocide happening. That you are completely fucking heartless. That you're willing to look past the genocide because, well, it's a democracy, and those people and the people in Israel believe that that's a good government. And I wouldn't, we shouldn't get involved in removing the Palestinians from the genocide because we wouldn't want them to lose, this strip of land.
So Prime.
Ignore the last part of my statement,
Prime,
but go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Katie.
I actually completely agree with Tali. I do think you think it's a genocide, but this is why you shouldn't answer a really dumb hypothetical that makes no sense in any capacity. So I do agree with what Tali said also about the parallel to Nazi Germany, except that in Whick's pathetic hypothetical, that's not a correct analogy to what Tali is talking about. That would.
Guess one could argue that when the international law is written by ruthless imperialists, it's understandable if many countries don't see the utility. Yeah, but the funny thing is that the international legal system benefits imperial powers disproportionately. So the fact that, in other contexts, the United States wants to be the steward for the rules-based international order, but when it comes to this, they don't want to. It's like, okay.
Be if after.
Like for this particular conflict, they don't want to. It does not at all negate democracy unless the one doing the overthrowing is some elite. That's one way of looking at it. I just disagree.
The genocide in Nazi Germany, Jews were allowed.
If Biden was democratically elected, and when January 6th occurred, what would you call what did you call that? That attempt at an overthrowing? It wasn't done by elites.
To integrate back into Germany, and then they elected Hitler again. And in that case, I agree.
Like at that point, that was the rejection of the democratic process by the rioters.
You shouldn't accept Hitler getting reelected after the genocide in Germany, but that's why the hypothetical is.
What about impeachment? Can you answer my question? You just totally pivoted, Braden Hammer.
R-worded. So I think you were stupid for answering such a dumb question in the first place. Thank you, Tali, for making that point. It was a good point.
I think it's fair that Whick made an awful hypothetical. I'll beat up on Whick more. That's not a problem. But so even within the
I am probably. I just want to take this time to take this moment to just recognize I am the nicest, most patient person that you guys have ever met. I am just saying. I'm just saying that right now.
And also the most humble. Yeah,
it's true. That's also true. But continue, please.
I just look, and I said before that this was a fantastical situation, right? But I can work with within the confines of a hypothetical. Look, the peace process and this part, and I feel like you guys aren't listening to this, right? And I don't think you're trying to be obtuse, right? Maybe you're just not hearing me. I'm going to try to say it again, right? So, hold on, Tali, you want to interrupt me, but come on. So,
if the ones doing the overthrowing aren't representative of the population, then yeah, it's not democratic. Okay, but I'm going to be chill. Okay? I'm going to be chill because it's almost 1 a.m. So, again, what do you call it when you have the rejection immediately following a democratic process in the United States? The will of the people had already been expressed given the way that we have the electoral system in the United States set up. That was the election. Biden winning was the result. January 6th occurred because people in the United States, not a majority, a minority, did not accept it. That was the attempt at the illegitimate overthrow of the United States government at that point, even if it was a terrible one.
Busting at the seams.
I understand. So, like, in any solution.
And in the context of this argument, Whick is talking about if Likud gets, like, brought into power, they should overthrow them immediately. So he was literally saying the democratic will of the people should be immediately overturned because you didn't like the result.
A solution that you would make, solution I would make.
Braden Hammer, yes. Okay, so what are you arguing? Are you arguing that January 6th was democratic? If they didn't want that outcome, they needed to get more people to vote for Trump.
Solution a third party would make, right? This solution doesn't come in full force the next day, right? Even if we together here come up with a plan, the next day it doesn't, and we have the power to do it.
If they are, though, why would they be in the position where they're overthrowing the winner of the election precisely?
Next day it doesn't happen in Israel, right? It can be a plan that's politically unpopular, right? But it doesn't immediately happen. We have to give buy-in to the population, right? That piece is a possibility. And I think this maybe sounds like hippie shit to you guys, right? And maybe it sounds like that, but this is the way, right? That we have to create a situation where people are open to peace, right? So I don't even like truly believe that Palestinians
Normalization is the way.
Normalization. You mean with Israel in terms of like forming?
Yes, goodwill. Yes.
January 6th was perpetrated by the minority group, so it wouldn't be representative. So all would need to happen is what? Like what is it? What do you like? Explain to me how the democratic overthrowing of the government occurs in a country where we currently have elections, or any country that has elections. That could only start to look democratic when the person who is occupying the White House, and at least in the United States, is there because they refuse to leave and they no longer have the legitimacy of the constituents of the United States of America. Then the overthrowing, you could argue, would be righteous and democratic. But until then, even if you could get every single Trump voter to come out and then some to throw out Biden, I would not argue that was democratic when we live in a country where every 4 years you can change it.
Goodwill.
I mean, I'd be fine. I would be fine. I would be fine with normalization.
Yeah. Especially in the absence of Biden violating the Constitution.
The other.
But that comes, but that doesn't come immediately. Hold on. But that doesn't come immediately. It doesn't come immediately. It can't come immediately. It can't come tomorrow. If that's what you're looking for.
It would look something along the lines of impeachment. Impeachment is not overthrowing a democratically elected president. Impeachment is a legal process that has two parts. You can impeach a president without removing them from office. Bill Clinton was impeached.
We can't form a peace deal. I'm saying, hey, let's form baby steps, right? Let's start by rebuilding Gaza. That would be a great way of doing this. Let's start by stopping the settlements in the West Bank. These are all concrete steps that we can.
Like, the reality is, no American president can be removed from power without their own party turning on them the way it's set up and with the current gridlock that we have.
Hey, before we ever think about like a two-state solution or one-state solution, we can do these things. And on that path, when you show people through civil engagement, right, that you can like get things done, other than other than the other response would be a military engagement, right? Through civil engagement, that you can actually make solid accomplishments, then people will be more open to peace. Does that ignoring Israel Palestine for a moment, right? Do you think that formulation that I've given you, does that make sense in other conflicts that I just laid out for you, Tali?
Yeah, that's beautiful. And like, who doesn't agree with that?
Okay, so you do agree. So that's
in principle.
So
principle,
okay.
If I'm understanding you correctly, it seems very simple. Yes, like you need goodwill, and
I guess being devil's advocate, one could argue that people could have a different desire to the choices given. Perhaps, for example, the people want money out of politics because of all the politicians, or due to donations. It's difficult to get there by voting. Yeah, but I'd argue that, like, even if you could find, like, a moral case for it, I would probably argue, like, a pragmatic case against doing that because it would cause so much chaos that it would have all these unintended consequences, you know? Not gonna lie, I feel like Prime Kai actually doing pretty good despite you saying he's not the best debater. Maybe I'm truly drunk and agree with him. IDK.
Baby.
It's also because he's at 1.25 speed and it's speeding up any, like, verbal stalls and tics that he has, like the ums and uhs.
Steps and to be able to build trust. Yeah, totally.
Okay, great, right? So that's where we would have to start one way or the other. Okay, great. So that's
Yeah, but if during a presidency they were no longer supported by the population, they could get a chance to undo their election, but they wouldn't be, because when you vote for the president, you are also voting for the vice president. And if somebody was impeached and removed from office in the United States, you know who vacates it immediately? The vice president. So you're not overthrowing the whole administration. You would be legally and democratically removing the president, and then the next person would be filling it, and that was somebody who's on the ballot.
So, so we'd have to start. But what you're saying
There's
is
still going to be preconditions that both sides are going to require, right?
Agreed.
Even the first step has to start somewhere, right? And
agreed.
a precondition.
Now, where those exact preconditions are going to have to be, I don't know, right? Yeah,
well,
yeah.
What we know, at least we know that is going to be a precondition.
Sorry,
Israel.
which one?
That Hamas will not have any control in Gaza. Or the West Bank, for that matter. But
and again, I think that
there's like barely any Hamas presence in the West Bank.
We'll come to the same situation, right? Where you think a armed group. So there's other armed groups like within Gaza, right? There are other armed groups other than Hamas, right? But just because they have their arms, right? Let's say Hamas gets rid of all their arms, right? Just because those other people have their arms, haven't been part of the peace process. They don't give it up, right? Doesn't mean that they're all of a sudden in charge of Gaza, right? So in your situation where Hamas lays down its arms, those gangs who don't do that, they aren't.
I just want to play this. I saw this earlier today.
You're Hamas, United Nations is Hamas, Amnesty International is Hamas, that 5-year-old kid is Hamas, 6-month-old kid is, the dog is Hamas, the weather is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. You're Hamas, United Nations.
So I feel like this conversation's going.
In control of Gaza, correct? Right? Just because you have the weapons doesn't mean you control that territory. So if you have...
they're not going to... Israel's not going to concede to Hamas having the capacity, even if you're saying they don't have like governing control. Sure, Israel still won't concede to that point. That will still be a precondition, a step one.
And I'm saying that, but even then, they agreed previously to a ceasefire where that wasn't the precondition. The ceasefire that...
Yeah, again, they agreed to ceasefires that are literally... They are seen in Israel as a temporary pause, a temporary pause to get back hostages.
Oh, yeah, so
listen to what she's saying. Israel agreed to the ceasefire that you're using because they didn't give a fuck about actually getting a ceasefire. They used the ceasefire to get hostages, and then they broke it. They don't care.
I agree. The ceasefire for what Hamas broke this.
I agree.
Again, like you guys see that like there's some power imbalance, so it doesn't matter. Like Hamas has to break it 5 times for every one time that Israel breaks or something. Kind of like the prisoner exchange, right? You gotta get 1,000 prisoners out for one hostage. What do you think Hamas's intentions were for the ceasefire? Peace? Everlasting peace? No. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Doesn't Hamas say this as well? Doesn't every Hamas solution?
I think the people that are advocates for a ceasefire are not doing it because they just love Hamas and they think they're so fucking amazing. It's because they're concerned about civilians and Palestinians who don't even support Hamas that much, or who resent Hamas and are demonstrating against Hamas right now. And Blunderbox knows this.
Both sides are leveraging.
Oh. No, as I understand, Hamas is always just saying like, we just want to live in peace. All we want is just peace on earth.
Again,
man.
No, I don't. But you guys keep ignoring what I'm saying. So
like when it comes to talking about like Israel or whatever, people are usually careful to separate like the Israeli government from Israelis and what they want. But when it comes to Palestinians, there's like no conversations about what Palestinians want. It's exclusively. People will say, oh, Hamas and Palestinians are not the same. But then when they go on to talk about them, they'll exclusively talk about Hamas's desires, not the desires of Palestinians, and treat them as one and the same.
We're not ignoring it. We're not ignoring it.
No, you are.
We're not ignoring it. What we're saying, if I may finish.
We'll come back completely ignore it. Go ahead.
If I may finish, we're not ignoring your point. We're just saying that this like idea that you have, while a good idea in theory, is unworkable. And so we're looking for an actual work.
Greta is bringing immigrants she rescued at sea to Gaza. Are you okay?
You just keep saying that's unworkable. You keep stating it with as much evidence as I have, right? That Israel has broken. Israel, yes, and we can see Israel breaking their agreements, right? We can see them doing that. So we can see that Israel is not a completely trustworthy side. But
this isn't even new. After Operation Protective Edge, Israel signed an agreement saying that they would agree to slowly start lifting the blockade, and then they reneged on that. They never ended up lifting the blockade even slightly.
In an armed conflict, both sides are untrustworthy. Right? We have to build trust. And you start with small steps. That's what it always is. So you guys can keep saying that Hamas or the Palestinians or whoever is a convenient scapegoat at that particular moment, right? Will automatically break a ceasefire that they agreed to, right? I can say the same thing about Israel because they actually have done that, right? Or you could say that we should try to give peace a chance. that the only way to do that is to actually go through the process.
Would it help you if I admitted that with Netanyahu in charge, it's also impossible to have peace? Would that help the conversation? If we can both recognize that the current government of Israel, with Netanyahu leading it,
Again, it's like they'll never bring up that it's like also not just like it's not just Netanyahu. Like he is unpopular. Yeah, he's unpopular. I think Benny Gantz, who's like more of a centrist, is more popular. But as far as like it's more of a strategic difference than it is some like moral difference.
you will not get peace. There will be no peace. With Hamas, currently the government in Gaza, there will also
Thank you for subscribing, Noah Tenenbaum.
be no peace. So both of those.
No, I don't.
The Israeli populace have been polled numerous times with pretty shocking, overwhelming support for fighting in Gaza. It's not as simple as it just being the government. Yeah, and the thing is that the government, and there are dissenting voices in Israel, but they're starting to wane, and Israel is like increasing censorship.
I agree with that. No, I don't agree with that.
So people have like a less accurate understanding of the conflict every single day now.
I agree with that. I think that this government can be pressured through international means to actually bend their will. Absolutely.
There's no incentive for Netanyahu to do that. All Netanyahu.
Yeah,
can do
if there's no
is
international pressure, then there absolutely is no incentive. Agreed. Yeah, we have to bring that incentive.
You do not. I think you are really misguided
Tonight.
in your understanding of how Israel would respond, how the current government would respond to that type of international pressure that you're talking about.
And I
like here, this is an article that came out not long ago from The Conversation. Israelis have a skewed view on the extent of Gaza's hunger plight, driven by censorship and media that downplay humanitarian crisis. Under mounting international pressure, Israel announced on May 19, 2025, that it would lift its months-long humanitarian blockade on Gaza. The aid, which the Israeli government said would include a basic amount of food to stave off starvation, comes as more than 90% of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are experiencing acute food insecurity. Despite the staggering number of people at risk of malnutrition and starvation in Gaza, however, 2/3 of Israelis are opposed to allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's true even when that aid is delivered by international orgs that are not linked to either Hamas or UNRWA, the UN's aid agency for Palestinian refugees that the Israeli government has banned and refuses to work with. What drives Israeli opposition to aid? As researchers with a keen interest in conflict resolution and humanitarian aid, we wondered whether a key factor driving Israeli attitudes may be misperceptions about the scale of humanitarian need. To find out to what extent misperceptions shape opposition to humanitarian aid, we surveyed close to 3,000 Jewish Israelis between January 21st and March 19, 2025, across all age groups, regions, income levels, and sex in an online survey. We found that many respondents believed that fewer than 10% of Gazans were going hungry, revealing a stark disconnect between public perception and the situation reported by international humanitarian orgs. Indeed, when we asked to explain their opposition to humanitarian aid, one of those we surveyed responded, "They don't have a shortage of food, it's just presented that way." Another replied, "The vast majority of Gaza residents have enough food. There are restaurants and shopping malls operating in Gaza." So more than a quarter of Israelis surveyed said that fewer than 10% of people in Gaza were actually going hungry due to food shortages. Does credible information change attitudes? Our survey pointed to the role that media bias and censorship may be playing in distorting Israelis' understanding of suffering in Gaza. Media bias is a common phenomenon during war, but since the October 7, 2023 attack, in which 1,182 Israelis were killed by Hamas fighters, media bias over the war in Gaza has been institutionalized in Israel. Citing national security reasons, the IDF has ramped up censorship. A recent analysis suggested that more than 35% of articles from Israeli media have been partially redacted and almost 10% completely censored in 2025. While Israelis are free to consume international news, many do not due to language barriers and perceived bias against Israel. As a result, what Israeli citizens read, hear, and see in national media increasingly reflects the interests of the government. Furthermore, online platforms such as Facebook and X are designed to promote posts that reinforce users' pre-existing beliefs, resulting in an echo chamber rather than exposing people to diverse viewpoints. So what happens when people expressing skepticism over the level of suffering in Gaza are presented with credible information? To test this, we asked a randomly chosen subset of participants to read part of a news article published by Ynet, Israel's most popular online news source, about the dire humanitarian conditions in Gaza. These included reports that managed to escape the censor of children whose weight had dropped by half and families surviving on grass and garbage. We then compared whether those who had read these news reports demonstrated higher levels of support for aid delivery than those who did not. The results showed that exposure to the news reports portraying the humanitarian situation in Gaza led to an increased support for humanitarian aid, but only by a modest 5 percentage points. This limited shift underscores how deeply held many Israeli views on the war in Gaza are and how resistant to change attitudes are, even when it comes to basic humanitarian assistance. Understandably, part of this relates to the continued collective shock and anger provoked by the brutal Hamas attack in 2023. In addition to the killings, more than 250 hostages were taken, with dozens still being held. Fitting with the broader pattern of Gazans being seen as undeserving of sympathy, our survey found that more than a third of Israelis believe that more than 90% of Palestinians in Gaza support Hamas. A common refrain we heard is that there are no uninvolved. In Gaza, many respondents explicitly justified their opposition to humanitarian aid with statements including, "Everyone in Gaza is involved in what happened on October 7th," or "They don't deserve to be taken care of after they were happy about what they did to us." More than half of Israelis surveyed said Hamas enjoys over 80% support in Gaza. The real number is far lower. However, this view starkly contradicts evidence of significant opposition to Hamas within Gaza. According to the latest poll, taken in early May 2025, only 37% of Palestinians in Gaza thought that the October 7th attack was correct. Moreover, half of all Gaza residents said they supported recent demonstration calling for Hamas to relinquish control of Gaza. Given this reality, Israelis' attribution of collective responsibility for the October 7th attack creates a troubling moral calculus that rationalizes civilian suffering. Again, it points to the role that misperceptions play in the ongoing conflict and resulting humanitarian crisis. Another likely reason for the limited impact of being given accurate reporting of the humanitarian crisis is that it represents just a drop in the bucket compared with the broader information environment most Israelis are exposed to. A single news story, no matter how compelling, is unlikely to outweigh the cumulative effect of months of emotionally charged and partially censored media coverage, political messaging, and social media disclosure that emphasizes threat and distrust. In such an environment, deeply entrenched narratives are difficult to shift. In this regard, the fact that reading even a single brief news story has had any effect is encouraging. It suggests that a more accurate and sustained information environment, one that conveys the true extent of humanitarian suffering and the complexity of public sentiment in Gaza, could have a much greater impact on Israeli public opinion. Which is very depressing. You should come on my show again and talk to me, Loner, and Tully about it sometime. I'm sure I can set it up at Trader Aid. Maybe. I only like to debate the one state, two state solution because it's like pointless to talk about this.
Pressure on Israel's current government. International pressure on Israel's current government is never going to culminate in a concession that Hamas can maintain military or civilian control.
I guess listen to your average Westerners read Russia. People believe what they're told generally. Yep.
Control of Gaza. Even for some time, Israel's current government is never going to culminate in a concession that Hamas can maintain military or civilian control of Gaza, even for some temporary amount of time.
So she doesn't agree. Yeah. So I mean, like you say that, right? So again, we're stuck at this point in the conversation because like it's impassable. You guys are sure, positive, without a shadow of a doubt, that Hamas like can't be reasoned with. That we can't they can't agree to some contract, right, and stick to it, right? I can say on the other side that I've watched the Israelis break their own agreements.
This is not about who can sign contracts and who can stick to it. Again, like we're just pretending that these are, and this is where like this is apparently Katie's sticking point with me. We're pretending that these are two equal sides, and they're not. They're not in intent and in power and in responsibility and all of these things.
Prime is like, I agree. Israel's worse.
All of these things are different, but they are not. They do not have the same intentions. Like even with regards to breaking the ceasefire, Israel breaks the ceasefire, let's say, to gain some type of strategic advantage to further their war goals. Hamas breaks the ceasefire to indiscriminately target Israeli civilians.
Okay, but what are their war goals? War goals. They want to ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians. She's like, see, if they were to do that, they would just want to further their war goals. Checks notes on what the war goals are. Oh, genocide and ethnic cleansing. Got it.
Breaking the ceasefire. Israel breaks the ceasefire, let's say, to gain some type of strategic advantage to further their war goals. Hamas breaks the ceasefire to indiscriminately target Israeli civilians, even when they know.
Does she think that Israel doesn't indiscriminately target Palestinians?
That targeting will fail because of the Israelis' defense system.
You see, Hamas have no war goals. All Hamas do is try to kill as many as they can.
But when the brown people do the same thing, it's bad. No, literally. No, literally. And she's admitting that the Iron Dome gets a lot of it.
Israel has war goals, and those are not to kill everyone that they kill.
Because they're civilized.
Yes, that is objectively true. Yes, objectively true.
What are Hamas's
there you go.
Katie, what are Hamas's war goals? What are their war goals?
Loner box. I will talk to Prime now. Hi. So Prime, what you need to understand is this.
Because it was a good question.
Oh, I love Katie.
Yeah, they'll never answer that.
We
They're
can talk more
cowards.
about that after I'm done with Prime. Prime, what you need to understand is this. Israel is the powerful side.
So her position is that Hamas just wants to cause harm to random civilians, whereas Israel's the moral army, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Therefore, even
Haaretz was reporting in April that, let me see if I can't find it. Hold on.
if you go the stupid
Israel is
lib
the
route,
oppressor.
even if you do the lib shit that you're trying to do and say both sides are bad, both sides are untrustworthy, both sides need this and this and that, it's not going to work because at the end of the day, Israel has all the powers and power. And so Zionists would tell you, you see, you have to accept our terms because we're the one dictating the terms. And you're trying to reason with this like it's logical. It's not logical. It's an exertion of power that Israel simply has. It's pointless to argue. And all you do is then end up calling a genocide an armed conflict. It's embarrassing.
Arabs and Palestinians don't call it a genocide when they're talking to each other in Arabic, right? Like they have plenty of words that they could
Oh, you
use.
speak
The
Arabic?
word they use is
Wow.
war. The word they use is war.
So, you think Katie's opinion or like anyone in the West's opinion is based off of like they think it's genocide because of what a Palestinian thinks? It's not through that. It's through like objective analysis of news statements by Israeli officials, what their actions actually are, and human rights reports.
You speak Arabic?
No, I don't. I have, believe it or not, I have lots of friends who do.
Like if people like on the ground call it a war or genocide, that doesn't actually correspond to what the reality is.
We acknowledge that both sides.
If Russians say that they're being genocided, would that make it right?
Hold on.
If Palestinians say they're not being genocided, would that make it right? Doesn't have anything to do with that.
Conditions before any ceasefire is agreed to, right? Both sides
Wait,
have.
I need to talk to Loner Box.
Well, what are Hamas's
She's
war
already
goals?
answered the question.
What are Hamas's war goals?
Yeah.
Hamas probably just wants to agitate as much as possible,
For what?
if I have to say.
It's for what? Why?
Why? Because they think agitation would be the most viable way to change conditions to eventually lead to Palestinian liberation.
Okay. I feel like I just heard a
Thank
lot
you
of
for
words
the
that don't
question.
really say anything. Okay.
Okay, cool. What
I
did you want to say?
I just want to see if we agree on this. What, like, in terms of ceasefire and ending the war, there's really only two main red lines.
What's funny is that, like, again, there was Lunderbox was talking to Hutch the other day, and he was saying that if somebody called it a genocide, he wouldn't split hairs over it. But in this conversation, he's like splitting hairs over it, I would say.
That I think matter. One, Israel's never stopping until Hamas are disarmed and fucked off. Hamas is never
What are the how come no one's asking Tully what's the war aim of not letting them get aid? What's that about?
ending the war unless they get a chance to rebuild and try again. Do we disagree with either of these goals?
Yeah, I disagree. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're saying what do people want, what does Israel want, I agree.
This is just like a recipe for a forever war.
These things. I just think with international pressure, Israel would absolutely stop.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, do we agree that this is Israel's goal and we agree that this is what Hamas wants for the war to end? Israel wants an end that means Hamas are gone. They can't govern Gaza. They can't build a military in Gaza. Hamas only wants a ceasefire that means that they
Their end goal right now is ethnically cleansing and expelling Palestinians.
get to stay in power in Gaza.
Or letting them starve. Pick one.
I think that's a partial staple for Israel. I think Israel would want Hamas completely gone, and they would want the extremist form of removal of as many Palestinians from Gaza as possible.
Okay, what do you think, Brian? Do you think Israel's primary goal is to they'll end the war if Hamas is gone militarily and politically, and they don't have a chance to rebuild?
I think that is a convenient excuse. That the goal is an ethnic cleansing. No, you're not going to like what I'm about to say. Don't worry, Loner Box. As they've stated multiple times, the goal is ethnic cleansing of Gaza. That's the preferable goal. That the goal to clear out Hamas, right?
Not
They
the
understand.
preferable
So the goal to clear out Hamas, right, is a convenient thing that they can keep dangling. Hey, like we just haven't gotten rid of Hamas. We've been bombing and bombing and bombing. We just haven't managed to. If we give us another year of dropping bombs. Once
Yeah, like if this were really their goal, this is the worst possible way to go about it because it's not serious. It's only led to there being more members of the Al-Qassam brigades
on hospitals, on schools, right, of destroying civilian infrastructure. Give us yet another year of doing that, right, and just maybe we'll do it. Check in with us then. So, and we see that Hamas in itself, right, has been a more robust, at least in its ability to maintain itself, if not its ability to fight back, right?
I mean, like, the other thing is that I wish what would be brought up in this is, like, let's pretend the Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in Gaza, even with Hamas were in charge, were on their bestest behavior for 10 years straight. No rockets, no violence, no rhetoric about destroying Israel, nothing. Do we think that with Bibi Netanyahu and Likud in charge, that would have brought Palestinians any closer to getting statehood? Let's be real.
that like
debating genocide like this is some kind of spectator sport. I find it distasteful. Yeah.
As long as there's a population.
Yes, obviously. Whick. No.
In a population
no, not obviously.
that keeps getting radicalized by the bombs that are
Netanyahu literally campaigned on, I have been the only person to successfully prevent a Palestinian state. And you think that them being on their bestest behavior would have meant that they would have done it?
destroying their family, ripping them apart, burying them under rubble, that they'll keep getting more adherents. That you're saying that
well, this isn't true, though.
One second. So even if a Hamas disappears, right, you're going to open this up to another radical group, because unless you actually deal with the...
You're right about the regime change point, because we had no problem doing that swiftly in Iraq, and the amount of disregard for civilians and the inefficiency of getting rid of Hamas really makes it seem like they have ulterior motives. Yeah.
Political ramifications, the political divide here, then you'll just find another group, right, calling themselves by a different name, that will also...
Wait, I agree with you. I agree with you, which is why, in order for an effort to go towards actual peace, right, we get rid of Hamas and we ensure that the material conditions change. We ensure that a two-state solution is enacted so that there is no need for other resistance groups, as you would call it, to pop up. So yes, the two things are required, right? Like you're saying, we can't just get rid of the resistance. We need to change the material conditions.
I agree.
So both of those things need to happen, which means
you shouldn't agree.
Wait, this just completely got me off my question.
You shouldn't agree, Prime.
Yes, because Netanyahu used Hamas and the threat to maintain power, and without that threat being there, he would not have maintained power. No, but do you think it would have been politically feasible for whoever replaced them to actually enact an actual two-state solution, which has never been on the table?
We just got completely directed my question. I wasn't asking about political solutions or anything.
Or like, you have people like Yitzhak Rabin who like probably moved them the closest to it, and they get assassinated by crazy far-right people in Israel because they're trying to embrace statehood.
I was just asking about conditions under which they'd be happy to end the war. I think Israel would accept ending the war if Hamas were gone, militarily and politically. I don't know, Prime, I guess you don't agree, or...
I answered this specifically. Maybe I'm not sure
you don't agree. They just want, I know. They just want to pretend they're getting rid of Hamas so they can do an ethnic cleansing, right? Or genocide, interchangeably.
I mean, it's similar to what I said. The main goal is ethnically cleanse as much as possible, and the second one is remove Hamas, right? It's not complicated.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, look, again, I don't have to rely.
So why
this isn't my intuition. These are the statements. Go ahead, sorry.
If that is their number one goal, is genocide and ethnic cleansing, then why haven't they targeted civilians much more forcefully? They obviously have the capacity to.
I don't know. They have. Israel has dumped, according to an old estimate, 87,000 tons of munitions.
Yeah, but you realize you're about to reinforce.
There you go. That's evidence. Correct.
How have they dropped that many tons of bombs? Like, how many dropped this many Hiroshimas and Nagasaki's, but still got a death toll that's actually...
This point is so stupid to me. This is the... If I wanted to murder them, I would have skimmed them alive.
Quite a lot lower than these previous bombs.
You disagree with the death toll is to me, right? I think we don't even know the full extent of the death toll.
Name your death toll. We could probably concede your death toll, and your point still proves our point.
I don't think it will. So
it absolutely would. Again, the amount of munitions that you're talking about that would have the capacity to annihilate the entire population 4 times over. Okay, so even if we say that the death toll is 200,000, confirmed 200,000. Still, Israel can obviously do so much more damage to the civilian population with the munitions already.
I can respond. I can respond later on.
You need to understand, the Nazis didn't want to do genocide. It took them 5 years. They could have done it in 1 year. It wasn't real genocide. You need to understand how this works.
I mean, the Nazis literally killed like thousands of people a day. That's not even the ones in the wars. These are like the people who the Nazis literally worked fucking overtime and diverted military supplies to do the fucking Holocaust. You're saying the people who were surrendered and defenseless, like they got no arms at all.
Tali, I can respond to you.
Who had no option, right, to negotiate out.
Downplay the Holocaust to make Israel look
I understand. Tali.
Israel does this all the time by saying stuff like "Free Palestine is the new Heil Hitler."
I understand, Tali. I'm going to respond to your question.
Hold on, let him respond, then we get Tali. So Prime and then Tali.
Yeah, Tali, right? It's weird when we're looking at this from...
The weird thing is that they'll also say the intention is like, oh, if they really meant to intend to kill people, how come the number isn't higher? But then when you try to point to the high death toll since October 7th, they'll back up and say, well, a high death toll doesn't actually constitute genocide. It has to be intent. So they just flip back and forth between whichever argument suits them at the time. Because they know that genocide is about intent. It's not about death tolls.
one particular angle, right? Like on one axis, right? And I'm not trying to cast aspersions on your analytical capabilities. I'm just saying that just looking at like the rate of their deaths and saying, well, it could be more. Well, okay. What else
Not
is
just it
going
could
on?
be more. It should be more. It would be more if that was their intention.
No, hold on. No, you're just, first of all, you're just stating that, right? Like it's simply. Well, hold on. But listen, let me respond. Tally.
No,
Tally,
I'm not
Tally,
stating it. I'm saying
Tally,
based on.
Tally. You're wonderful. Thank you. Tally. So what else is going on is that Israel has other. What's what I'm looking for? Priorities, political burdens. It has pressures upon it, right? It understands the world is watching. That's why they started letting in literally a trickle of aid back into Gaza, because they could see that the response to the massive famine they're causing in Gaza right now was causing a disproportionate, well, not a disproportionate, but a huge backlash against the regime. So in response to that, right, they let in some trucks, a tiny amount, not nearly enough. But to show, we're doing something, right? Because there is international pressure, because they have things to worry about, because they want to maintain economic ties with powerful blocks like the EU, right? The EU, which is looking into reviewing their relationship with Israel.
Actual question.
All these, sorry.
Actual question.
So it's a slow motion genocide is basically the fucking.
No,
hold
on. I have an actual question. Hold on. I don't actually know how much aid is going to. How much aid right now is going into Gaza?
I have to look up the.
Fucking 6 trucks a day or some shit is like terrible.
Well, you keep saying it's trickle. I want to know.
How much should be? What about how much should be?
Several hundred per day.
Why do you think several hundred trucks per day?
Because that's what the estimates that experts have given me. I don't know the exact.
No, wait. Well, yeah,
there's literally millions of people there that require multiple meals per day to get an adequate amount of calories.
It's like we're laughing at like, lol, he doesn't even know how many trucks need to be going in a day, and he claims to care about this, lol. It's like, does anyone dispute that the Trump administration barely gives a fuck if food gets into this area, and that Israel's not letting it in, and the general point is that they're not getting enough? We know this. We know all of this. So to like get a gotcha on the lol, you don't know actually, like, no, you don't even know how many trucks they need is like irrelevant to me.
They need medical supplies.
Part of the problem is distribution.
No, wait.
Because Israel has destroyed all the infrastructure. It is a big problem.
Before we get to distribution, I'm just telling you, this 100 trucks a day thing, this 100 trucks a day for food aid, this comes from people misunderstanding like old UN data from before the war, which lumped in aid trucks that only came in on working days, first of all. They excluded weekends. And then it also includes aid, which is not humanitarian in terms of like direct needs. So it included like more than half of these aid trucks when it was over a few hundred a day was concrete, okay? And electrical supplies and building supplies. As far as food aid goes, I think the average pre-war was like 70 trucks a day. This idea that they've ever needed several hundred trucks of aid a day is just completely like fabricated. It's just interesting.
Hello Kitties. There's no Hello Kitties behind me.
Let's go with 70 trucks a day. Great, right? As it stands now,
but that's a pretty important piece of information.
As it stands now, hold on. Okay, so
we should be counting.
I don't have any confirmation that your estimate is correct, right? But I'm also not trying to say that you're a liar. Maybe you read something that I haven't read, and that's okay, right? I'm not. Yeah, I don't. So on blacks. I'm not calling you a liar. To be very clear, right? It's just that I don't know. I'm not a logistical expert, right? The experts that I've seen on this subject have said several hundred, but I don't know, right? But whatever that is, right? But we do understand from international groups observing the situation that there's a famine in Gaza right now. That famine is happening
the
right
IPC
now.
has literally said there's not a famine right now.
There are plenty of groups that the UN has stated that.
But the IPC is, okay, this is the problem, okay? I can show you this back to back in real time if you want to.
Anti-Semitic, I don't know. But go ahead.
When did they ever say anything about anti-Semitic?
Sorry, no, that was a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot. I take it back.
Okay, I can literally just show you this like in real time. I can really just show you this in real time right now, where you have a month in last year where the IPC, which is the UN's body for determining food situations, literally said that they didn't have enough evidence to say there was a famine, and then they downgraded their predictions. But then in the same month, okay, the special rapporteurs who are not analyzing and not doing studies just declared a famine anyway. And these were both UN bodies. Like, just because something has the UN attached to it or Amnesty or anything like that does not mean these people are like standing.
Does he think there's not a famine going on?
Like a mountain of credibility.
It says IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. I'm in IPCinfo.org. Is this the same organization you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. So it says Gaza Strip, famine is imminent as 1.1 million people, half of Gaza experience catastrophic food insecurity.
Yes, they've been saying this.
Literally since October 8th.
The IPC acute food insecurity analysis conducted, and Okay, in December 2023, warned of a risk that famine may occur by the end of May 2024 if an immediate cessation of hostilities and sustained access for the
Wait, and what happened?
Yeah, I'm about to show you the. I'm going to show you June 2024. Then this is from the IPC on June 2024.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to just hand it to you, or will I just read it?
You can do both.
Read it.
Okay. IPC report from June 2024. They say, let's go to key findings. Okay. So they say, additionally, the response to nutrition, water, sanitation, hygiene, and health sectors was scaled up in this context. The available evidence does not indicate that famine is currently occurring. As far as I know, there's not been any IPC study that's ever declared famine is occurring. That was June 2024. Then in July, based on, with no study linked or anything, just like a PR statement, you have the experts, the special rapporteurs, including Francesca Albanese and a bunch of other UN rapporteurs. They just declared a famine anyway. These are both UN. One is a press release, the other one's the actual IPC. Yeah, just because the UN, our headline says the UN said something, it's like, it's not very reliable in this war, unfortunately. But yeah, like they've been saying famine is imminent since like October 17th, I believe. Yet to see an actual IPC declaration that won't happen. What we have seen is them making predictions and then downgrading those predictions like the month later. They've been doing that.
So because they haven't died in accordance with their like predictive models, that means there's no famine.
Constantly.
But the amount of aid has...
That's not even getting into how difficult it is to determine cause of death when it's related to malnutrition and starvation and disease and whatnot, especially when in the middle of like the hostilities going on right now.
Change. So like the reason why I'm saying this is that like Israel cut off the aid, right? And if there's no aid coming in, there's no, let me establish this first. Would you agree that after an extended period of time, if there's no aid coming in, right, that they will run out of food and that there will be a famine, that there's necessarily a need for outside aid to come in to sustain the population? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree that if people go enough time without food, then they'll starve, yes.
Well, hold on, just making sure we have to establish this. So
Thank you for that concession, Loaderbox.
I appreciate it, right?
Okay, so this is Reuters. Gaza population faces critical risk of famine, Global Hunger Monitor says. This was May 12, 2025. IPC sees high risk of famine occurring by end of September. Israeli spokesman says there's no famine and Israel sought to get more aid and blames engineered crisis on Hamas. 500,000 people in the Gaza Strip face starvation, a Global Hunger Monitor said on Monday, saying the Israeli blockaded enclave still confronts a critical risk of famine with a high risk of one occurring by the end of September. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, as they were talking about, latest report cited a significant deterioration in the situation since its one in October, and I don't know why we were quoting ones from like 2024 for whatever reason, but okay, reflecting warnings from international agencies of an unfolding catastrophe in the small, densely populated Palestinian territory. So what was that again about there not being a famine?
Because sometimes we don't get that on obvious things. But in
I've
any
never
case,
seen anyone deny that humans can survive without food and water.
No. It's not about. So I didn't say food. I said aid, right? Because people could say that. Well, there's still some food.
Would it be okay if the aid coming in wasn't food?
Hold on, listen, Tali. I'm about to answer your question before you say it, right? So people.
So this is the rest of that. It forecasts that 2.1 million people across Gaza, roughly the entire population, would likely experience high levels of acute food insecurity by the end of September, with 469,500 of them projected to likely hit catastrophic levels. Israel has sealed off the Gaza Strip since early March when it resumed its devastating military campaign against militant group Hamas following the collapse of a ceasefire deal, during which thousands of aid trucks entered the enclave. Israeli government spokesperson David Mencer said on Monday the IPC had, quote, constantly talked about famine. Famine has never happened because of Israel's efforts to get more aid in. This is like, this is literally like North Korea, like lies, like Trump lying levels of deception and dishonesty here. Where are we? Yep. It reiterated Israel's accusation that Hamas had caused hunger by stealing aid meant for civilians and had engineered the humanitarian crisis. So they're just like staging it, you see. Hamas denied these accusations and has in turn accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war. The IPC report said that Israeli plans for large-scale military operations in Gaza, along with aid agencies' persistent inability to deliver essential goods and services, meant that there was a high risk of famine in the protection period from May 11th to September 30th. Israeli President Isaac Herzog on Monday called on the international community to help with a new plan to distribute aid directly to the people of Gaza and cut Hamas out of the process. The IPC report said the Israeli authorities' plan for delivering aid was estimated to be highly insufficient to meet the population's essential need for food, water, shelter, and medicine. Moreover, the proposed distribution mechanisms are likely to create significant access barriers for large segments of the population, it said. And I remember reading an Axios article talking exactly why this is the case, and it's because they want to their plan makes it more difficult for aid agencies to actually get in there and deliver it. With so many people hungry, like it gets swarmed. They want them to have to do it to they want to put the aid in areas where there's hostility, so Palestinians go there to get the food, and then they're at risk of dying because they're having to put their life on the line just to access food. For famine to be declared, at least 20% of the population must be suffering extreme food shortages, with 1 in 3 children acutely malnourished and 2 people out of every 10,000 dying daily from starvation or from malnutrition and disease. The report projected that nearly 71 cases of acute malnutrition, including 14,100 severe cases among children aged 6 to 59 months, were expected to occur between April 2025 and March 2026. The IPC reports are produced with contributions from UN agencies, NGOs, and other orgs. So, yeah, key findings show that 1.95 million people, or 93% of the population in the coastal enclave, are living through high levels of acute food insecurity, including 244,000 experiencing the most severe or catastrophic levels. IPC's October analysis had said 133,000 people were in the catastrophic category. In Gaza City, Ghada Mohammed, a mother of 5, said she had to pay around 1,000 shekels, or $281, to buy a 2-kilogram sack of flour, which would usually have cost 25 shekels before the war and during ceasefire periods in January and February. Speaking to Reuters via a messaging app, she cited dependence on canned food, unhealthy water, and bread made with insect-infested flour. Do you know how it feels to be unable to have one meal with some chicken or vegetables per week or meat for several weeks? So let's back up a little bit here.
That if people go enough time without food, then they'll starve.
Has changed. So, the reason why I'm saying this is that, Israel cut off the aid, right? And if there's no aid coming in, there's no. Let me establish this first. Would you agree that after an extended period of time, if there's no aid coming in, right, that they will run out of food, and that there will be a famine, that there's necessarily a need for outside aid to come in to sustain the population? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree that if people go enough time without food, then they'll starve. Yes.
Well, hold on, just making sure we have to establish this.
I mean, earlier he was basically saying that the risk of famine is reduced just because they've been hungry for long enough and they haven't died. So
thank you for that concession, Lonerbox.
I appreciate it, right? Because sometimes we don't get that on obvious things. But
I've never seen anyone deny that humans can survive without food and water.
No. It's not about. So I didn't say food. I said aid, right? Because people could say that. Well, there's still some food.
Hold on, it'd be okay if the aid coming in wasn't food.
Hold on, listen, Tali. I'm about to answer your question before you say it, right? So people will say that. Well, this there's still some
thoughts on Radiohead. Big fan of OK Computer. Not a huge fan of the statement, but I'd rather he say something than say nothing.
300 trucks.
Hold on, and then literally while I'm trying to answer it, right, you keep interjecting new things. So people will say, let me try it again. Okay, people will say that there's still some food, that these people can survive, right? It's not true there's no food, right? There's food available, and even if aid trucks aren't coming in now, they've got enough somewhere, right? I've heard there's restaurants in Gaza, right? So maybe they still have some food, and they're just not telling, or maybe they're lying. Maybe the Gaza Health Ministry is lying about the situation down there, and things aren't really as bad as possible.
Yes, of course, the Gaza Health Ministry is lying. Of course, there's food and aid that is being
of course. Sure. So going back to the situation. So separating aid.
Did you know that?
So separating things. I'm not going to ignore your question until I finish answering I will ignore you until I finish. Thank you. So the aid, right, is a separate question. So if you think that there's still food left inside, then let's say, well, then we don't need to deliver as much aid, right? The situation isn't as bad as they're saying. So if they cut back, they'll survive, right? They'll just get a little leaner. So I'm just trying to establish, not between food and survival, but between aid and survival. That's what I'm doing. So any which way.
Right? Okay, so sorry. So make the distinction, because I actually don't think you made it. You said a lot of things.
Because you haven't listened.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
I'm
not going to repeat myself. If you had stopped talking over me, maybe you would have understood it. So I'm not going to repeat it again. Rewind the VOD. You can do it yourself. No, I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. Okay, moving on. Again, Tali. Sure, nice try, Tali. Trust me, I cannot be baited. But
I'm not even trying to be funny. So
I know, but
hold on. Let Tali go. Let Tali go for a minute.
Or here's another example. This is just a few days ago. least 27 Palestinians killed by Israeli fire near aid center, Gaza authorities say. They were killed by Israeli fire as they attempted to collect aid near a distribution site in Gaza, local officials say. Civilians were fired upon by tanks, quadcopter drones, and helicopters near the Al Alam roundabout, about 1 kilometer or half a mile from the aid site. A spokesman for Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense agency, Mahmoud Basal, said. The IDF said its troops fired shots after identifying suspects who moved towards them, deviating from the designated access routes. Israel previously denied shooting Palestinians in a similar incident on Sunday, which the health ministry said killed 31 people and injured nearly 200. Denial was in direct contradiction to what dozens of civilian witnesses, NGOs, and health officials said.
Okay, let's get the mic to Tali.
Well, it's a question. So you said, so you're trying to make the distinction between food and aid. So what is it? Could you please read?
Bro, these motherfuckers were reduced to eating cattle feed like a year ago, downplaying this by boasting about the fact that a requisite amount of people haven't died yet seems so dismissive of the suffering. No, 100%.
Just in a few words, a few sentences.
Sure, food can exist. Sure, I'm trying to do it. Ready? Are you not going to interrupt me? Okay, Tali? You've got a wonderful smile, okay? I mean, let me start there, all right? Okay, so food, I'm sorry. I hope that didn't feel inappropriate.
Don't worry.
Food, right, can exist inside the Gaza Strip or outside the Gaza Strip, right? When I'm talking about aid, I mean food aid, right? So there's no distinction there. But like, if you're saying is there no food in the Gaza Strip? Some people could argue, yes, there is food there left, either from previous aid or what they've been hoarding, or they've been lying about how much food is left, right? I distinguish that from aid, okay, so food being inside the Gaza Strip, from aid coming outside, being used to support that population, right? Food aid being coming in. So if you think that there's a critical deprivation of internal food, then you'd understand that you need external food to come in, correct? They're not just fishing out there and supporting the population, correct?
Yes. So, but what point have you made?
The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, yeah, that's always there. The fucking dude, the Israel won the propaganda war on that one because in every previous conflict, it has always been the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, and it was never called that way. But like, we don't even call like Russia's health ministry like the Kremlin-run health ministry, even though you can make the same claim. And the reason why they add that and like it bothers me is because the Gaza Health Ministry is a civilian org, and it's cited internally by the U.S. State Department, by Israel, by the UN. The numbers are usually reliable.
So we didn't even get to that point. I just had to establish that. I've been trying to establish that the entire time. So like, yeah, there's a difference here, and then you fought me on this entire time.
You're not
okay. Okay, great. Great. So you didn't. So you interrupt me constantly the entire time. Well, I'm trying to give you multiple different answers, right? To a question that was asked like 20 minutes ago, and then you're like, "Well, why did that doesn't establish anything?" Yeah, that's it. It hasn't.
Why was it asked 20 minutes ago?
I don't know what you think.
So
you concede. Like, I don't think.
I didn't ask you to concede anything. The question was the loaner box. I didn't ask you to concede anything, right? You just kept interjecting.
I think the issue is that like it's now, it seems like it's been like a bit more revealed that these like aid organizations in the UN and the Oxfam or whatever basically spent about 20 months saying famine was imminent, and then it turned out not to happen, and then that might cast some more doubt over other bold assertions that they've made about
this is so gross.
The situation, and maybe
it might be that I'm having a tantrum.
Maybe just crashing out over that.
Yeah, it might be that I'm having a tantrum, but that's a way of doing it. Yeah, okay. So then I take back what I said before, right? That cheap shot. I give you that cheap shot back. All right. So back to
again. This was November 4th, 2023. Average Palestinian in Gaza is surviving on 2 pieces of bread a day. UN official says. Bread made from flour the UN had stockpiled in the region, yet the main refrain now being heard in the street is water, water, the Gaza director for the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees said Friday. Thomas White, who said he traveled the length and breadth of Gaza in the last few weeks, described this place as a scene of death and destruction. No place is safe now, he said, and people fear for their lives, their future, and their ability to feed their families. This was 2023.
Back to it, right? So I'm just establishing that aid is necessary. And that if aid had stopped, right, then there'd be increase in famine. Increase in people. Sorry, let me not use famine. Increase in people dying of starvation. When Israel cut off all aid, do you think there was an increase in people dying of starvation?
I think that's an even stronger claim. But yes, we can see that people die without food. I don't really understand what is this point working towards? Like what's the greater point that you're trying to make here?
Sure. The classification of famine doesn't happen all at once in a territory. right? It's not simply a thing.
Okay.
There is a famine, right? These are talking about indicators of, hey, we have famine. People at first become food insecure, right? And then they don't have enough calories to maintain a healthy diet. And then whatever, like there's like literally a scale here, right? And there is a map, I saw it before, maybe we can pull that up, right? That talks about, or it was actually might have been a graph, a pie chart, but talking about the percentage of the population that is estimated to be within these different sections, right? So just because a quote unquote,
Right. And Lonerbox
Sure.
highlights that those predictions so far have been just off. Like ever
No.
since the beginning of
So
the
what
war.
Lonerbox said, now he might disagree, but what Lonerbox said is that a famine hasn't been declared in bold, right? What I'm saying.
See, like when people have this sort of skepticism about the famine and then they turn around and like get mad at people that are scrutinizing UN reports related to sexual violence, I'm like, can we just call a stalemate here? You guys want to be skeptical about the famine, then let some pro-Palestine people be skeptical about the way the UN conducted that report on the fucking sexual violence, okay? We can call it even. You doubt that these people are actually hungry. They doubt that those people actually experience sexual violence. We call it even. Both sides are doing something that's going to be seen as gross.
Is that on the way to famine, there is lots of different steps, and different parts of the population are
Right, but we
suffering at
haven't
different
reached
points
those
in time.
benchmarks either. And
Other
Yeah,
organizations
I'm
say differently.
glad that more
It's actually crazy how much public opinion, including myself, has shifted against Israel over the past few months, couple of years. Yeah. Pew Research now shows that 53% of America has a negative opinion of Israel. That's the first time there's ever been a majority negative opinion of Israel in the United States.
Hold on, hold on. We have reached some benchmarks.
So there are stages of like, first there's like, I guess there's food insecurity, then you can have like acute malnutrition, which, and then you can have severe acute malnutrition, which is like malnutrition that actually has permanent damages to your body. I believe the latest warning from the IPC was that 14,000 under fives would be at risk of this before May 2026 or something. That's why, remember that UN dude who said that 14,000 babies will die within 24 hours?
Okay, but they corrected that the next day.
That was what he was misquoting when he said that. Then the definition of a famine is, I believe, between 2 and 4 deaths in every 10,000 every day. The definition of a famine multiplied by Gaza's population, or even a part of Gaza, would be like thousands of...
Or like this. Okay, so this is the widow of John McCain. So she rejects that Hamas is stealing Gaza aid. This is no bleeding heart liberal.
Have this man-made catastrophe with Israeli authorities blocking the entry of all aid from March until about May 18th. The Trump administration said Israel needs to let in food. So are your deliveries consistently now getting through?
Well, let's start with the fact that this is a catastrophe, and you're absolutely correct, and I'm very grateful that you're covering this issue. They have let a few trucks in. This is a drop in the bucket as to what's needed. Right now, we have 500,000 people inside of Gaza that are extremely food insecure and could be on the verge of famine. If we don't help bring them back from that, we need to get in, and we need to get in at scale, not just a few dribble of the trucks. Right now, as I said, it's a drop in the bucket.
So how many trucks need to be getting in daily to address the scale of the need you see, and can they get into northern Gaza?
Well, prior to during the ceasefire, I should say, we were getting in 600 trucks a day. Right now, we're getting in maybe 100, something like that. So it's not nearly enough. And it needs to be going to the correct places. So the various gates, it's inconsistent as to how the gates are open. It's inconsistent as to the roads we can use. The roads that are the better roads, the ones that can get us further along, aren't open at all. It's complicated right now. And again, I will tell anybody who will listen, we need to get in and get in at scale and be allowed to feed these people before a further catastrophe occurs.
Your organization announced at least 15 of your trucks were looted when they entered southern Gaza en route to bakeries. Israel has consistently said that the looting is being carried out by Hamas. Have you seen evidence that it is Hamas stealing the food?
No, not at all. Not in this round. Listen, these people are desperate, and they see a World Food Program truck coming in, and they run for it. This doesn't have anything to do with Hamas or any kind of organized crime or anything. It has simply to do with the fact these people are starving to death.
What do we think that she's been like brainwashed by Hamas? Over under on that? It's probably like super likely, right? Like this is just probably like the newest arm of Hamas propaganda here.
The people dying every couple of weeks. Like it's far beyond anything we've seen so far. Like, but yeah, that famine does have a very precise definition in the IPC.
So, sure. So it seemed like, and Loner Box, you can correct me. Maybe you didn't mean this, right? So let me ask you. So was your contention with me bringing up the possibility of famine simply that a famine hasn't been declared, right?
This was, what is it? To somebody else. Israel has never privately alleged or offered evidence of Hamas stealing the majority of Gaza aid from the UN/NGO channels. Says at Ambassador David M. Satterfield, who ran the humanitarian effort under Biden, whatever aid Hamas might have taken from UN/NGOs was minimal.
From its presence,
that Hamas was stealing, profiting, and diverting the majority of the aid that was coming in. That is Israel's claim. How do you respond to that?
no such allegation or evidence in support of allegations like that were ever provided privately by informed Israeli security or political officials. It is a claim which, on the face of it, is not reflected in any of the experience that those involved in the humanitarian effort have seen. Did Hamas benefit politically from its presence at distribution sites to reinforce to the population of Gaza that they remained effective and in place? Certainly they did. Did Hamas take some assistance? Quite likely. But from the UN and INGO channels, which were highly accountable, whatever aid was ultimately diverted in any fashion by Hamas was minimal compared to the aid that was received by the general population. Now, the same can't be said about aid that came in outside UN or international NGO channels. That's a different matter, and Israel understands that. But we're speaking now of the UN. The allegations that the majority, I've heard some claims, all of the assistance was seized by Hamas, that has never been made privately to officials involved in this process, nor demonstrated through evidence.
CNN Hamas now, or look at this, another article from The Guardian. This was not that long ago. Israel accused of arming Palestinian gang who allegedly looted aid in Gaza. Gang of about 100 armed men operate in eastern Rafah with tacit approval of IDF in apparent attempt to counter Hamas. Israel's government has been accused of arming a Palestinian criminal gang whose members have allegedly looted humanitarian aid in an attempt to counter Hamas in Gaza. Satellite images and videos verified by the Israeli newspaper Haaretz show on Thursday that a new Palestinian militia has expanded its presence in southern Gaza and is operating inside an area under the district control of the IDF. The group, which has also been accused of ties to jihadist groups, is reportedly led by a man known as Yasser Abu Shabab, a Rafah resident from a Bedouin family, known locally for his involvement in criminal activity and looting of humanitarian aid. According to media reports, Abu Shabab's group, which calls itself the Anti-Terror Service, consists of about 100 armed men who operate in eastern Rafah with the tacit approval of Israeli armed forces. It's variously been described as a militia and criminal gang. The Times of Israel cited defense sources who said that Israel provided members of Abu Shabab's faction with assault rifles, including some weapons seized from Hamas. The operation was approved by Israel's security cabinet and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, the newspaper reported, noting that its article had been approved for publication by Israel's military censor. In a video posted on social media late on Thursday, Netanyahu said Israel had quote-unquote activated some Palestinian clans in Gaza on the advice of security officials in order to save lives of Israeli soldiers. Prime Minister office had earlier said that Israel is working to defeat Hamas in various ways on the recommendation of all heads of the security establishment. The former defense minister and opposition lawmaker, Avigdor Lieberman, repeated the allegations and alleged that Abu Shabab's group was affiliated with the Islamic State terror group. The Israeli government is giving weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with the Islamic State at the direction of the Prime Minister, Lieberman, who heads the opposition Israel Baitenu, I never know how to say it, party. It told Kan Bet Radio, public radio, to my knowledge, this did not go through approval of the cabinet. The IDF did not immediately respond to your request for comment. So, very cool.
Right, like, okay, we are quote unquote in capital words, legal famine now, or was your contention with me that, hey, we haven't gone down that scale, right? We're not even close to approaching a situation where we should even be discussing the word famine.
Yeah, because I believe you said famine, and I think as far as we have it now, it seems very clear that Israel doesn't really have that much intention of like causing up famine across the entire strip.
Okay,
well,
housekeeping thing for a minute. I gotta get something for. Give me 5 minutes. Tali, you're in charge till I'm back. Okay.
Okay. I'm in charge. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm up way too late, so we have a little less than a third of that left. And I will be finishing it tomorrow. So if you've been enjoying it up until that point, you should go ahead and follow me on Twitch or subscribe to me if you want to have an ad-free experience. You can also subscribe to me on YouTube or like my stream. If you want to see my content anywhere else, I'm at straightrate or straightrate_. And if you want to support the work that I'm doing here, aka reacting to this stuff, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or the donation links inside my YouTube description, including my Ko-fi link, which for $3 you can buy me a coffee. But who are we raiding right now? Let's see who is awake. Let's see. Kidnotkin awake. Kidnotkin, not awake. He is asleep. Let's see. Remote Jack. Nope, they're asleep. You guys, where should I send you? Let me see who else is up. Let's see. I'll play actually. Oh, let's see. I'm looping now. Sorry. Let's go to Irrelevant. He is doing Elon versus Trump watch. So have fun, you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We're going to finish this dumpster fire and have fun doing it and anything else. All right. Bye.